Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. We are going live right off the bat with a tornado warning southwest of St. Louis. This storm has been rotating for well over an hour now. We've had tornado warnings up and down the stretch from Sullivan back near Owensville, and it's continuing to move east, and it's still producing that potential for a tornado. Connor Croft, you can actually see at the bottom right, he is intercepting this storm right now, and we're gonna have a view of that here in just a moment. This circulation has not looked as impressive as it once did. It has been broadening in terms of its overall intensity, but there is a chance that this does recycle as it continues to move east towards Festus and as well as DeSoto here in Missouri. So we are watching that potential very closely as this continues to move eastbound, because it could still produce a tornado, and in this environment today we could see strong tornadoes, and that is a big concern today across this large tornado watch that's already been issued for Kentucky, parts of Illinois. Lot of areas in southern Missouri as well are also included in that right now, with a tornado watch that will go all the way throughout the rest of this afternoon and even into early this evening in some areas. There are also severe storms ongoing across Kentucky and as well as Tennessee. These are all going to be, for the most part, semi-discrete cells, and these also down the road will have a chance of producing tornadoes. So it's going to get very active very quickly today. I am fully expecting a widespread severe weather outbreak across a large chunk of the United States. Here's what the risk outline is for today. Notice we do have a moderate risk in play across much of Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, and southern Illinois. If you need more details on timing, you can watch my video forecast from this morning. Nothing's really changed there. Enhanced risk goes anywhere from Kentucky back into Texas, where very large hail, significant damaging winds, perhaps even widespread at times up to 90 miles per hour. In addition to that, maybe even a few tornadoes, with a few tornadoes also being strong, being the possibility for today. Now, the tornado risk is about the same as yesterday when it comes to the risk level, but it doesn't mean you should just blow this off, because yesterday we had a few large tornadoes in parts of Michigan and even back into parts of Ohio, where we had some tornado activity, Kentucky, and as well as Indiana. And now today that threat shifts down to the south, where we could see even more tornadoes today across a large chunk of, again, the Mississippi Valley, the Ohio Valley, even back through areas in the upper Dixie Valley and back into the southern plains, where there will be a chance for a few tornadoes, which again, strong tornadoes are a possibility today. So it is expected to be a very active next 24 hours here across the United States. We are likely going to be live for upwards of 12 to 16 hours again today, due to how impactful this threat is expected to be. So if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, and we'll be live here for the next several hours with extensive severe weather coverage. All right, once again, this is the tornado warning that is south of St. Louis, and the rotation once again is not super strong right now, but it is a storm again that's very discreet, and if it's able to recycle, we could get a tornado out of this. It is currently pushing east towards DeSoto and Festus. That is the area included in this tornado warning currently in eastern and southeastern parts of Missouri. Once again, tornado watch is in effect across this area as well, meaning that there is a chance for some tornadoes here over the next few hours. Connor's about to intercept this storm. We'll see what he's looking at here in a moment. But he's gonna have a pretty good view of the storm, I think, in a few minutes. He's gotten well out in front of this. He was caught up in the rain for a while, and there's also a hail core that is embedded in this near Grubville, Lubering, and as well as back through Cedar Hill Lakes. So there's a lot of hail with this storm as well. Upwards of baseball-sized hail is a possibility as this continues to track to the east towards Festus, the Peverly area, and as well as Platten and DeSoto. So this is quite a significant storm right now moving eastbound, and it definitely could produce the chance for a tornado. This is what Connor's looking at right now live. I think he was just looking possibly at a wall cloud here, but let's see what he's looking at. This is again live on the storm that's currently tornado warned. I think he's just gonna try to wait this out. Gonna try to wait for the storm to come to him. Back to it in a second. This is what it looks like on the latest radar scan. Again, near Fletcher right now, we do have a little bit of rotation, but it's just not much. It hasn't been rotating nearly as much as before.
And then back there, the gray, that's where you have the baseballs. The storm's warned for baseballs, so we're gonna have to run here soon, just so we don't get caught in it. Here comes the outflow wind. This is outflow. You can see the turbulent skies right there. And the horizon's good back there. Any tornado would probably be back in there behind that tree if it were to happen. The outflow's surging ahead of the storm here, and it's starting to rain. That's a sign to get going. I wanna stay ahead of the storm. I do want to stay ahead of the storm.
All right, so there's an explanation from Connor. That's why I cut myself off. But he's currently looking again at that storm that is tornado warned. He's pretty well out in front of it, but the storm is moving very fast. This storm right now moving east apparently at 25 miles per hour, but I do think it's a little bit faster than that. It's going to be moving towards DeSoto and Festus. We got a massive baseball-sized hail core, which is what Connor just alluded to. Very significant hail right now falling just to the southwest of Arnold. Again, this is moving eastbound and heading towards Interstate 55. So if you are traveling today, you should be very vigilant because there will be some significant hailstorms today across a large chunk of this area where there are already tornado warnings, and we're going to probably have more of those as we go throughout the afternoon with all these storms starting to fire off. A couple other things I wanted to point out. The wind threat today is elevated. We are expecting a flying trampoline outbreak. We already gone forever stage today, so flying trampolines are likely. Make sure to hatch those down. We have a huge area where we could be seeing damaging wind potential over 75 miles per hour. That means if you're anywhere in this hatched area, you could see damaging winds as high as 80 to 90 miles per hour out of some of these storms today because of how significant this damaging wind risk is going to be. Now, with all that being said, not everybody's going to see damaging winds, but they are going to be numerous to at times widespread, meaning that significant damaging winds will be a possibility across a very large area. So make sure that you're hatching down trampolines, make sure you're protecting vehicles, protecting plants, anything like that, because we are expecting some very significant damaging winds. And this is a huge area, by the way. I mean, when we talk about big risk, this is a big risk. We're talking about a massive area that has the chance for severe weather today. Though the risk overall is much lower across parts of the Midwest and the Ohio Valley, it's still there. I mean, we still at least have that small little marginal threat, or really large marginal threat, across those areas. But the most elevated concern right now is in the yellow, orange, and red shaded areas where we have the slight, enhanced, and as well as moderate risks for severe weather, which again, very significant hail, very significant damaging winds, and potentially several tornadoes will be a possibility throughout the day today. So you need to be staying vigilant and staying weather aware if you are anywhere today in the Ohio Valley, Dixie Alley, back into parts of the Mississippi Valley, as it will be a very active day today. All right, again, this is your tornado warning. Looks like a little bit more rotation, maybe trying to get going back over here. Embedded in the storm. This is what we're looking at in terms of the rotation, and it's not really much. It hasn't been much for a while, but it's been trying to recycle, so we'll wait and see if this tries to develop into a tornado again. It's been pretty disorganized for a while, but we have a large hail core for sure with this that is producing up to baseball sized hail. We probably have at least a surge of damaging winds on the backside of this storm, so at the bare minimum, if there's not a tornado, we are at least looking at the threat for significant damaging winds that could be as high as 70 miles per hour as this continues to move east. It'll eventually be approaching Waterloo and Red Bud in Illinois. So those are the next areas in the track of that storm. And again, Connor Croft is right on the storm. He's at the bottom right of your screen. And we'll go to him if he has any view of anything. He's kind of driving through a lot of trees right now, so might be a few minutes until we see anything there. Possible derecho? I'm not ruling out a derecho, but it might be a bit of a stretch. We'll see. I'm not ruling it out, though, just due to how significant this damaging wind line is going to be today. It's definitely not impossible in today's setup. And by the way, Tama, Frank, Rachel, Ben, and also another Rachel for all becoming Velocity members. I appreciate that. No problem, Dylan. Appreciate the $5 super chat. What about Waterloo, Illinois? You don't have to take shelter yet, but stay vigilant. Protect your vehicle if you have not already, if you can do that. This storm is going to be going right towards Waterloo, Illinois. It is right on track for you right now. Will the rotation area be going towards you? Probably not. But you're probably at least going to get this baseball-sized hail potential if this all stays on track and stays intense. And keep in mind, these storms here are riding right along the warm frontal boundary up here to the north, so there's a lot more shear to work with. And previously had a lot more wind shear to work with. It might not have nearly as much now, but this storm definitely long-term could still produce something. It's just going to be a matter of reorganizing. But more than anything, we have significant hail in this storm. That is just undoubtable. So you need to make sure that you're at least protecting your vehicle. That is a view of that storm, by the way. Look at that thing. That is the storm right there. Just at least a distant view from that storm. Yeah, once again, this is the area that we're watching for rotation, right in here, near Fletcher. It's a broad area of circulation. It'll be moving towards Hillsborough, Missouri, Festus, Missouri, Beverly, Missouri, DeSoto. If you're in any of those areas, Platten, Danby, you need to make sure you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Waco, Texas probably won't see severe weather. If you do, it'd be hail for the main concern. But yeah, today's gonna be kind of crazy. We'll zoom out real quick since we're in between radar scans. This is the timing for today. It's gonna get very active very fast. I mean, we're talking about a significant day of severe weather ahead. This is what it looks like earlier this morning. We'll jump ahead to right about now. So this is right about now. Well, actually, let's see. Is there another? We'll do a 16Z. All right, this is the latest run. So this is what it looks like in about an hour or about 30 minutes from now. We're going to continue to see some showers and storms bubbling up across Kentucky and as well as Tennessee. Those will be able to produce severe weather. Also, right in here near St. Louis and back through southwestern parts of Missouri, storms will continue to ramp up. By the time we go later into the afternoon hours, things are going to get very widespread very fast as more storms will continue to fire up. Really near that warm frontal boundaries where there's going to be a more elevated concern for tornadoes as we continue to go throughout the afternoon hours. And also, even near Jefferson City, we could see some significant damaging winds out of that storm area in Missouri. Now, severe weather, wow. Okay, we'll go back to that in a second. Look at that storm. Okay, those are the trees. But, okay, we'll go back to a second. If you saw that at the bottom right, that was insane. I'll be back to him in a second, but by around 4 o'clock, storms will continue to ramp up across Missouri and as well as parts of Kentucky and Tennessee. By 5 to 6, I'm expecting storms to start to fire up right in here along a frontal boundary from Fayetteville back down to the southwest closer to Dallas and Fort Worth. That is where the potential for some significant hail, damaging winds, and even a few more tornadoes will be a possibility. By 7 to 8, those storms continue. These will stay scattered overall in nature, so not a widespread event. And then also back down in southern Missouri, we'll have a cluster of storms ongoing here, with again the main concern being damaging winds, hail, and then maybe a few tornadoes. There is the view of that storm that I was just talking about.
Man, those blues are insane.
That blue tinge is from the reflecting water droplets.
Oh!
And now he's lost his camera. But all right, back to the timing. But this is by 8 o'clock, so storms widespread across a large chunk of the Ohio Valley and as well as even back closer to the Mississippi Valley. By 9 to 10 o'clock, the storms along that frontal boundary will probably continue but be a bit weaker, and then that line of storms by 10 really intensifies and will continue to produce the threat for significant to even at sometimes widespread damaging winds across Kentucky, Tennessee, and by overnight, about 3, 4 in the morning, most of this is just damaging winds with a couple of isolated tornadoes. So that is the timing. Generally, and again, you could see storms basically at any point today if you're anywhere in Kentucky, Tennessee, or even in southern Missouri, just due to the environment that we have today. But wow, that's once again the storm. I don't know how many times we're gonna be able to see this. Oh, okay. I guess it just didn't pop up this time. We'll go back to that in a second once he is back on it. All right, let's go back to the tornado warning in the areas just south of St. Louis. Also, we have another significant hailstorm developing now in southern Illinois near Benton. Again, Connor's kind of in the middle of the storm. He's in the middle of your screen here on Radar Omega, just south of Hillsboro. And what we're looking at, again, is for the potential for a tornado in this area here. Haven't had anything confirmed for the last probably about half an hour, 45 minutes. Again, that rotation's just not been as strong as before. It's a very broad area of circulation. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they continued this warning into Illinois as just a pure severe thunderstorm warning. The main concern, again, being upwards of baseball-sized hail and then damaging winds as high as 70. There is still a potential for a tornado, but I think that threat right now is a little bit lower. It could try to grow as it moves east, but for the time being, it is at least a lower threat on this storm for at least at this time. Again, it could grow at any time, though, as it moves east. It tries to interact with that warm frontal boundary. Dylan, there are donation links in the description, so if you don't want to super chat, there's donation links there. Thank you, Vash, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thank you, Oscar, for the $4.99. Thank you, Kevin, for the $5 super chat. Yeah, definitely call your friends, family. If you know anybody in front of these storms, it's a good idea to contact them and make sure that they're prepared. This is going to be a very active day today. I'm expecting, again, a widespread severe weather outbreak across a large chunk of the Ohio Valley, the Mississippi Valley. Now, not everybody in the Ohio Valley is going to see severe weather, and a lot of people even in the Ohio Valley, like Ohio, for example, probably aren't going to see much. But I'm talking more about Kentucky, Tennessee, southern Missouri, southern Illinois, southern Indiana, parts of Arkansas. I mean, we're going to be talking about some significant severe weather today, and even back over in Texas. It's probably relatively going to get significant later today. That's just an unbelievable looking storm. Look at that thing right there. That is just unbelievable.
Just a monster, even out the other window.
That's the other way. Look at all that tinge of the blue. Again, it's because of the water droplets reflecting, and that's just unbelievable what you can see there. It's leading edge of that area of storms. Impressive looking supercell. This has been a massive storm on radar for a while.
What a beast.
This is what that storm looks like right now. Connor just said it's outperforming his expectations. Yeah, I mean, the storm structure looking at it in real life looks pretty crazy. Is my voice back? Not really. It's kind of dead still. Now, with that said, we might be live for as long as 12 hours today. So, good times. And we'll also be live tomorrow. Fun fact. Decent population in Fettus. My aunt teaches at the high school, and they're all in their basement. Well, at least they're in their safe place. Again, I'm not seeing anything that's on the ground right now, but it's a storm that's producing massive hail, high winds, and has a potential still for a tornado. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation right now. I do see a surge of wind once again. Definitely damaging wind potential here. The rotation's kind of not really there right now, but again, that could change at any time as this moves eastbound. It is interacting closely with a warm frontal boundary, so there's an elevated chance again for tornadoes up this direction. Also, we do have a storm over here just north of Carbondale. That hail core has blown up. Wow. Is this the closest radar site? It is. That is a massive hail core that's developing near Christopher. This storm is probably upwards of baseball-sized hail now, too. If you're in Benton, you might want to, you know, get away from windows. That's a massive hailstorm that's developing right now near Benton, Illinois. And it looks like Brandon Kopic's going to be intercepting them here pretty soon. He's not too close to that storm yet. Yeah, that right here, you can see the CC right here. That's a hail core that's developed on this storm. That's a massive hail core. We probably have upwards of baseball-sized hail on that storm. That's blown up fast over the last few minutes. DBZ value's around 70 right now. That's pretty high. This is definitely a significant storm. Yeah. That literally has just blown up over the last minute or two. That's a huge hail core. We'll go back to that in a second. We'll go back to the tornado warning here. By the way, if you're in St. Louis, just stay vigilant. I don't think the storm's going to get anywhere close to you, but you know, if you're back up there in St. Louis, you're at least looking at some lightning, gusty winds maybe, but I don't think you're going to see a tornado up there. Connor probably will be turning around at some point here pretty soon just to look at this storm, since he's probably about, let's see, he's about 5 miles out in front of it. He's been driving for like 2 hours trying to get in front of this. We do have a report now of baseball-sized hail confirmed back over in Grubville, Missouri. So again, this storm's been producing some significant hail. So baseball-sized hail has been a something that's been confirmed there on this storm just to the south of Highway 30, back over in Grubville. So this storm is actively producing very significant hail. Also, if Brandon Kopic's ever looking at something, he has given us the go-ahead to be able to use anything on Radar Omega for, you know, a short amount of time if we do see anything with him. So just an FYI, we'll have some coverage from him as well today if there's anything that happens there. Also, if you're just tuning in, make sure to subscribe, like the stream. And again, we'll be live here probably for the next 12 hours with extensive severe weather coverage. We're just getting started. I wasn't expecting to go live this early today. I was honestly expecting to go live around 4. Probably would have been better to go live around 4, but nonetheless, we're live. I think Connor's about to turn around, so I'll have a view of that storm here in a second. That this tornado warning storm, we should have a view of in a second. But again, we got a massive hail core right now near Cedar Hill Lakes. That's all upwards of baseball-sized hail, moving towards, eventually going to be going towards Waterloo and Redbud in western Illinois. That Benton storm now is up to golf ball-sized hail. Yeah. So we're up to golf ball-sized hail now in this storm. There's the storm, by the way. It's tornado warned. Look at that storm.
This is a little car path right here. We're off-roading.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is an unbelievable storm.
Look at that shelf. We're off-roading. What a beast.
We're going to go back to him in a second. We got a brand new tornado warning in southern Kentucky. This is east of Hopkinsville. Area of circulation is going to be on this hook right here, so seek shelter if you're in Sharon Grove, Clifty, or the Allegheny area. That storm is just begun to develop. Potentially significant tornado threat out of this if it's able to get going. Again, it's a discrete cell. really quickly intensifying. Long term, the Dunmore, Lewisburg areas will be in the track of this, just east of Hopkinsville. Seek shelter if you're in this pink polygon, away from windows on the lowest floor possible. That is a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. That's in southern Kentucky. We're going to go back to that storm once we get another radar scan. We'll see what it looks like.
After this, we're probably going to have to say
Connor's on the storm that's tornado warned just south of St. Louis right now. That is the storm and what it looks like.
But look at that view for now, chat. Beautiful.
I mean, if there's a tornado with that storm, it's probably in the rain. Like, there's just no way you're going to see it, but that's an unbelievable view of that storm. And that storm over there is moving really fast, so, you know, it's probably not going to see anything for that long. You only got like 5 minutes to look at this at most from where he's at.
Dang, just a nice classic shelf cloud here, guys. Does not look like a big tornadic look to me right now. It's like a textbook shelf.
Yeah, if you're a student and this is the tornado warning that he's on in DeSoto, Missouri. He's again just south of St. Louis. The storm on the bottom right is the tornado warning cell in Liberty and going towards Cedar Grove. We are going to go right back to that when it updates on radar. Again, there's a potential for a tornado near Cedar Grove, Clifty, and Sharon Grove in Kentucky. Radar's just updating now. We'll go back to Connor in a second. This is the latest radar update. Updating in real time with the Radar Omega Rapid Sweep. This is the hook that we're looking at right now. We'll check out the velocities once those update. If we have a tornado, it would be right over Liberty, Kentucky. Eventually moving towards Sharon Grove and Cedar Grove. Just waiting for the velocities to update here. A little bit of something near Liberty, but it could just be... There's the radar scan. Not really strong rotation right now. If this intensifies, we'll let you know. Again, nothing confirmed, but it is radar indicated rotation. If you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. And that's in Clifty, the Algree, and Sharon Grove areas of parts of southern Kentucky, just east of Hopkinsville. Again, the storm that we're looking at here is the one over in Missouri. I'm going to go back to that on the bottom right. Just look and see what that rotation looks like.
Might just have to go back and play Central Missouri.
Yeah, that's the storm bottom right of your screen, the one in just south of St. Louis.
Oh, dang, that dumb crack sucks, doesn't it?
Connor has the cracks on his windshield, by the way. That's from the hail he's been going through the last several days. Been driving through hail nonstop recently. Yeah, this is the tornado warning for Hillsborough, Festus. That's what it looks like here. So we got Festus, Peverly, the Kimswick, Hillsborough, Platten, Danby areas, as well as DeSoto, Cedar Hill Lakes. Yeah, upwards of baseball-sized hail is a possibility right here. As this continues to move east, it's going to eventually go into western Illinois. And Connor just got outside of his car. This is what it looks like full picture now. He goes further
Low
right.
tornado risk with this at the moment. This is a stable, outflowy look.
I have to agree with Connor. I don't know how much of a tornado risk this is at this point. I feel like it's just more of a wind and hail threat.
You can even see the striations right there. That's just stable air.
On radar, it doesn't look like there's like any rotation left on this. I think it's just mostly wind and hail. But it's an impressive looking storm. I mean, it looks very outflowy. Outflow boundary. Nonetheless, it is an impressive storm structure. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's a very impressive storm structure. I think it's mostly a wind and hail threat right now. They have continued this warning. It is back down to golf ball sized hail, though. Baseball sized hail threat has been removed. Regardless, hail is hail. It'll be moving eventually towards Waterloo and Redbud in western parts of Illinois. Again, we have a significant hailstorm developing that's just to the north of Heron, with a bit of a hail core over Christopher, Illinois, with, again, golf ball sized hail possible. And then our other tornado warnings back over east of Hopkinsville in Kentucky. We're wait for another radar scan on this. It should come in a second. Again, that's for Sharon Grove, Clifty. Rotation's still broad. We'll go back to that once it updates. Just updated.
Yeah, the next play might just be the...
Yeah, Connor will be at the bottom right of your screen. This is the latest radar scan. And we're watching for a tornado down in here somewhere near Highway 181 moving towards Sharon Grove, Kentucky. It'll eventually be on track for Lewisburg. Velocity should update in just a moment. There you go. Still looking at broad circulation, so nothing confirmed here by any means, but still moving east-northeast. Gonna be going towards Sharon Grove, Clifty. You need to be in your safe place, and then Lewisburg, Kentucky. Stay vigilant. That storm will be going towards you as well here pretty soon. Connor right now is on the storm south of St. Louis. The one that seems to be outflow driven, but is still tornado warned. That's gonna be near DeSoto, Missouri. Should a radar educational masterclass? I might. We'll see. If I ever get time, we've been live like 17,000 days in a row, it feels like.
Warm front is positioned right from along here all the way back towards
My voice is almost gone too.
Springfield and
Thank you, William, for the $10 donation.
Right
Asheville, North Carolina. Should I cancel my 9 a.m. tea time tomorrow?
How that warm front evolves.
I mean, if there are storms in the forecast, probably. I mean, I don't know what's exactly going to be happening there in North Carolina tomorrow morning. I'll take a quick glance.
Wow.
I don't know where that is in North Carolina, but it should be drying out by 9 or 10, so you should be fine. Also, thank you, Dylan, for the $10 donation. Appreciate it. Connor is, yeah, I think he's off Highway 67 right now. And this is the tornado warning in Kentucky. Still broad. We'll go back to it in a minute. It's still radar indicated. And then the one south of St. Louis right now is the one that Connor's on. And yet again, there's really not much rotation here, but still stay in your safe place just in case. Maysville, Fultz, Redbud, Waterloo, Illinois, you need to stay vigilant. The storm's going to be going towards you here pretty soon. Could still be producing the threat for either very large hail, damaging winds, or even a tornado. It looks like mostly a hail and wind threat right now. Lots of lightning for sure on the Radar Omega lightning detection. We got a lot of lightning that is moving eastbound right now. The severe weather warning counter is starting to go up a lot more now. We're up to 9 warnings, so that warning counter is definitely increasing. Got a lot of severe storms starting to fire up here across a large chunk of the Ohio Valley and even along the Mississippi River and Mississippi Valley. No problem, Donnie. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Thank you, Sam, as well, for the $4.99. My friend lives in Bartlesville and didn't know about the tornado. Wow. Well, hopefully he went to a safe place, because that's pretty scary. I mean, he was right in the track of that storm that happened the other day. Thank you, Justin. Reef, for becoming Velocity members as well. We'll be monitoring closely from northeast Arkansas. Yeah, I mean, again, today's gonna be an active day. We got a lot of storms already out there, more to come. We got a bunch of storms, by the way, in Tennessee, but they're mostly just severe. But yeah, it's gonna be a crazy day today. It's gonna be a very active day, to say the least. I mean, we're looking at significant hail, significant wind, significant tornadoes. I mean, we have everything in play today. Today could easily be a tornado or even severe weather outbreak. Either way, we're looking at widespread damaging wind potential in some areas, very large hail, and as well as several tornadoes, which strong tornadoes will also be a possibility. So today is going to be a very big day overall. All right, here's the latest radar scan on the storm in Kentucky. Again, that rotation still, as of right now, is on the broader side of things. It will be going towards the Lewisburg area of Kentucky, just east of Hopkinsville. If you're in Sharon Grove, you need to be in your safe place now, just in case this does try to intensify and drop a tornado. And if you're in Clifty, you should also be in your safe place, just to the east of Hopkinsville. We also got some other storms that are trying to fire up right now across southern Illinois and southwest Kentucky. Any of these that get going, become organized, could be a tornado or hail risk or even a wind risk down the road. Again, this is the storm that's south of St. Louis right now that has been trying to produce here for quite a while, moving eastbound. And that's the one that Connor's looking at the bottom right of your screen. Okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've gone ahead and continued the tornado warning. That's going to include Waterloo, Prairie du Rooster, Rutcher. I don't know even what that says. South of Redbud, and just west of Redbud in western Illinois and eastern Missouri. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, this is a new tornado warning just south of St. Louis near Festus. Missouri, going towards Waterloo, and Prairie du Rocher. There we go. Thank you. Rocher. In those areas in western Illinois. So again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And we haven't seen much on the velocities here in quite a while, but even if it doesn't produce a tornado, it's still producing very significant hail, upwards of the size of tennis balls right now, damaging winds as high as 70 to 80 miles per hour, and it could still produce a tornado as it continues to move east. And then the one in Kentucky we'll go back to here real quick. Yeah, this one in Kentucky right now, again, we're not really looking at much rotation, it looks like. We'll see what the velocity show in the next scan. Looks to be more of a threat for wind and hail at this point. Yeah, that rotation's quite broad. I don't know if they'll continue that warning. We'll keep a close eye on it. We're going to probably stay mostly on the storm just south of St. Louis until there's another warning or whatnot, unless something does develop on that storm. Again, this is the storm that we're talking about near Festus, Maystown, Fultz. It's right along Missouri and Illinois border where there's a chance for a tornado. And Connor Croft is right on the storm. He's trying to get ahead of it. We should have a better view of that storm here soon, but I think he's about to drive right into the hail. I don't know which direction he's going. But he might be driving right into the hail here. But once again, this storm is producing significant hail. It has upwards of tennis ball sized hail yet again. That right there is your hail core near Hillsborough. That is going to be moving right towards the Valmeyer and Waterloo areas here in western parts of Illinois. So you need to make sure you're protecting your vehicle today. If you're anywhere in Illinois, southern Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, we could see some relatively significant hail out of these storms. And this is an increasing threat, unfortunately, that we are going to continue to have to watch for over the next several hours. It's just going to continue to increase. All right. We'll have another radar scan here in just a second. Thank you, A to Z, for the $10 super chat. No problem at all. Glad I can teach you some stuff. Thank you, John, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Justin, for the $20 super chat. Bradford, Tennessee. I mean, most of Tennessee, it doesn't really matter where you are. You're looking at mostly wind, hail, and then maybe a few tornadoes. But if you're back over, like near Dyersburg, for example, I would say there's more elevated tornado risk compared to other areas to the east. But it'll probably at least be a damaging wind threat for you. I do expect, again, numerous to widespread damaging winds across a large chunk of Tennessee today and Kentucky. So it'll be a relatively significant severe weather threat today. The tornado warning just was canceled on the back side of this, so we're back down to just this one warning, which makes sense because the one behind it was just, again, it was already out of the way. We have a new warning that covers this area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a new tornado warning on the storm that's going to be north of Russellville, east of Hopkinsville in Kentucky. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And this is just south of Lewisburg, near the Eppley's area in Kentucky. So again, that's the area of rotation that we're looking at. It's going to be moving right into Eppley's, and it'll probably go towards Lewisburg. I would also seek shelter if you're in Lewisburg, just in case this does try to form into something. And the rotation right now on radar is relatively broad, but it doesn't mean we can't have a tornado. So make sure if you're in that pink polygon that you are seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And it's moving east-northeast right now. That's going to be heading towards Eppley's, Kentucky. I'm not seeing anything right now. We'll stay here for one more scan, and then we'll go back to Festus. This one's going to update, I think, in a second. Jake, there is going to be a second round, most likely. I don't know if you'll get hit by it, but there will probably be some storms near St. Louis, possibly just west of St. Louis and just south of St. Louis. There will be another round of storms later today. That'll try to at least develop to some extent. I'll have another radar scan again in just a second on this storm. Here's the latest velocity scan. Still looks broad. Should have another scan on that here in a minute. Yeah, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll have severe weather coverage throughout the day today. Probably be live for upwards of 12 hours today. So if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. This is the tornado warning that's once again back over along the Missouri and Illinois border. Again, this has the chance of producing a tornado. So again, if you're near Festus, continue to stay in your safe place. I would say really the greatest concern right now with this storm is going to be the threat for upwards of tennis ball sized hail. But there is still a chance for maybe a tornado. And also the threat for potentially some damaging winds. A tornado watch is going to be issued here pretty soon for parts of Kentucky and Tennessee and southern Indiana and southern Illinois. So they've just gone ahead and put out a new mesoscale discussion. They'll be issuing a new tornado watch east and southeast of the current watch. So that's going to include northern Tennessee like Nashville, Murfreesboro, Crossville, Clarksville, Owensboro, Madisonville, Bowling Green, southern Indiana, southern Illinois. All those areas going to be included most likely in a new tornado watch here soon. Again, this is a tornado warning south of St. Louis right now. Here's the latest radar scan. That hail core is not giving up, by the way. We got significant hail going to Peevely right now and Festus, Missouri. That's about to go into Val Mayer and Waterloo and Maystown, Missouri. Or sorry, Maystown, Waterloo, and Val Mayer, Illinois. This is a massive hail core. Upwards of baseball-sized hail being confirmed on this again near Hillsboro. So, baseball-sized hail, according to a trooper in the area from law enforcement as of a few minutes ago. So this is still a relatively significant hail core that's going to be heading in the direction of the Peevely and Festus areas in Missouri. You need to stay away from windows if you're in those areas. This is a significant hail core that could have wind-driven hail, which means that that hail could get driven into windows. In addition to that, if you're in Val Mayer or Waterloo, you need to stay away from windows as well as the storm approaches. It's also producing the potential for a tornado, and it's also producing very significant hail. So you need to be staying away from windows. Treat this as if it is a tornado because it is very significant hail. If it gets driven into windows, it could cause some pretty serious damage. So that's a massive hail core that's been developing on this storm for quite a while now, and it's moving eastbound. And here are the velocities again. I'm not really seeing much rotation here, but I would just stay in your safe place just in case. It is a very relatively significant storm. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, it is producing massive hail and damaging winds as well. Hey, by the way, Wazzy's Garage for the $20 super chat. I'm glad I could help. And thank you for your generosity. How's Chattanooga look? I think mostly wind for Chattanooga today and hail. Should be a lower tornado risk. Alright, let's go back to Kentucky real quick. And Connor's right in the middle of that storm. He has to kind of reposition, and he has to drive through it to reposition. So here's the storm in Kentucky. And not really a whole lot of rotation on the storm in Kentucky right now. It's still seemingly pretty broad right now, just south of Lewisburg, Kentucky, going towards Eppleys and Cooperstown. If you're in the pink polygon, though, just seek shelter, just in case this does try to produce a tornado. But we're going to probably... We'll watch that storm closely, but we're mostly on the storm right now near Festus until that intensifies. Actually, let's go to Illinois real quick. The storm near Benton was producing significant hail. Looks like Brandon's driving right through it. That storm was producing some pretty significant hail by the looks of it. Looks like that hail core might be a bit smaller now. There was a more significant hail core west of Benton. It's kind of gone away over the last few scans. But we might still have some hail there near Benton. Maybe at least, maybe quarter-size hail at highest. Not severe as of right now. That's a view of the storm right now that Connor's on. This is the one that is tornado warned here near Festus and Maystown. See if we see anything here in the next minute. I think it's mostly wind and hail here, but I think Connor is going to try to wait this storm out. He's not going to keep chasing it.
Get ready.
So, since it's mostly become outflow driven. See how intense it is in the core of the storm. Thank you, Jan, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Joe, for the $10 super chat.
Oh boy.
Sells west of St. Louis. I think more than anything for west of St. Louis, your threat is probably going to happen more later today. Right now, it's just normal convection. But later today, I think there's a much better shot at significant severe weather. Once that warm front lifts a bit further up to the north.
about to get us. Not sure about the biggest hail, but we should get some big wind here.
Go back to Connor in a second. This is again the storm that we're looking at near Festus and Waterloo, going to western Illinois. Again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. A tornado is still possible with this. It's going towards Maystown, as well as the Prairie to Rocher in western Illinois, just south of St. Louis, producing baseball-sized hail. And it's a very significant hailstorm, so you need to be staying away from windows, even if you're up here where the rotation might not be. Rotation would be down in here, but that's your hail core. That's going to be heading right towards the Val-Mayer and as well as Waterloo area. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. A very significant hailstorm at the bare minimum with some high winds. And this is what the storm looks like here from Connor's POV, just around the Festus area in eastern Missouri right now. See the storm moving in right now.
Oh yeah.
Rain's picking up.
Look at that shelf coming at us, chat.
Might actually see some of the hail falling once he's pretty close to the hail core, so we might see some hail falling.
And always shelter behind that building over there if it gets too big.
I think Connor's going to be just waiting out the storm, as I mentioned before, so I think he's under like a gas station pump or something. Protect his car. But I think there's going to be probably some pretty huge hail with this storm. Hey, by the way, Global Wolf and Whoop for becoming Velocity members. I'm going to check back in on the Kentucky tornado warning. Back to Connor in a second. This is the tornado warning near Eppley's, and that rotation's still pretty broad, but stay in your safe place if you're in Eppley's, just north of Russellville, Kentucky. And they'll be going eventually towards Chandler's Chapel and Gasper, just south of Dimple, Kentucky. And the main storm that we're on right now is south of St. Louis. And this is it right here. Moving eastbound, going towards Maystown, Fultz, and also Waterloo and Val-Mayer. Again, we have a potential for very significant hail. Look at this hail core. Connor's going to be in this in a second. That is a growing hail core, upwards of baseball-sized hail, possibly larger, heading into Festus. We're going to go to Connor. That's going to be going towards Waterloo. So again, significant hail core currently in progress, moving eastbound. This is what Connor's POV is right now. Douglas, you're crazy, by the way. I appreciate your $200 super chat. Put smarts in the chat for Douglas. You are way too generous. I appreciate your very generous $200 super chat. Appreciate that.
See,
my voice is still here, but it's almost a ghost at this point. We've been live for 25 hours in the last 2 days, not including today. So we've been live a lot. 16 hours and then 9 hours.
That afterwards.
All right, we'll go back to Connor in a second. This is again that tornado warning cell. We got a massive baseball-sized hailstorm heading towards Waterloo and Maystown. Let me quickly go back down to. Let's go to the storm again real quick. I'm not really seeing much rotation here at Eppley's, but stay in your safe place just in case. That's on track to go eventually towards Bowling Green and the north side of Bowling Green, so stay vigilant if you're in Bowling Green, Kentucky. It's not a significant threat, but it's going to be going in your direction here pretty soon. And this is the massive storm that Connor's on. Massive baseball-sized hail core is just off to his north. So we might see some of that hail. So once again, going to be going towards Val-Mayer, Waterloo, and Maystown over the next several minutes. That's what that storm looks like right now. Thank you, Valerie, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities.
Oh, hell right.
And just a reminder, this storm, it does not have a ton of rotation right now, but it still could produce a tornado.
Look at that.
As it moves into the direction of Fultz, Maystown, and Waterloo in western Illinois.
We're gonna have to go up there and see how big it really was after this, because there could be some baseballs in that.
Sounds like Connor's going to eventually go into the hail core after it all happens to see what the hail actually was. We've had a lot of baseball-sized hail reports, and these reports on Radar Omega popping up near Hillsboro of baseball-sized hail. This has been a relatively significant hailstorm so far. It's been going for hours now, and so there is definitely a big concern here for a huge hail going towards Waterloo in Illinois and Val-Mayer and Maystown. So if you're in any of those locations, again, you need to be staying away from windows. This is a very significant hailstorm that's going to be heading in your direction over the next several minutes. It is a big hailstorm. There's no doubt we're going to be talking about, you know, baseball, maybe even larger sized hailstorms heading towards the Waterloo area, near Highway 3, near Valmeyer, over the next several minutes. Yeah, this hail is, I mean, it's definitely confirmed. We've had multiple reports already of that baseball-sized hail potential. It's currently warned for tennis ball-sized hail, but the difference is, it's minimal. You know, the difference does not really matter. It's the same sort of thing. It's going to be damaging, and it's definitely life-threatening if you're caught outside in it. So, it doesn't really matter where you are in this warning. You just need to be staying in your safe place. You could either have a tornado risk, you could have a wind risk, or you'll be dealing with that baseball-sized hail potential. That could also be wind-driven hail, and any wind-driven hail that goes into windows is going to cause damage. New tornado watch was just issued for Illinois, Kentucky, and Indiana, and I believe Tennessee. Yeah, Tennessee. Brand new tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. A few tornadoes are likely. Scattered hail up to tennis ball sized hail is likely. Widespread damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour are likely. So once again, that's a brand new tornado watch here for 4 different states: Southern Illinois, Southern Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee. Significant potential here for very high winds, hail, and tornadoes. With that all being said, you know, when they say widespread damaging wind gusts, you should be really prepared for this. You have to be prepared for all three, but you know, you need to be prepared for severe weather today. We're talking about a widespread severe weather outbreak potential today, with many areas seeing significant damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour. What that means is that you need to protect plants, outdoor furniture, loose lawn items, and hatch down trampolines. For the 6th time in history, we do have today a gone forever risk for flying trampolines. This is only the 6th time we've ever done this. For the 1st time in history, we did it twice in the same week, which we've had this meter for over a year now, so that's not common. But that's the 6th time ever that we have a gone forever risk. What that means is that a flying trampoline outbreak is expected. So you need to hatch down trampolines if you're in the Mississippi Valley, Ohio Valley, or back in the upper Dixie Valley. Also, Connor's looking at golf ball sized hail here on the Festus storm. Let's go to him real quick.
Nowhere to hide.
Look at the hail falling in front of his car. Splashing down. He's on the southern side of this hail core, by the way. He's not in the main area. This is the hail core on the bottom right. This is where Connor is. He's just south of that main hail core, and he's still seeing golf balls. Look at those splash down. Holy cow. A lot of hail falling.
It actually sounds bigger than it is.
Sounds like it's hitting his car. Western Kentucky University in Bowling Green, Kentucky already canceled classes today, says Grace with the $4.99. That is interesting. I don't blame them though. I mean, later today, I think tonight looks worse than today, like right now, but I don't blame them. It's gonna be an active day there today. Flooding's also a concern, by the way, today in Kentucky and Tennessee. We could see upwards of 6 to 8 inches of rain in some spots in isolated locations. I talked about this in my video this morning. You need to be prepared for flooding rains as well. MJ, I mean, yeah, you can go places if you need to, if it's like important. But if it's not important, then I'll just stay home. You have a little bit of time.
There we go. Getting starting to get a little bit of rain and wind now.
But unless it's an emergency or something, I would just recommend staying home. And what we're looking at is Connor Croft right in Festus, Missouri. It's the tornado warning cell that's producing massive hail, upwards of baseball-sized hail. The hail that we're looking at is just bouncing off the ground. It's relatively significant hail that Connor's been looking at, upwards of golf ball size. Looks like the main hail core has gotten past him now, but this is the hail that we're talking about. That's it right there. Gonna be moving towards Waterloo, Maystown. It's near Pevely right now, Missouri, but it's gonna be moving right into western Illinois. So if you're in this area, continue to stay in your safe place. There's a storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Got a couple of storms now firing up in western Kentucky. Got a storm just south of Clarksville that actually already has a hook on it. It's a very weird looking storm because it's just so early on, but that storm could be something to watch for. That'll eventually go towards Clarksville, Tennessee. And the one north of Russellville, that tornado warning, I believe, will not continue, but we'll see. The rotation's been very broad on that storm for a while. Look at that timing. We're incredible with timing. That tornado warning is not going to continue. So the only tornado warning that we got right now is going to be the one that is currently south of St. Louis, which honestly, even this one has not been super impressive when it comes to rotation, but it is producing some substantial hail. We got a hail core now developing south of Connor that has probably up a baseball-sized hail as well, and then this hail core right here, which we're already getting reports very fast here of upwards of golf ball-sized hail on that storm, which Connor was just in. That golf ball-sized hail, sort of core, not really in the core, but he's just south of it. So, but we'll continue to watch this closely as it continues to go towards Red Bud. But those are the two hail cores. Again, moving in right now into western Illinois. If you're just tuning in, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage throughout the day today. It's going to be a very busy afternoon. We'll probably be live on the channel for upwards of 12 hours. Storm chasing alongside with Connor Groff. And other live cameras on Radar Omega, which you can look at those on the app with the top link in the description below. And in addition to that, we will have other live cameras with Virtual Railfan. They'll be able to use throughout the live stream, so we'll have plenty of views of these storms throughout the day today. This is what the storm looks like where Connor is right now, by the way.
Can I get a green, pretty please?
See the wind kind of dragging the rain on the bottom of your screen. It's right in the tornado warning cell. So there's definitely some strong winds right now with this storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning southeast of Paducah. That's near Calvert City. North of Benton, north of Mayfield, Kentucky. It's a brand new tornado warning. It's going to be associated with this hook echo that we have down here near the Syme-Sonia area going towards Calvert City. And this is a new tornado warning in southwest Kentucky. If you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building and away from windows. Once again, it's a new tornado warning in western Kentucky near Calvert City, just south of Paducah. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. This is moving northeast right now. Relatable, I do not. No. Once again, this is going to be going towards Calvert City, Interstate 2469. Moving to the northeast. So again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. The other storm that is south of Princeton right now also could get warned at some point down the road. It does have a little hook to it, but this one, obviously, southwest of Calvert City, does look a little bit more concerning. It is radar-indicated rotation, so it's not a confirmed tornado, but regardless, it could produce a tornado at any time as it moves northeast with how it has already a hook echo, and it's already a pretty impressive-looking storm. Eddyville will be in the track of this as well, by the way. So that'll be the next area in the track of this. We'll wait for another radar scan, and then we'll check in on it. And we'll go back to the Missouri and Illinois storm in a second. Thank you, William, for the 150 Canadian dollar super chat. You are crazy as well. I appreciate your generosity. I appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity. I really do appreciate it. All right, the radar scan's just coming in on the new Radar Omega Rapid Sweep. So we'll check out and see what the radar looks like on this storm in a second. I'm buying another Drunknado t-shirt. All right, here we go. So if we have a tornado, it would be near the Syme-Sonia area near Interstate 24 going towards Possum Trout and Calvert City. We'll see what the velocities look like in a second. I'm not seeing any CC drop on this yet, so I don't think there's anything confirmed yet, but we'll see what the velocities look like once they update. So broad rotation on radar. Here's the updated CC. Just the correlation coefficient. Gives us an idea of any debris that might be being lifted up into the atmosphere, if there is any. And I'm not seeing any definitive debris signature, but again, if this could drop at any time, it is a discrete cell. Any discrete supercells like this one today will have an elevated chance for tornadoes. So if you're in Possum Trout, Calvert City, and anywhere near Interstate 2469, just to the north of Draftonville and southeast of Paducah, Kentucky, you need to be seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Here's the other storm that's back over south of St. Louis right now near the Festus and Maystown area. And Connors apparently might be running into more hail here soon, which means he was just saying that his windshield might get cracked even further. like he's like right in the middle of that storm right now. But we got two massive hail cores right now near the Valmeyer and Waterloo area near Maystown. Again, going towards Danby. Again, this will be moving into western Illinois over the next few minutes. The rotation, as I mentioned a few times here, it just does not look overly impressive. It hasn't for over an hour now, but obviously if you are in this tornado warning, just stay in your safe place. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, we are still talking about significant hail. We're still talking about significant damaging winds, and the potential still for a tornado does exist. Even though it's lower, it definitely is still a possibility here. As this moves into Fultz, Maystown, and the Waterloo area. We got two massive hail cores right now, one near Platten, one northeast of Festus, going towards Waterloo. Upwards of tennis ball to baseball sized hail is a possibility. Connor, I think, is going towards the southern storm now, so he just said he's going to go right into the hail core down here. Unbelievable. I have a little bit of rotation developing now, possibly right in here near Maystown. Got a broad area of circulation right there trying to develop, so that might be something to watch for. Yeah, just not really in a position where a tornado usually would be, but that might be something. Yeah, it's still relatively broad in nature. Moving to the east, northeast, and northeast. Windshield's already broken. It's already cracked. He's just living off a cracked windshield right now. It's probably going to be like that for a while, too. I'm guessing he's going to be like that all the way through. I don't know if he's chasing tomorrow for Texas, but if he is, then it'll be like that all the way through tomorrow. Here's the other circulation near Calvert City. Yeah, broad area of circulation just southeast of Paducah. Still watching for the chance of a tornado here as that moves northeast going towards Calvert City near Interstate 2469 over the next several minutes. Connor's going right through the main rain core though right now in that storm in Missouri. Look at that wind. Not super strong, but there's definitely wind. It's raining, and he's about to be driving into a hail core there near DeSoto, Missouri. Or near Festus, really. He's moving towards the Illinois and Missouri border there. The channel I didn't know needed. Cool. Welcome to the channel.
Got some small hail here.
Connor is going south. I mean, he's driving right through the hail core right now. Like, he might actually get his windshields like broken further, because he's about to drive right into the hail core.
Blast through this.
Like, legitimately, he's driving right into the hail core. By the way, quick update. For those in the Northeast that might be tuning in, we have another severe thunderstorm watch that may be issued. It's a low chance for New England, where isolated strong thunderstorms are possible this afternoon. And this is the storm that is tornado warned that Connor Croft is currently on. This is currently moving eastbound, going towards Red Bud with the potential for significant hail damaging winds, and perhaps a tornado. Still got a hook echo right in here. We have new tennis ball sized hail report coming out of Fultz. So this storm right now that Connor's about to drive right into is still producing some substantial hail. We're talking again upwards of, you know, baseball sized hail being a possibility. So again, hopefully Connor doesn't just drive into it and gets his windshields busted up, but he's kind of on track to do that. Not really much rotation still, but if you're in the warning, continue to stay in your safe place just in case. Windshields are not cheap. That is factual. Thank you, by the way, TWP Gaming for the becoming a Velocity member.
There we go, getting a little bigger hail now. Gonna be blasting right through this.
Connor is literally insane. I cannot believe he's driving through this hail core. If you're ever a storm chaser, or, you know, growing up to be a storm chaser, don't drive through hail cores. It's just not smart. I haven't seen any hail yet, though, which is good. We'll go back to him in a second. This is the tornado warning near Possum Trout going towards, or Trot going towards Calvert City in Kentucky, southeast of Paducah. And that rotation still remains on the broad side of things, but it is moving northeast going towards Eddyville. And the warning that's south of St. Louis near Festus, once again, is the one that we've been on for a while. That's the one that Connor's driving into. Still has a broad area of circulation. That's going to be near Maystown, so that's your circulation. That's going to be approaching areas just south of Waterloo. We have a major hail core going through Valmeyer and Waterloo, Illinois. That'll be eventually moving towards New Athens and Redbud. So you need to continue to stay away from windows if you're in this warning and on the lowest floor possible. Again, there's still a chance that we do get a tornado with this as it continues to move eastbound.
Side of the road.
I think Connor just said there's a truck flipped on the other side of the road.
Probably hydroplane.
So apparently there might be a truck that was flipped on the other side of the road. If I heard that correctly, that's what it sounded like you said. And this is the storm that's currently producing upwards of tennis ball to baseball sized hail near Fettus and Danby in eastern Missouri going into western Illinois. I'll have another update on the radar in a second.
My freaking water go? No, it's all the way down there. My water fell into the passenger seat. Dang it.
This is an intense thunderstorm. He hasn't really gotten through any hail, luckily, but like this storm, I mean, again, huge hail core. We got one over Maystown. We got one over Danby. He's still about to drive into this hail core. I mean, this hail core is right here. So within the next minute or so, he's probably going to be driving right into that. Also, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning back down near Parks Hill. We do have a TP on this, which is a tornado possible label. It is producing up to 2-inch hail and damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. And that is moving eastbound right now. So if you are in this warning, you should also be seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, as it is another significant storm here that is going to be moving right into Parks Hill and Farmington over the next several minutes. Again, that's moving east right now. Now we're still watching the storm that is going to be south of Waterloo. This is your pocket of rotation right now. That is going to be moving eastbound. So it's still a low chance that this produces a tornado, but it's definitely not over. So if you're in this tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place just in case. Got massive hail going into the storm. We're going to go back to Connor until we get another radar scan.
Getting rough
Thank you,
again.
Boxney, and as well as Roxy, becoming Velocity members. Thank you, Julie, for the $20 super chat. How's it going, Clay? Appreciate you tuning in.
Gotta get south so we can get across.
Glad I can help.
Also, there's a
Thank you
new
for your
storm down
generosity.
there.
Any issues for Ohio later today? I don't think Ohio's going to be that bad.
Bigger hail now.
I don't think Ohio will be that bad. Unless you're on the southern side of the state, I think it'll be alright. You can't even see. Like, the visibility is like 0 where Connor is right now. This is insane. This is right in Fettus, Missouri, where that hail core is. I don't know how he can even see what he's looking at right now.
crazy in here.
Hey, like literally. He's going through the southern side. He's trying to get out in front of the storms down to south now. We got more storms rotating near Farmington, Missouri.
Can't see anything in here. We're almost down.
All right, let's go back to radar real quick. Connor's just insane. Let's go back to radar. And we still got our tornado warning. Broad circulation near Fultz, Illinois, near Maidstown, just south of Waterloo. And then we still have a tornado warning once again near the Caledonia area. Or sorry, severe thunderstorm warning down near the Caledonia area. But this could be tornado warning at some point. That rotation's been intensifying here as it continues to track to the east. We definitely could get a tornado warning on that. That's going to be going towards Farmington, Missouri, and near the Dells Lodge area, or Dells Lodge area, just south of the Boone Terry. Can't pronounce any of these places. Going towards Bismarck, just south of Irondale. So again, if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, I would seek shelter. It's not tornado warning yet, but we do have a strong area of rotation developing on this as it continues to track to the east. That rotation has been definitely strengthening over the last several scans. The one near Bloomsdale, I mean, again, that rotation's kind of hit or miss because of the fact that we have a hail core there that might be playing with the radar a little bit, but I would still stay in your safe place even if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning due to the hail and wind threat as that continues to move east. Tornado warning that Connor's on just got downgraded to 2-inch hail. It's still significant. This is the other tornado warning in Kentucky near Calvert City. It's a broad area of circulation moving to the northeast. It'll be approaching interstate. It's right now crossing over Interstate 2469. This storm is a low precip storm, so the hook is kind of actually down in here. That's where we'll be looking for the potential for a tornado. So if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place if you're near Calvert City in western Kentucky. Still got severe thunderstorm warnings elsewhere, but again, most of these storms right now not too concerning at this time when it comes to a tornado risk. But the wind and hail threat are definitely going to be a concern today. We also have a storm near Clarksville that's beginning to ramp up. And we got a bunch of other storms that are beginning to ramp up also back down in parts of western Tennessee. We got a couple of live Radar Omega cyclone ports that'll be able to track these storms out today. Here's one live cam. So we'll have a lot of live cams throughout Tennessee and we'll be able to see a lot of these significant storms that are ongoing. And yeah, let's go back to the tornado warning cell south of St. Louis. Which again, we do have many areas of circulation right now, just for the record. We got one here, and we also got one down here. So we got 3 areas that we're basically watching for right now for the potential for a tornado. And Connor, again, is a madman driving right through the storm. This is, again, live where he is in the tornado warning back up east of Fettus now in Missouri, or just south of Fettus.
Come on, get me out of this. Get me out of here.
Festus? Oh, my bad. My bad. Festus. No, that's my bad. That's my bad on that pronunciation. I said fetus. Alright, back to the tornado warning. Once again, we do have tennis ball sized hail that just fell in Fultz, moving towards Redbud and Evansville. And moving east. We got 3 areas of circulation that we're watching. We could get a tornado warning on this one near Parks Hill and Farmington, Missouri. I mean, that rotation's been intensifying for several minutes now. So we got 3 areas that we're watching for the potential for a tornado over the next several minutes. Connor is getting out of there. Yeah, he's getting out of there. He does not want to be... I would not want to drive through that. Thank you, Megan, and as well as Guden for becoming Velocity members. Will West St. Louis get more severe weather? I expect more storms there later today. I expect another round of storms entirely to form here later today. I mean, it might be a few hours, but we'll probably get some here pretty soon.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning for Farmington. This is the storm we've been talking about for a while. If you are in Farmington or Park Hills, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, we got 2 areas of circulation that we're watching for. This is moving eastbound. Going to be going towards Farmington and Park Hills. It is a stronger area of rotation that's moving east. We've been talking about this storm for a while. It's been rotating for a while, and now it's officially tornado warned. So, again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, if you're in Park Hills or Farmington, Missouri, you need to seek shelter. Also, we have 3-inch hail that has been confirmed back over in the Bernardsville area. That is insane. We're tweeting the photo on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We'll have a lot of photos over there as well on our Twitter page. By the way, another tornado watch is likely going to be issued here soon. This one would be for Oklahoma, Texas, and Arkansas. There you go. So another watch is likely. Several supercells expected to form later this afternoon with very large hail and a tornado threat. Strong tornadoes will be possible. That is from northeast Texas back into Oklahoma and back into Arkansas and southwest Missouri. So significant threat is expected there. To some extent, at least. We have very strong rotation on the storm near Irondale, by the way. Let's move towards the Delsloge, Park Hills, and Farmington and Bismarck areas here in southeast Missouri. Again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. That is a strong couplet that's been developing here for several minutes. Connor just said he's going out and he's going back in. The storms are never ending there. There's a lot of storms up there where Connor is. We do have a CC on this, but it might just be because of the low precip in this area. So it's not really confirmed, but we do have a stronger area of circulation here. That's going to be moving right into Bismarck, eventually going towards Farmington and Park Hills, Missouri. And if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. This could drop a tornado at any time. This is what Connor's looking at, by the way, on the tornado warning back up near the Festus area. So there's a storm that he's in right now, and he's about to drive into another one. Literally, he's going to be driving into a second one here in a second. That's the leading edge there of that second storm. There's a second storm near Bloomsdale that's rotating, so we're going to see if we have any sort of view of any rotation there. That has a tornado possible label on it, so we'll see if there's anything here on his end. Because he's on that leading edge of the storm near Bloomsdale.
There's the lead edge of that shove cloud. We're punching out.
Thank you, Banana, for becoming a Velocity member as well. South Central Kentucky will be mostly wind, hail, and then again a few tornadoes being possible. Basically goes for anyone in Kentucky, Tennessee, or Arkansas today. I mean, it's pretty much the same threat across the board, with numerous to widespread damaging winds expected.
Right on the lead edge.
Now, so Connor's on the leading edge of the storm near Bloomsdale. I would go back to radar, but I'm just curious to see if there's any rotation on the leading edge of this area, because we do have, again, a little bit of rotation near Bloomsdale, but it's not tornado warned. But it has a potential still probably down the road to produce something.
We're like under
Northwest
the
Mississippi
whale
should
belt,
mostly
but
just be
not quite
wind.
the precipitation. We're like right in between.
Again, low tornado risk, a little bit lower of a hail risk.
We still got problems.
Serious thrills with Connor.
So.
I know. All right, I don't know if we're gonna see anything. We'll go back to him in a second. And we got 2 tornado warnings right now. We got one south of St. Louis near Waterloo and west of Redbud with a lot of lightning, by the way. This is the Radar Omega lightning detection. We got a ton of lightning. And then the storm near Park Hills and Farmington also is rotating. That one's not nearly as much lightning, but it's, you know, definitely producing the potential for a tornado as that continues to track to the east. But the circulation in Illinois is still relatively broad. And then also the circulation back over near Park Hills and as well as back over near Farmington, I would say is not really broad. It's definitely stronger on the stronger side of things, but I think it's still probably a little ways away from, you know, dropping a tornado. It'll be, again, going towards Farmington and Park Hills, Missouri. So if you're in those areas, again, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building as this continues to move to the east over the next several minutes. Here's the latest radar scan. This storm that's near Redbud, it doesn't look as impressive. The one right now near Irondale looks more concerning. We got a hook echo developing really on this one now near Irondale and Dells Lodge near Farmington. Connor might be able to intercept that. He's driving down this direction, so we'll see. But regardless of him, I mean, this is definitely a storm that could drop a tornado as it continues to move to the east. It's definitely intensifying in southeast Missouri. Thank you, Tanya, for the $15 super chat. I find your channel more informative than the actual weather. Appreciate that. Thank you. Connor says we have daylight. He's out of the storms after driving through them for like half an hour. They have gone ahead and issued a new severe thunderstorm warning on that storm that was initially tornado warned near Redbud in Illinois. So it looks like they're not going to issue a new warning on that. At least no new tornado warning on that. But Connor's going further south. He's going to try to probably intercept the storm that's discreet right now. But this storm, again, is definitely becoming more of a concern. It's beginning to rotate more. Again, this would be your area of circulation right here. That's where we're looking now. This area is kind of just whatever. This is really the main circulation. It's in that hook near Irondale going towards Park Hills and Farmington, Missouri. So again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. It's definitely a storm that is intensifying and could produce a tornado at any time as it continues to move to the east. We are back now up to 20 severe thunderstorm warnings. And we have, again, 2 tornado warnings right now. The one near Park Hills and Farmington, and the other one that's back up northeast of this near the Festus area. Wow, look at that. It's the backside of the storm right there.
Look at that, chat. Beautiful striations there on the backside of the shelf. You also got them over there. Epic whale's mouth here. Again, next chase will have...
But right now, Connor's back up on the backside of the Bloomsdale storm, so that's where he is. Again, this is the rotation that has become the most concerning over the last few minutes. This is a relatively discreet cell, and if it does, you know, produce a tornado, it could be strong. So we need to watch this storm very closely as it does move to the east towards Farmington, and as well as Route 67. It is definitely a more concerning storm that's developing right now, moving eastbound. Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate you ordering a t-shirt. Sorry, I don't see the names of people that order shirts and stuff, but if you do order one, I do appreciate it. I'm just, again, I don't see the names. It doesn't let me see them. I only see initials. Alright, new radar scan on the velocities will be coming in here in a moment, so we'll have that in a second. And there you go. And that's your area of circulation near Bismarck. And if you are in Bismarck or Farmington or the Deloge area here in southeastern Missouri, you need to continue to seek shelter that's away from windows on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. As this storm does continue to move east, it will have the chance to produce a tornado. So you need to stay, you know, weather aware here. Also, storms are beginning to blow up in western Massachusetts. Not an area that we're going to cover, but just a heads up. Hail and wind, the main concern up there. This tornado warning also includes Doe Run, Irondale, Caledonia, Park Hills, Bismarck, and Farmington here in southeast and eastern Missouri. Just south of St. Louis. The Des Moines National Weather Service confirmed 5 tornadoes from yesterday. Wow. That's kind of surprising. 5 tornadoes were confirmed yesterday from them. Most of them EF0, it looks like. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Radar Omega's rapid sweep, giving us a early look into the radar before other radars can even see it. Velocity should update in just a moment. That's the area of circulation. It's going to be right over the north side now of Bismarck, approaching Farmington. Drunk NATO phone case. Might consider it. We'll consider it. The tornado warning back up near the Festus area has now been canceled. So the only tornado warning that we have right now is the one near Bismarck. And again, that circle that I have on the screen there is your area of circulation moving to the east. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. It is a storm, again, that long term has a better shot at producing a tornado comparatively to the other storms. So that's why we are watching this one very closely as it does continue to move east. They have condensed the tornado warning now. It now only includes areas that are back over here near Farmington and as well as Park Hills, as this does continue to move eastbound. So continue to stay in your storm shelter, closet, bathroom, basement, whatever that is, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building if you're in this tornado warning. And Connor's going to be heading towards this storm, so we'll have a view of this here pretty soon as well as it moves east. Thank you, Vintage, for the $25 super chat. Best live streaming weather channel out there. I appreciate that. Thank you, Vintage. The $25 super chat. Thank you, Meat, for becoming a Velocity member as well. And welcome to the Velocities. Alright. Latest radar scan just came in. Severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, is for golf ball sized hail. It's been in rotation here for quite a while. The latest scan shows it a bit broader. Again, it's going to be approaching the south side of Park Hills. See what the next radar scan shows in a second. Here's the latest scan. So this is back to our main area. Again, just southwest Elvins. Going towards the Lowborough area. And Farmington. And moving eastbound, going towards the Pickle area as well. That rotation is not letting up, though. Again, if we do get a tornado, it'll probably be on the stronger side of things. So if you're in this warning, you do need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If this does drop a tornado, it could be on the stronger side of things, as I said before. So you do need to be staying vigilant and staying weather aware if you're out in front of the storm. Rural areas are in the track of the storm after this, after Farmington and Park Hills. It's a bit more rural up until St. Mary and Chester. But still fairly populated right now near the Farmington area and as well as near Park Hills. And another radar scan coming in just a second. My voice any better? Not really. It's barely. Thank you, Kay, for becoming a Velocity member. Alright, this is the latest Velocity scan as of 2 minutes ago. We'll have another one in a second. And that rotation's still pretty strong heading towards Farmington, Missouri. Here's the latest scan. Still pretty strong rotation. Again, just south of Park Hills. Going to be going towards the Ogborn area, Jonka, Sprout, Mill. This is a very populated area, by the way, Missouri. Park Hills and Farmington are quite populated. So again, if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter. This is a dangerous storm that, if it does drop a tornado, it could be strong. So if you're anywhere in the pink polygon, you need to seek shelter. This could definitely drop a tornado at any time. I appreciate that, banana. I've been on YouTube for like 15 years, I think, of my life. Sounds like Connor said if it starts to wrap up, he was going to go after it. So, and he's not far from it. So if he does go after it, I think he might be one of the only storm chasers in this area anyway. Could be wrong. At least on Radar Omega, there's none over here. All right, another radar scan coming in right now. There it is. It's broader. So the latest scan showing a broader area of circulation, moving towards Farmington, and as well as just south of Park Hills. Again, this rapid sweep thing on Radar Omega lets us be able to see the radar like 20-30 seconds ahead of time, so it's actually a pretty big helpful tool that we have here. So it really gets us being able to see these storms earlier. So you know, that looks like at least broader rotation for the time being just south of Park Hills. It could intensify again, but definitely a little bit broader on the latest scan. And then the storm that's back over just to the southeast of Bloomsdale, just south of Evansville in southern Illinois. Again, this is right along the Illinois and Missouri border. We still do have some rotation here. There's a hook on this storm. I still think this storm is going to struggle a little bit, but if it's able to kind of organize here and get a strong inflow and enough wind shear, we could get a tornado. And any storms that ride right along the warm frontal boundary here are going to have an elevated chance for tornadoes. Back over in Kentucky, we do still have some storms over here that are producing hail and wind. Majority of these not really rotating right now. The one that is currently near Bowling Green, Kentucky has a tornado possible label. What that means is that, you know, we could see a tornado with this down the road, but right now imminently it's mostly just a hail and wind threat. And we also have storms popping off across parts of Tennessee. Majority of these aren't going to be too significant until later today. Back over in parts of eastern Tennessee and even back over into like South Carolina, we do have storms over here that are producing significant wind and hail, but the tornado risk will remain low but not zero with those storms. We also have storms now starting to pop up across parts of northeast Oklahoma and southwest Missouri. And again, the main concern with these will be hail and wind. Maybe an isolated tornado, but that threat again should remain on the lower side of things initially. That tornado threat will definitely increase though across parts of eastern Oklahoma, western and northwestern parts of Arkansas, and northeastern parts of Texas over the next few hours. Look at all these hail reports, by the way. We got like a dozen here across parts of eastern parts of Missouri, just south of St. Louis near Festus. There's a ton of hail reports there. This might get tornado warning, by the way, this storm near the Santee Geneve area, right along the Illinois and Missouri border. I wouldn't rule out a tornado warning with that as that moves east. Sounds like Connor's going to go after that. Saint Genevieve? It's close enough. Somebody needs to clip that and send it to me. That wasn't even remotely close.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Saint Genevieve, and as well as back over into Chester. Moving eastbound again. This is a storm that is capable of producing a tornado. Rotation's been intensifying on this for the last few minutes, so they've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning near the Steelville area, just west of Willisville. And again, this will be approaching Ellis Grove over the next several minutes as well. And Brandon Copic's actually not far from that. Again, if Brandon sees anything, we'll pull him up briefly. But again, this is moving eastbound, just to the southwest of Ellis Grove. That rotation is intensifying quickly. I'm more concerned about this storm now than the other one. So if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. This is a much more dangerous storm, in my opinion. That rotation's intensifying very quickly. This is moving east, going towards Ellis Grove. Sante Genevieve. You guys, you keep giving me different pronunciations. It's fine. It's over that town. You know what I mean. It's moving towards Steelville, Ellis Grove, and Chester over the next several minutes. But again, that could drop a tornado at any time. That rotation is much stronger than what we've seen over the last several minutes. Probably the strongest couplet that we have on radar right now, moving eastbound. We'll have another radar scan in a second. Let me go back to the storm relative velocity. Yeah, that rotation, once again, that's intensifying. We could definitely get a tornado at any time as this moves towards Steelville. It's going to be approaching Willisville as well. The tornado warning back to the west. That rotation's still there near Farmington. It's not strong, but it's definitely there. This is probably about to drop a tornado. Again, if you're in St. Genevieve, near Ellis Grove, or Chester or Steelville, you need to seek shelter. This is a strong couplet that's developing. This could drop a tornado at legitimately any time. It is a very strong area of rotation. Moving eastbound, going towards Ellis Grove and Steelville, Illinois. And you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Strong couplet moving eastbound. We'll have another radar scan in a second. Connor's approaching the storm, so we should have a view of this here relatively soon. Once again, this storm is very well capable of producing a tornado at any time. It could be on the ground already, but if not, it's going to be potentially on the ground at any time as this moves towards Ellis Grove, Illinois, and Steelville. And this is right now in eastern parts of Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we also have another tornado warning. The new one's going to be back over in North Carolina. We're not really going to talk much about this probably, but we'll watch it closely as it does make its approach to Charlotte. That is your area of rotation moving to the east-southeast. You have a live cam on Radar Omega, probably going to be looking at that storm. Looks very ominous right now, but we're mostly focused on the storm back over in Illinois. Let's go back to the Illinois storm here. And we could have a tornado on the ground with this at any time, moving right across the Illinois-Missouri border. That is your strong couplet that has developed near St. Genevieve, going towards Ellis Grove, and eventually going towards Chester in southwest Illinois, moving eastbound. This is right now moving east. Connor's going to be approaching this in a few minutes. And again, that's going to be also moving to Diamond Cross, Riley Lake, Campton. Strong couplet on radar. Very easily could produce a tornado at any time. The one further to the southwest near Farmington, that's a broader area of circulation moving eastbound. So it's not nearly as intense, but that is southeast of Park Hills near Farmington. Moving eastbound, going towards Highway 32. But that area of circulation, again, much more concerning. It's right on the hook echo, and it's undoubtedly the strongest rotation that we currently have. Brandon's heading towards it. Yeah, Brandon's still a little ways out. If Brandon does see anything, we'll definitely pop into his stream a little bit. We'll have another radar scan on the velocities in a second. Not seeing any CC drop yet, but it's definitely not far from producing a tornado as this moves east. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning behind this storm for the one near Farmington. They've issued this for the Bloomsdale area. That's for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This activity again is currently moving east. And then this is your latest scan. Again, still a strong area of rotation right now, heading towards Steelville in Illinois. And if you're in that pink polygon, you've got to seek shelter. This is moving eastbound, and it's not far from producing a tornado. Very strong rotation on radar. moving towards Chester, Steelville, and Ellis Grove over the next several minutes. Thank you, by the way, Michael, for becoming a Velocity member. And also thank you to $2.99 for the $10 super chat. And thank you to Justin and Spencer for both the $10 and $5 super chats. I appreciate it. Or sorry, Venmos. I appreciate it. Apparently Connor just went to a gas station without gas. That is exciting. Max already live. We might be live for 12 plus hours today. I mean, today's gonna be a long day. We're only just getting started. And this storm again is just ramping up, and it's not far from producing a tornado. It's pretty strong. The good news is that St. Genevieve or Geneva or whatever it is now kind of out of the way of the rotation, but you're still looking at wind and probably some lightning and maybe some hail. The latest correlation coefficient radar scan does not show any debris signature, so we don't have any confirmed tornado yet. So still radar indicated rotation, but again, it could drop a tornado at any time as it does continue to move east. It is still relatively strong. It is probably the strongest area of rotation that we have on radar right now. And then the storm back over near Farmington is still a broad area of circulation. So this is your area of rotation near Farmington, Missouri. That is moving eastbound. It's going to be going through very rural parts here of southeast Missouri. So not a big concern, but it is going to be something to watch for as that continues to move to the east. And that's your area of circulation right there, just north of St. Mary. Could drop at any time. It is still strong enough for a tornado. And we could have already had a brief tornado with this, for the record. This is moving eastbound. Apparently, there may have been a brief tornado with this. Just for the record, there may have been a brief tornado touchdown with this storm that's moving east towards Steelville. But there may have been a brief tornado touchdown with this back over just south of St. Genevieve for about a minute or so, maybe less. So there may have already been a brief tornado with this storm. Just throwing that out there. The latest scan is still showing, again, strong rotation northwest of Chester, moving towards Steelville, near Highway 150 and Highway 3. This is again currently moving eastbound. There was a brief touchdown. Okay, so there was a confirmed tornado with this briefly. But it was a brief tornado. We could still get another tornado with this, and it could be longer with how, strong this rotation has been here for quite a while. Connor's going to Chester. Yeah, Connor's going to be intercepting this too. We'll have multiple feeds. We have Brandon Kopic too getting closer. So if he sees anything, we'll pull him up briefly. But once again, this is currently moving east into southern and southwestern Illinois right now. Thank you, Gabriel, by the way, for becoming a Velocity member. Let me quickly go to the other storm near Farmington. And the Farmington rotation's still broad. Also, we still have a little bit of circulation near Baldwin, but that looks just like wind mostly. Again, the most concerning storm right now is this one right along the Missouri and Illinois border. Here's the latest scan coming in. And that's your area of circulation. Again, just to the west of Chester. Moving east, going towards Steelville. This is definitely close to being on the ground if it's not already. It could be on the ground at any time moving eastbound. Yeah, Brian Kopic's back over near Steelville. He's still a little ways out, but he's going towards the storm. We'll pull him up if he sees anything. And Connor's also just south of where this storm is, so he's going to be making an intercept probably in the next 5 minutes or so. So, yeah, we'll have multiple views of this. If it does try to drop a tornado, we should have multiple views of this as it moves eastbound. That's the storm right there.
Our vantage point, it's wrapped in the rain.
That would be your tornado warning cell that is trying to drop a tornado right now. Connor is currently making an approach 2. Which again has pretty strong rotation still. Apparently there was a brief tornado with this, and there could be another one at any time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Clarksville, Tennessee. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And that is a brand new tornado warning for Clarksville, Tennessee. This is a very populated area in Tennessee. The area of circulation is going to be on this hook right down here just south of Clarksville. So if you're in this tornado warning, you got to get to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous storm just due to the population density in the area. We had a tornado here literally, the end of last year in December. We covered it live, and this is not a storm that you want to play around with. It has a hook and everything. Rotation's not super strong right now, but that doesn't mean we won't see a tornado. That would be your area of rotation. It's a non-precip area of rotation. So again, we got our hook echo right in here near Cunningham, moving north-northeast. Going to be going towards the Clarksville area in St. Bethlehem, going towards Interstate 24. And you've got to seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning near Clarksville. That is a dangerous storm just due to how many people are in that area. Quick update on the North Carolina storm. We'll go back to Clarksville in Illinois in a second. This is the storm that is again in North Carolina. The rotation's broad. That's a live view on Radar Omega of that storm. Just ominous skies for the time being. We will watch that storm as it moves east-southeast, but not super concerned right now about that. Very rural parts there of North Carolina. But again, this is a storm near Clarksville. A bit more concerning here. Moving to the northeast, Clarksville, you need to be in your safe place. It's a very populated area. Now right there is where your hook is. We go to the velocities. And right over Cunningham is where we're going to be looking for that potential for a tornado. It's moving northeast right now. Clarksville, you're kind of in the track of this. So I'd be in your storm shelter, your basement, closet, or bathroom. Going to quickly go back to Illinois again. Check out the latest velocity scan there. We've got a lot of storms happening right now. The area of circulation now is going to be right over the northwest side of Chester. So Chester, you need to be in your safe place now in Illinois. And this is what the storm looks like, by the way. That's on Brandon Kopic's feed. So again, just ominous skies right now, moving closer to Highway 3, going towards Steelville, just north of where Connor Croft is. That's going to be, again, near Chester, Illinois. Ellis Grove, Illinois, and Steelville. You all need to be in your safe place. The Farmington storm, that rotation still going. It's near Highway 32, moving eastbound, going to eventually go towards St. Mary. So we still have a chance for a tornado on that storm. Let's go back to Clarksville again. We'll have another radar scan on Clarksville in just a moment. If you're in Clarksville, Tennessee, you've got to get to your safe place. This storm is definitely capable of producing a tornado. That rotation, once again, is going to be down in here near Cunningham. Velocity, or the reflectivity, should update in a second. This will be heading towards the south side of Clarksville and just south of St. Bethlehem. So you need to be in your safe place again if you are in Clarksville, Tennessee. The rotation currently is tracking a little bit further to the east, but you're not far from it, so still a dangerous storm that's going to be moving to the northeast towards Interstate 24. Let's go back to Illinois again. Connor has a better view of that storm now. He's going towards Chester. That area of circulation still not super strong on the latest scan, but that would be where we're watching for that potential for a tornado. Let's go to Connor real quick. That's a live view of that storm right now that he's approaching. That is currently tornado warning near Chester.
A A new
Buddy,
tornado
what-
warning has been issued.
It's like a mix. It's either
We also have a new tornado
Storm
warning
basically
in
going
northeast
120 to
Oklahoma. That is near Miami. So if you're in Miami, Commerce, Pitcher, any of those areas, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is southwest of Joplin. This is another area that we have at least a hook echo on. It's going to be moving in the direction of Joplin. So if you are in Joplin, you need to be staying vigilant. This is heading in your direction, and it will potentially be something to watch for really over the next hour or two. It's a newly developing supercell, but this storm has a hook and everything, and it could definitely produce a tornado as it continues to track east-northeast, eventually going right along Interstate 44. So again, we have 5 tornado warnings right now. We got one here in northeast Oklahoma where a tornado watch will probably be issued there pretty soon. And then we also have, again, tornado warnings back over in Missouri. We got a Dorito chip warning back east of Farmington, which that rotation has been a little bit weaker over the last few scans. And then we still got the one near Chester that is definitely trying to produce a tornado. This is a live view of that storm near Chester. Look at that shelf cloud right there. If there's a tornado, we might be able to see it. That rotation is still pretty strong on radar.
It does. About to cross the river.
Left side of your screen would be where we're looking for that potential for a tornado here on the storm in Illinois.
Dang, what a beast.
That's the storm right there. I just spilled water.
Here's the mighty Mississippi.
All right, let's we'll go back to Connor in a second. And this is the live radar view. Strong rotation right now. Going to be approaching Chester. Connor's really approaching that quickly right now. And again, he's right now moving east. Got your Dorito chip warning back over east of Farmington. The tornado warning just south of Clarksville is still a little bit more on the weaker side of things at this time. I would still stay in your safe place. The area of rotation should stay to the south of Clarksville, but I would still be in your safe place in case it takes a weird turn over the next few minutes. And the storm north of Nashville is not a concern right now in terms of a tornado risk. Again, that storm in northeast Oklahoma could produce a tornado threat down the road. We do have some stronger rotation near Miami, Oklahoma. And again, if you're in Joplin, I would stay vigilant. You're not far from the storm. It is going to be kind of going in your direction. So stay vigilant. Looks like they're mostly moving this direction, maybe a bit more east. So Joplin might not be in the track of that potential for a tornado, but again, you're not really far from it. So what I'm getting at basically is just stay weather aware if you are in the Joplin area of Missouri. And this is the rotation that is really intensifying right now near Chester. Chester, Illinois, you need to be in your safe place. That is a stronger couplet right now that is moving eastbound. And Connor's approaching this storm, but this storm is definitely, very strong rotation. It could produce a tornado at any time. It's definitely becoming pretty concerning right now. That's, again, just north of where Connor is, near Chester, Illinois, going towards Steelville. That is the storm, by the way. This is on Brandon Kopic's feed. Shelf cloud and everything on this storm right now. Nothing confirmed on that storm yet. Also, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in front of this for golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's a live view on Connor's feed. It's I think he's about to be looking at this, so we'll stay on him for a second. Or he's taking a right, so we will not see it. Never mind. We should have a view of that here in a second once he gets more in position. But again, near Chester, Illinois, strong area of circulation. You seek shelter if you're in this warning. We have 4 tornado warnings now. The Dorito chip warning near Farmington has been canceled or expired. We still have 4 tornado warnings. We got one in North Carolina, west of Charlotte. We got one that is right now on this storm near Chester, Illinois. The other one's in Tennessee near Clarksville, and that one's not really strong right now, but we'll still watch it in case it does do anything. And then we have the one in northeast Oklahoma. All of them are radar indicated rotation. This one right now that is approaching the Chester and Steelville area, really has the strongest rotation out of any of these storms. So again, very strong rotation heading towards Steelville right now. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. That's another view again of that shelf cloud right now. That's rolling in here. It's from Brandon Kopic north of Chester. Not far from producing a tornado. That rotation has been pretty intense. So at bare minimum, if we don't get a tornado, we are definitely getting damaging winds out of this. So just keep that in mind. But that rotation, again, very strong right now. The rotation that's in North Carolina has broadened. It's not really strong. It's mostly wind right now. The one that's near Clarksville is also still broad. Yeah, I'm watching all the storms. I have my phone too. Our new radar scans just coming in. We'll see what the velocities look like. Look at that shelf cloud right there. It's on Brandon Kopic's feed. A huge shelf cloud right there. Yeah, I don't really see any sort of like, you know, I don't see a lowering or anything like that, at least on his end. We might see something with Connor, I'm not sure, but I'm not seeing any lowering yet on that storm. Regardless, the rotation on radar is still relatively tight here. And Connor should have a visual here in a minute. That's what he's saying. What is a Dorito chip warning? It's just a warning that looks like a Dorito chip. Cheesy, Brandon gave us permission to be able to use his feed briefly on Radar Omega, so. But we are going to have more than one Storm Chaser once we get our new computer by the end of the week. So, future streams down the road, we should have at least 2 or 3 Storm Chasers, possibly more. All right, let's go quickly back to the Oklahoma warning. We got strong rotation right now that's south of Miami in Oklahoma. This is going to be approaching Joplin down the road and the Neosho area. This is potentially going to drop near Miami, Oklahoma. So if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. There's a strong couplet located north of Narcissia, going towards Miami, which is a very populated area, in addition to Commerce and northeast Oklahoma. We got a strong couplet on this storm moving northeast. So it's definitely a storm that we need to be watching for. In addition to, again, the one that's back over in Missouri. That's a view of the one in Missouri right now. Look at that thing. Wow. That is a massive shelf cloud. Holy crap. It's one of the largest shelf clouds I've seen in quite a while. New tornado watch, by the way, for Arkansas, Oklahoma, I believe Texas too.
Chonker of a storm.
Texas is not included in that tornado watch. It's just for eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas. That is just a beast of a storm. Wow. It's the one that's tornado warned in Chester, Illinois. Connor's just getting warmed up today. Yeah, that's a massive storm if I've ever seen one. Jeez. Does Brian have a good view too? Brandon, I think, is in the same spot as Connor. Yeah, they're both in the same spot. Connor just hasn't pulled over. That's his view. This is Brandon's view. Brandon Kopic's view. Look at that shelf cloud. You can actually see the spin, by the way. You can kind of see the spin here. So there's definitely some spin. And this is rotating for sure. There's definitely rotation. I mean, that rotation's right in here. That's what they're both looking at right now. There is spin on this. You can see that rotation in the clouds. Near Diamond Cross, going towards Bremen and Steelville and Welge. There's your latest radar scan. It's not far from producing. It's again in Western Illinois. That is again some pretty strong rotation by the looks of it. It's a quick movement area, so keep that in mind. It's a quick moving storm. That rotation again in Oklahoma has been intensifying, so just for a heads up. We are now up to 24 severe thunderstorm warnings. There are a lot of warnings right now. Let me go to Clarksville again real quick. Again, we're bouncing back and forth. Clarksville and North Carolina warnings did not look very concerning when it came to rotation. The latest scan near Clarksville, still not showing anything too significant, but I'd still stay in your safe place. The area of rotation right now is going to be moving towards the east side of Clarksville. It's going to be going towards Interstate 24. Still stay in your safe place if you're in Clarksville, Tennessee. But again, it's not super concerning. That right there is the storm in Illinois that we're talking about. Look at that thing.
Yeah,
just insane.
Shell cloud wrapping.
You can see the spin on the left. There's a little bit of spin in the clouds.
All the way around here, and then goes like this. And so this is where that tornado.
Connor has this nice little drawing pad out.
Right back.
Which I didn't know he had until yesterday.
Might not be able to see it, even if it were on the ground.
Clarksville, Tennessee, you need to stay in your safe place. It's again broad rotation, and it should stay to your east, but I'd still stay in your safe place just in case.
Oh, look who it is! Howdy. Good to see. Good to see you again. Oh, there was a tornado.
The Miami Oklahoma storm has very strong rotation, by the way.
Buddy, shoot, I forgot his name.
You be in your safe place here in Miami, Oklahoma. This is again the one in Chester, Illinois.
There was a tornado.
By the way, thank you guys all for 220,000 subscribers. We just crossed that number. I do appreciate your support.
Was there a tornado?
I think I saw like a little spin up there.
You might have.
I went a little bit north at first, and I thought it was.
Chris, the button is at the top. It's the join button.
Good work.
Become a member.
By the way, my name is.
This is the Miami storm, by the way. Oh, actually, we'll go back to Connor, but that's the Miami storm rotation, a little bit stronger, just south of Miami. That's a zoomed out look now at that shelf cloud.
Yep.
That is your massive storm there near Chester, Illinois. Almost undoubtedly producing at least damaging winds, but
it's a pretty storm.
There definitely could be a tornado in there somewhere.
I'll get you later.
All right. Oleg, that's his name. Good old Oleg.
Circulation's still not tight, but it's there.
Oleg back on the plains. Oleg was in Texas, so he's really chasing. Oleg's chasing hard.
All right. Here's the circulation that's again near Chesterville, or sorry, Chester, not Chesterville, north of Chester, Illinois. It's a little bit broader in the latest scan. That'll be moving towards Steelville, and as it continues to move east, it'll be going towards Pinckneyville and Duquesne in Western Illinois. That's not even close. That'll be moving off to the east, though. The one near Clarksville, again, is a broad circulation. So if you're southeast of Clarksville, that's really where this rotation is. This is, again, moving to the northeast and east-northeast. I would still stay in your safe place, as you are in the pink polygon if you're in Clarksville, but I'm not super concerned, really, about your area. Doesn't look like a repeat of what we saw, back in December with that other tornado. This is the tornado warning near Charlotte. Again, the rotation's been weaker on this. We do have live cams on Radar Omega out of the Charlotte area, so if we do see anything, we'll definitely go to those, but once again, it's pretty minimal right now. And then our other tornado warning is in northeast Oklahoma, southwest of Joplin, near Miami. That rotation's been stronger. We could get a tornado at any time. If there is a tornado, it would be on the south and east side of Miami, Oklahoma, going towards Peoria. That's once again your view of that storm here. Which is just crazy from Connor.
Just now getting in a position where we'd be able to see it.
So if there's a tornado on this storm near Chester, Illinois, we'll probably see it. Connor has a perfect view of it right now. Rotation's on the bottom right of your screen. Is there a confirmed tornado in Miami? I haven't seen any confirmed reports. See if I can find anything.
Back in there somewhere.
This is the storm near Miami. I don't see anything confirmed. Obviously, if you are in the tornado warning, seek shelter. The area of circulation's on the east side of Miami right now, so if it's on the ground, it'd be on the east side of Miami. I don't think there's anything confirmed here, though. Going towards east side, Peoria, and Oak Grove. Let's go back to... Wow, this storm still, I mean, there's rotation. This is your hook right here, by the way. So you got a hook echo still in the storm, got an inflow. The one in Steelville, Illinois, moving eastbound. We're now up to 29 severe thunderstorm warnings now, but this storm's still rotating. It's going towards Steelville and Willisville. Now, if you're in the pink polygon, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, and away from windows. This still does have the chance to produce a tornado as it continues to move east towards Steelville and Willisville near the Cutler area in southwestern parts of Missouri. Connor again has a view of this storm right there. It's a massive storm, massive shelf cloud, massive everything. It's moving eastbound. Hanneroni, not all the time, and usually no.
Shelf cloud, not the first one, but the second one back there.
Oh, thank you, Julianne, for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate that. Belleville, Illinois. Sorry, I just saw that message. Again, we have a bunch of tornado warnings. Yeah, if you super chat or become a member or anything, I'm probably not going to read a ton of them. I'll try to, but there's a lot of warnings that are expected today. I mean, Belleville's fine. There's nothing happening there. You got a few hours until the next round of severe weather. So, put some hearts in the chat, though, for Julianne. I really do appreciate your generosity. We have another radar scan coming in, so we'll go back to radar in a second. Thank you, by the way, Stacy, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Jason, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Jackson, for $4.99. Thank you, Melissa, Angel, and Gabrielle for all becoming Velocity members. Difference between a severe storm and a strong storm. The difference is a severe storm is 58 mile per hour winds or greater, or greater than quarter-sized hail. Also, the tornado warning in Tennessee has been canceled, so if you're in Clarksville, you are good. That warning has been canceled.
Beautiful structure on this storm.
And then a strong storm is anything under that, so under 58 miles per hour or under quarter-sized hail. This is the latest radar scan. Again, that circulation right now is going to be right here northeast of Chester, approaching Steelville, going towards Willisville. That's the area of circulation. So again, if you are in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Connor's gonna have a view of this now. It's pulling in.
Like poured into, brother. I don't know why you left your car open.
This storm, it might not have a tornado right now, and it might never, but like the shelf cloud appearance to this is just crazy.
There it is. Oh,
And if we had a
boy.
tornado, it would be somewhere in the middle of the screen. Probably
Mine
rain
would
wrapped is
probably
my
be back
guess.
in here. And
There's
mine
at
would
least some
probably
spin in the
here if
clouds
it's
there,
on the ground.
so it's, you know, it's not a storm that's completely done with.
Now.
Hey, by the way, Chris and Alma for becoming Velocity members. Not doing too shabby. I mean, I woke
Run
up
away
literally
from
at
this spot
12:30
here
and
soon.
went live at 1:30. So
What a beast, though. Big CG.
oh, look at that CG right there. That's
Could
cloud
also be
ground
the
lightning.
Circulation's entirely rain wrapped at this point.
If there's a tornado, it's more than likely going to
That's
be
also a
wrapped in that
possibility.
rain,
This thing is going into an HP mess.
or maybe on that leading edge where the rain, just right of the rain shaft, perhaps. But it's just a massive shelf cloud.
Look at that.
What's rain wrapped? It means it's like gift wrap, but in this case, it's rain that's wrapping a tornado. It's not gift wrap. It's not a present in this case.
Yeah, I'm watching. I mean, this is definitely it.
Thank you, Nicholas, for becoming a Velocity member. Shelf cloud usually does not indicate tornadoes, but it can sometimes. A lot of the time with shelf clouds, we don't
I
get
need
tornadoes, but
between
sometimes we occasionally
Don't
do
need
get
it
them.
going this fast.
Just it's a little bit more rare. Usually, shelf clouds indicate either outflow-driven storms or
Broad
mostly wind
rotation,
threat.
Not much.
It's usually what they indicate. And if there's a tornado, it'd be in the middle of your screen somewhere. You know, it just. I don't know if we're gonna see anything here. This one near Steelville, we have a perfect view. We have a crystal clear
Really
view of this,
broad.
you know, rotation. Just don't see anything right now. We're gonna stay on Connor for the time being because, you know, this is basically if there was a tornado, we'd probably see it. Otherwise, it's rain wrapped. It'd be near Steelville, Illinois. Cutler, Willisville will be next in track for the storm. That Miami,
About to be
Oklahoma
right
tornado
under
warning
it.
still remains
time to
on
go,
the
Not because we're in danger. I don't see
still
a
remains on the
tornado,
stronger
but
side of things. It's
stay
east
out
of
ahead of
Miami
the
now.
storm.
It's heading towards Peoria, Oklahoma. So Miami, Oklahoma, still staying in your safe place, even though the tornado, if there is one, it would be now on the east side of your area. The weather has been canceled today due to a lack of interest. That'd be nice. We're not seeing anything here.
Might be a little elevated even.
Isn't today supposed to be worse? We are still well from the peak of the weather.
Hail in here, apparently.
I mean, we went live kind of early, but the peak is probably going to be right around like 6 to 10 o'clock tonight. And right now it's,
yeah, this will
I
be a
don't even know
cool
what
view
time.
for you guys.
2:34. We're not even close to the peak.
See the bow of the storm here, the shelf cloud.
Here's the latest radar scan. Again, that circulation right now is going to be just to the southwest of Steelville. It's going to be eventually approaching Willisville, Illinois. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning.
Rotation. This looks pretty outflow.
Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That's your storm right there.
Right now. Just gonna take Highway 4 here. Get a little bit.
Are we actually seeing a tornado in Miami? It's still
No,
radar
we
indicated,
finally
so that means no.
Trying to.
But the rotation is still strong enough to the point where we could get a tornado, but it would be east of Miami at this point.
Minor.
Rotation is moving towards Peoria
Really.
in
It
northeast.
could be in that rain as well, but
Northeast Oklahoma, not Illinois, Oklahoma.
could also be in that rain. So I'll wait a little bit longer. But
You think if we offered snacks to the storms, it would be appeased and go away? That would be nice. Maybe we could get some giant fans going too. Put those giant fans out. Appreciate the $10 super chat, Wami. Storm chasers are brave. Sure are. They drive through a ton of rain. It's pretty dangerous being a storm chaser. People think it's easy or whatever, but it's really not. There's a lot of driving. You gotta, be awake the entire time. Unless you got an
could also
auto-driving
be just
Tesla,
in that
but
rain.
even then you still need to be awake. It's not an easy job being a storm chaser.
We're in the notch as in the notch gets. I mean, look at us on radar, guys. We're literally could not be closer to in the notch.
Connor's right in the rotation area. It's just we're not seeing anything, and it could just be upper level, like mid-level rotation, closer to like the cloud base or perhaps in that shelf cloud or something. But like we're not seeing anything when it comes to rotation right now, at least on the ground. We have another warning now in northwest Kentucky. Here's your tornado warning back over in the just southwest of Joplin. They may issue a new warning on this, so if you're near Joplin, stay vigilant. The area of circulation is right here, just to the east of Miami, Oklahoma, approaching Peoria. It'll eventually be going towards Diamond, just south of Joplin, near Granby and Neosho. So if you're in this part of southwestern Missouri, you need to make sure that you're staying vigilant, because this rotation is still strong enough to the point where it could produce a tornado as it continues to move east into parts of southwestern Missouri. That's going to be on the track for Springfield down the road, just for reference. We got another round of storms firing off right now, and all these storms once again are going to be capable of damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes. I'm not going to be ruling out a few tornadoes here soon in parts of western, parts of Missouri. Eventually going to be going towards, St. Louis. So definitely stay vigilant if you're in those areas. Back over in Tennessee, we got plenty of warnings, most of them just severe. At this point, the Clarksville one, no longer a tornado warned storm. And then the storm that's still tornado warned back over in North Carolina, still a broad area of circulation. Do have a live camera on Radar Omega looking towards that storm, sort of. Just ominous skies right now, but we'll keep a close eye on that in case it does do anything spooky as that continues to move east on this fabulous, wacky weather Wednesday. Here's a view of Connor again on that storm in Steelville. That area of circulation is still strong. It is still strong. Then you live for becoming a Velocity member. My voice doesn't sound bad. It might not sound bad, but my throat feels horrible. Like it just feels
couldn't
whack.
see anything in there. We're about as in the notch.
I sound normal. I'll admit that, but my voice is like I can feel it in my throat.
Maybe it'll tighten up again. Hopefully Oleg's okay. Yeah, here comes a big wind. And hail.
So a strong area of circulation near Steelville, Illinois, moving towards Willisville and Cutler. It'll eventually go towards Pinckneyville. So they may issue a new tornado warning on this, we'll see. I don't know if it's enough. I mean, we haven't really seen much come out of it yet, but we'll have to wait and see. If there were a tornado, again, it would be right here near Steelville, Illinois. Wow, Connor's doing a double pass. Holy cow. That looks illegal to me. Somebody did a double pass on like 4 different people in a row earlier on the other day. Not today, the other day. Tornado sirens in Joplin. They're probably going off because of the severe storm and not there's no tornado warning in Joplin right now. And tornado sirens are frequently going off nowadays for any warning that can be severe or tornadic. But I do have to say, this rotation, definitely concerning near Peoria. It's not strong, tight, and confined, but it's definitely an area that could drop a tornado. Right now, the rotation, if it went in a perfect line, which a lot of the time it doesn't, but if it did go in a perfect line, it's going to be heading right into the direction of Diamond. It's not going towards Joplin, just for reference. But if you're in Joplin, I would still stay, vigilant. You're not far from this storm. Definitely going to be something to watch for as this does continue to move to the east and east-northeast. And again, it'll be heading towards Diamond, and as well as going towards Neosho and Granby over the next several minutes. So if you're in the yellow shaded area, stay vigilant. You're not in the direct path of the tornado, but you are going to be, in the vicinity at least if this does end up dropping a tornado. But I do want to mention again, a lot of the time when we have tornadoes, they do not go in a straight line. That's just not how it works. We've had tornadoes do this. I mean, it happens a lot. You know, with the Drunknadoes that we saw back in Texas the other day, they did weird stuff. So can't rule that stuff out with these sort of storms. We have 28 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 3 tornado warnings. Atlanta Falcons fans, don't look at the number. That's how many warnings we have right now. This is one of the tornado warnings that we have. Again, your Steelville. Connor's on that. That's a live view of that storm right now. So if there's a tornado, Connor would probably see it. I mean, he's looking right into that area of rotation. Somebody needs to clip that one too. I'm posting that on TikTok. It's going up on the TikTok page. I'm not even kidding. There are actually 28 warnings for severe weather and 3 tornado warnings. We got strong rotation right now over Steelville, by the way. So there might be a tornado here. Steelville, Illinois. Still pretty strong. It's been strong for a while. This is the tightest it's been, though. Thank you, by the way, Tony, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Tim, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put smarts in the chat for Tim. I do appreciate your generosity. It's the highest tier membership on our channel. Have we had any PDS warnings? Right. From what I've been live, no. I don't know if we had one earlier. I know we had a confirmed tornado earlier.
We're right in the notch still.
That was before I went live.
If this thing did wrap up, it'd be on top of me.
Yeah, if there's a tornado, it would be kind of where Connor is right now. So we'll see. Wind's picking up where he is.
If this thing did wrap up, it'd be right on top of me.
PDS means particularly dangerous situation.
Anyway.
But we haven't had any of those yet today. Yeah, we had a PDS tornado warning near Pittsburgh last night. I was thinking about going live for that, but sending out that many, you know, sending out a huge notification batch to everybody just would have been too much. All right, tornado warning is going to officially expire in 2 minutes. It doesn't look like it's going to produce a tornado. The latest scan broadened out the rotation again. But we'll stay on Connor just to see if anything is there. He has basically the best visual of it, even though he's driving through a ton of rain.
Alright, almost to the town.
Did I get Culver's last night? Oh yeah, I had my Culver's. Yeah, I heated it up in the air fryer that I have. Thank you, Jordan, for the $10 super chat. Anything for Clarksville, Tennessee in the future? I do expect some storms later today, but just most of it will be later today. Better shot for storms tonight. Damaging winds, definitely be prepared for that. Thank you, Nana, for becoming a Velocity member.
Alright,
Alright, looks like they're going to go ahead and not issue a new tornado warning on this storm, even though the conditions are mad in this area. I mean, we're looking at a lot of wind and hail at this point, not really looking at much of a tornado risk per se, but there's definitely a lot of wind and hail. Connor's driving right through it right now. You see the rain smacking on his windshield, lots of rain, very dark for this time of the day. What happens when you have massive storms like this? That color change is pretty crazy on Connor's screen. It just went dark so fast. Holy crap. All the lights are on people's cars. That's how dark it just got.
Trying to bust out of it.
Thank you, Cam, for becoming a moderate Velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities.
Not too worried about a tornado at the moment.
Hey, Shoesies, is Tucker not here anymore?
I wouldn't be where I am right now.
It's just you.
Be way back.
Government controlling the weather, getting my tinfoil hat on. Okay. Now, looking at radar here. We'll get to Connor in a second. Looking at radar here. I mean, there's still something here. It's No CC drop, but that right there is still a little couplet there. I don't think it's a tornado, but it's still there near Steelville. And Connor's like literally right on it right now. Like he's in it. He is in that rotation, literally. Like, if there's a tornado, he would be in it. There's just, I just think it's mostly wind right now, but he's basically right on top of that.
Check that out. Bunch of little towns on this road.
The only tornado warning that we have, by the way, now is going to be the one in Oklahoma.
To get ahead.
That rotation is approaching Peoria. Sheriff reporting damage to a home south of Miami, by the way. So just a quick update here. This tornado warned cell went through the south side of Miami. It may have just been damaging winds, but there is a report now from a sheriff in the area of home damage south of Miami. With that said, the rotation's definitely still there here near Peoria and Seneca. Moving northeast, going to be eventually going towards south sides of Joplin near the Shoal Creek Estates, Diamond, Granby, and the Neo Show as well. We'll be in the track of that. And this right now is moving east-northeast in Oklahoma. How's Waco, Texas looking tomorrow? We're going to be live tomorrow. Tomorrow, I don't know if they updated the risk. I think they did. Let me check real quick. Tomorrow is actually going to be a big day, I think. I think we're going to have some massive hailstorms in Texas. This is tomorrow's risk. So they've gone ahead and issued a 5% tornado risk now in the southeast, including Alabama and Georgia. The hail threat is going to be massive in Texas. The wind threat also pretty big across the Gulf Coast. So tomorrow's going to be another big day, undoubtedly. So we'll be live again tomorrow. We might be live for a large chunk of tomorrow. Again, I don't know what the start time will be, but we'll probably be live for a long time tomorrow. So make sure to subscribe to the channel. It's going to be another busy day. And then Friday is the members only building computer stream. Yippee.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a confirmed tornado on the ground in Tennessee, near Springfield and Cedar Hill.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We got a debris signature on radar and everything. That's a confirmed tornado, potentially a strong tornado on the ground, heading to the east-northeast, going towards Cedar Hill and Springfield. This is the one that was actually in Clarksville area earlier. This is the previous storm that was there that had a hook but just never got going. That right there is a debris ball that's on radar near Turnersville. If you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is a debris signature right there. That is a tornado lifting debris up into the atmosphere, moving towards the Springfield area, and eventually going to be going towards Cross Plains. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building and away from windows. So once again, that right there is a debris signature on radar. That is a tornado that is picking up potentially significant debris right now, heading towards the Turnerville area. Again, that's not even rain. That is just literally a debris ball that is on radar near Turnersville. It's going to be approaching Kinney's and Springfield, which, by the way, Springfield is a very populated area here in northern Tennessee. So that's right here is a significant tornado that's in progress right now, heading towards Springfield. You've got to run to your safe place if you're in this warning. This is potentially a strong tornado on the ground that is currently moving to the east-northeast, going to be going towards Mount Denson and Herbertville, going to eventually go towards Cross Plains, but right now it's on the ground near Springfield. But this is a significant tornado that is in progress right now. This could be strong. So again, you need to get to the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building as this continues to move east-northeast. Zoom out just a little bit here. That's your confirmed tornado. Again, that is a debris signature. That is just a debris ball that's on radar right now. That's going to be moving right into Springfield over the next few minutes. By the way, Springfield is this area is a population of 28,000 people or 29,000 people. So there are a lot of people that are included in this warning. This is a large tornado, apparently, from what I'm hearing. This could go PDS. There's a serious debris signature on radar. But this could be a large tornado that's heading towards Springfield right now in northern Tennessee. Again, you've got to run to your safe place if you're in this warning. This could go as a PDS tornado, which would be a particularly dangerous situation if they do that. This is potentially a large tornado that's on the ground right now. Moving towards Springfield.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. That one's going to be back over in Missouri. We'll go to that here in a second. And we got a debris signature near Turnerville. I'll have another reflectivity update in a second, but this is still a confirmed tornado that is on the ground heading towards Springfield, Tennessee. There's potentially a strong tornado that is on the ground, so you need to seek shelter. There's mumblings that this might be a large tornado, but again, I have not heard really anything confirmed on that end. We haven't had any photos, but this is a low precip tornado, so I mean, there will probably be visual of this for any storm chasers in the area. But if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. And just see how that debris ball just pops up on radar. That is not rain, that is just debris. So keep that in mind. This has nothing to do with a, you know, it's just simply a tornado signature on radar. Here's the latest scan. So that debris signature a little bit smaller. Again, it's just south of Turnerville. This will be approaching the Fluin area and possibly going to be just to the north of Coopertown here in northern Tennessee. All right, we do have another tornado warning. Let me get to that real quick in Missouri. That's the one just south of Joplin. So again, if you're just south of Joplin near Neosho, you need to seek shelter. That's the area of rotation that we're watching. That is going off to the east-northeast, going towards Shoal Creek Estates near the Loma Linda area and just west of Diamond. And this could still produce a tornado at any time. No debris signature, but we'll continue to watch that storm closely. And this is the storm that is currently producing a tornado right now near Turner Falls. And if you're in the Springfield area of Tennessee, you need to go to your safe place now. This could be a large tornado moving east. If not, it's at least some sort of strong tornado that's been on the ground for a few minutes now. Local news has been reporting this as a large tornado that is moving east right now in Tennessee. Once again, this is going to be near Springfield and Cedar Hill. You've got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning. This could be a dangerous tornado that is in progress. And also back over near Charlotte. Really quickly, we need to go to Charlotte. Near Charlotte, we have damaging winds going this direction. We may even have a tornado. Can't really tell here. We do have some stronger rotation that's just west of Charlotte. So just heads up there if you're there. There could be something there developing. So stronger area of rotation right there near Mount Holly, moving east and southeast. We do have live cams in Charlotte. We're not seeing anything quite yet, but if we see anything, I'll let you know. So be mindful if you're in Charlotte. There is still potential for a tornado. We do have stronger rotation there. Let's go back to the storm north of Nashville. Yeah, we still have a tornado that, if the tornado's still on the ground here near Springfield, it would be right in here. So if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. So again, currently moving east towards Springfield and going towards Cross Plains, Tennessee. There is rotation developing on that storm that's just west of Charlotte, North Carolina, that we'll have to watch for closely. No debris signature on the latest scan, so this may have lifted, but it could drop again as it goes towards Springfield, Tennessee. Let's go back to Missouri again. We're going to hop around a lot here. This is a storm that's again back over in Missouri. We have strong rotation near Peoria. That's going to be in northeast Oklahoma right now, but about to cross into parts of southwest Missouri, just south of Joplin. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. And then we're going to go back to the confirmed tornado. We'll go back to Charlotte if that storm does starts to intensify again. If we still have a tornado, it's just going to be west of Springfield. So if you're in Springfield, Tennessee, you need to seek shelter. I'm still watching that storm near Charlotte really closely because there's rotation on that one. It's not strong, but there is rotation. Actually, we're going to go to Charlotte real quick, since that's in between radar scans. They have a localized radar site as well. Here's the radar site nearby. So the rotation isn't it's not as intense here, but there is at least some sort of QLCS that's trying to develop here. It's not really strong, but that would be the area that we're watching for a tornado risk. Just west-northwest of Charlotte. And this is a live cam view on Radar Omega out of that area. We'll see if it loads in the next couple seconds. We should have a couple live shots. This is one of them. So this is looking northeast. I think the other one looks west, but it's not loading. But that is a storm, again, that is attempting to produce at least wind and hail, but perhaps even a tornado threat near Charlotte, North Carolina. We're going to go back to that in a few minutes once we have a better view of that. And then again, if there's still a tornado on the ground, it's going to be here just west of Springfield, Tennessee. So if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter in Springfield and Mount Denison. That is a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. That's away from windows, and that's on the lowest floor possible. This is still strong rotation, and it could still be on the ground. If not, it could drop again as that moves east-northeast. Yeah, radars in Charlotte are a little bit hit or miss. They're a little bit hit or miss. If you guys see any photos on Twitter of this tornado, feel free to at me, at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to at least retweet them. Oh yeah, that was a cone tornado. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, this was a confirmed... this tornado that was on the ground, it might still be on the ground, but it was a cone tornado. It's kind of behind some trees, so it's a little bit hard to see the actual low, like the bottom of it. I'm retweeting the photo on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. But yeah, by the looks of it, this was a cone tornado. That is pretty unbelievable. I mean, this storm was a low precip tornado. When we had this on radar a few scans ago, this is a better view of it near Turnersville. I mean, it was a confirmed tornado. We had a CC drop and everything, but like this is a low precip debris ball and everything that we had on radar. We had a different radar site, didn't we? I don't think we're using the southern one. Which one were we using? Oh, it was this one. There we go. Yeah, this was showing a debris signature and everything. This should still be on the ground for the record. If we have a tornado still on the ground, it's going to be right in here on the west side of Springfield. But, I mean, this radar scan that we had before back near Turnersville, that right there was your cone tornado, presumably. And that started to move down to the east and east-southeast. Presumably, if this tornado is still on the ground, it's in that black circle. The rotation isn't super strong in that area, but that would be where there would be a tornado, if it is still on the ground. But again, this is right now moving to the east-northeast, so continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. As of 3 minutes ago, this is still a confirmed tornado, just for the record. Yeah, this was a cone tornado. We're tweeting more photos on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. I will try to show one if I'm able to, but yeah, this is definitely a cone-shaped tornado that just happened and could still be on the ground for the record. So stay in your safe place if you are in Springfield. All right, here's the latest on the storm in Missouri. Again, we got a strong area of rotation that's been trying to develop for a while. Just to the southwest of Joplin. Again, this is still trying to produce a tornado. If you are in this warning, just south of Joplin, continue to stay in your safe place. We have another area of rotation on the back side of this, so that could get tornado warned. It's broad and weak, but could be something that develops down the road just south of Joplin. Let's go to... we'll go back to Tennessee again. I do want to go back. Actually, let's go back to Charlotte first. Charlotte, North Carolina is another area that has the chance for at least some sort of tornado risk. It's low right now, but we do have some rotation. We have a little couplet, it looks like, trying to develop here just east of Hope Farm. Let's look at the reflectivity. That's kind of on the leading edge there of the storms. There's a radar Omega cyclone port here. There's your storm right there on the left side of your screen in Charlotte. This is a tornado possible storm. Don't have any crazy view of that quite yet. Let's go to, where's the radar site? It's over here. Now there is some rotation right now near Mount Holly. So that right there, we could get a brief tornado out of that activity as it does continue to move towards Huntersville and on the north side of Charlotte, North Carolina. It is an unwarned area of rotation. It is also not confirmed, but it is an area that I would be watching for over the next few minutes. It could technically produce a tornado as it moves into this direction. That rotation is definitely strong enough where we could get a brief tornado or two. The rotation right now is east of Interstate 485, approaching Highway 16, and we'll be approaching Oakdale, just northwest of Charlotte. That's your storm on the left side of your screen. I'm gonna go ahead and put this on right here on the left side of your screen. So out of Charlotte, out of Bank of America Stadium there, on radar Omega cyclone port. We'll have that on that side of your screen. Here's the storm near Springfield. It looks like this is wrapping again. Again, if you're in Springfield, you need to seek shelter if you've not already. Springfield, Tennessee. That is a very strong signature on radar that is trying to produce a tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning, and a new one's now going to be issued in Illinois. We're going to stay on this for a second because the radar just updated. And if there's a tornado, it's going to be right here, just west of Springfield. No CC drop, so it's not confirmed, but if there's a tornado, it'd be right in there. Going right into Springfield, Tennessee. Quickly going to check on the Illinois tornado warning. That is near Carbondale. If you're in Carbondale, you need to seek shelter. That's in Maconda County. Or in Maconda, Illinois, just south of Carbondale. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. That is another discrete supercell that could produce a tornado at any time as that moves east-northeast. And eventually northeast towards Heron and Marion. All right, let's go back to this tornado warning cell near Springfield. Yeah, guys, you gotta get to your safe place. If you're in Springfield, again, we may have a tornado in progress. If it is, it's gonna be on the west side of Springfield, right here. This is a really dangerous storm if it does drop. You gotta seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is gonna be moving right into Springfield in Tennessee. That right there is where we're looking for that potential for a tornado. We'll have a radar scan in just a second. And no CC drop as of now on this storm, but that could change at any time as this does continue to move east-northeast into Springfield. That is definitely a very dangerous storm here. Could produce a tornado at any time. Let me go back to this. We'll take that off for a second. This again near Springfield, Tennessee. A strong area of rotation, got a strong inflow, got a large hail core, got everything. We eventually going towards Orlinda and Cross Plains. And then the one in Charlotte. The wind is really strong here in Charlotte right now. This is where we did have some rotation, which is not tornado warned. The circulation doesn't look as strong as before, but we'll still keep a close eye on this. That's the storm right there. It's moving right into Charlotte. Big rain shaft and everything on the radar Omega cyclone port. You just put that on the left side of your screen so you can see that in real time. And then we have another one down here, which I don't know if we're going to get much out of that, but let's go back up to the northwest to the tornado that could still be on the ground or might drop again near Springfield. Again, if you're in Springfield, Tennessee, you've got to run to your safe place. Don't have anything confirmed as of right now. It was confirmed initially as a cone tornado. If it does drop again, it could be another cone. which means that there could be some serious damage if it drops again. Got a strong inflow going to the storm as well. So again, if you're in Springfield, Tennessee, you need to seek shelter. It's a dangerous storm right now that is moving into Springfield, Denson, going towards Herbertville, and Green Valley in Oakland. There's the latest scan. So again, if there's a tornado, it would be right here over the west side of Springfield. Velocities haven't updated. CC has. It's still no debris. There's still no debris signature, which is good news. Hopefully it stays that way. So we'll be eventually going towards Green Valley and Herbertville. And if you're in this tornado warning, you need to continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, away from windows, the lowest floor possible. And if this storm does drop a tornado, it would be right over Springfield, Tennessee. Moving towards Mount Denson and Herbertville. Here is a couple of confirmed tornado reports. Had at 2:47 p.m. in Fredonia, Tennessee, or just east of Fredonia, the public reported by a spotter on mile marker 19 at Interstate 24 a tornado. On the southeast side of Turnerville, still ongoing by Coopertown, or just northwest of Coopertown in Tennessee. Exact location is estimated by radar, so that is where we did have a tornado. And we could get another one. Again, if there's a tornado, it'd be right over Springfield in this hook right here. I'm not seeing any sort of debris signature anymore or anything like that, but it's still in play to the potential where we could see a tornado. So if you're in Springfield, Tennessee, Oakland, Green Valley, you need to continue to stay in your safe place. Any discrete cells like this today are going to have an elevated chance for tornadoes. And we have another one near Carbondale, just for reference, that's trying to do the same exact thing. It's discrete, and so anything like this with a hook is going to have the potential for a tornado. So we'll have to watch this storm as well closely in Illinois. Again, this one's still radar indicated. It is broad rotation, but it is trying to develop into something as it continues to move east, northeast, and northeast. We have a few other discrete cells popping up now, and again, anything that's discrete today will have an elevated chance for a tornado. It does look as if that rotation here over Springfield has kind of occluded. We haven't seen really any strong signature here for the last few minutes. I keep hearing the faint submarine radar ping noise. Yeah, that's the Radar Omega radar sweep. I'm not, or the rapid sweep. I'm not sure if they have a way to turn that off. But if you hear that in the background, that's what that is. I'll have another radar scan in just a second. Or we just got one, actually. Yeah, if there's a tornado, or if one tries to develop, it'll probably be now on the west side of Springfield there. Again, that's moving east. It's going to be going towards Cross Plains, Tennessee. This tornado warning does go for 6 more minutes. They may issue a new one, depending on how things go over the next few minutes. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. The rotation would be literally right over top of Springfield right now if it's on the ground. They've gone ahead and issued a new warning on this now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Again, brand new tornado warning on this storm for Cross Plains, as well as the Baggettsville area near Orlinda. So if you're in this warning, you need to continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. And this is currently moving eastbound. It's going to be going towards Cross Plains and Orlinda. All right. By the way, this is for White House, Tennessee, Springfield, Tennessee, and Cross Plains. We'll go back to that in a second. Back to Joplin real quick. We do still have that tornado warning there. That is south of Joplin. The rotation has remained at this point relatively on the broader side of things, but it is right here near Highway 43 and 86, just west of Interstate 49, south of Joplin. And they've gone ahead and issued now a new tornado warning on this one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Again, brand new tornado warning now. That's going to be for those in Diamond, Granby, and Wentworth, south of Joplin. It is radar indicated rotation, so it's not confirmed. It is just radar indicated rotation. If you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter that's away from windows and on the lowest floor possible as this moves to the east, northeast over the next several minutes. If the sirens are going off, by the way, it could be for a tornado warning, but a lot of the times, a lot of these places, they have them go off for also severe weather, like wind and hail. This is completely rain wrap rotation, just for the record. The storms in northeast Oklahoma are not doing much. Again, they're just mostly hail and wind. The Charlotte cam's going wild. Let me check it out real quick. Oh yeah, look at that. It's windy. I'm guessing it was worse before I clicked onto it. This is the live cam in Charlotte, North Carolina. By the way, there's no tornado here, just wind. Just windy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, another tornado warning, and that's a new one for Illinois. That rotation's not letting up. This one's strengthening. That's going towards Marion. We got a hook and everything. That's the rotation that we're looking at. It's going to be going towards Carterville and eventually the west side of Marion here. Moving east-northeast. And if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter that's away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building as that continues to move toward Marion over the next several minutes. And this is a storm that could produce a tornado at any time as it moves towards Marion. Or Marion, whatever it might be. That's another storm that's concerning. We are up to 30 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we have 6 tornado warnings. Basically, at this point, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit here. Or no, we're not.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning west of Clarksville. And this one's moving east. This one could drop a tornado too at any time. It's going towards Big Rock, Bumpus Mills, and Indian Mound. West of Clarksville. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. That is another area of rotation that's beginning to ramp up, moving eastbound, going towards Big Rock. This is becoming a very, very busy time right now across much of the United States. We are up to 32 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 7 tornado warnings. We're going to focus on whatever is the most concerning at any given time, because there's going to be a lot of warnings here. The Springfield one, that rotation's been broader for the last few minutes, but we are still watching for the potential of a tornado as that continues to move east-northeast and northeast towards Cross Plains in Tennessee. And then again, this warning that we have here near Dover is moving eastbound towards Big Rock. That would be your circulation moving eastbound, going to be going eventually towards Woodlawn, Big Rock, and Indian Mound. So again, if you're in that tornado warning, you need to continue to stay in your safe place. This storm has a long-term potential of producing a tornado. It might not drop now, but I think down the road this has a chance. So if you're in Clarksville, you're by no means done with severe weather today. We got multiple rounds of storms happening today. You are just in the beginning stages at this point of this tornado risk. The storm that is currently in Illinois near Carbondale, that looks like it could drop. So this could drop a tornado at any time as it continues to move to the east-northeast. So I'll be staying vigilant if you're in this area. If you're near Carterville, or if you're near Carbondale, or near Marion, that rotation's beginning to intensify, and this could drop at any time. It's going to be right on track for Marion in southern Illinois. The storm is definitely intensifying. We still have a tornado warning in... Well, these are the 2 tornado warnings in Illinois. Let's go to Missouri real quick. This is the tornado warning in Missouri. Very broad area of circulation. This warning might actually get canceled down the road. We'll see, unless it redevelops back down near Neosho, because that rotation has been kind of broad for a little while here. And that is right now moving east-northeast, but continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. Let's go back to Missouri. Nope, we're already in Missouri. Let's go back to Kentucky and Tennessee on that other storm real quick. So the other circulation that we're looking at right now is northwest of Dover. That is that area of circulation right there, just to the west-southwest of Big Rock and southwest of Bumpus Mills. So this storm could drop a tornado down the road as well as it continues to move to the east. Again, this is a relatively a more significant storm as well. If it's able to become discrete and organized, it could definitely produce a tornado as it does continue to move east, going towards Big Rock and Indian Mound. And then also east of Clarksville near Springfield, we still do have some rotation here. This is broadened, but it could still produce something as that moves to the east over the next several minutes. So stay vigilant if you're near Portland or Westmoreland in northern Tennessee. Let's go back to Illinois again. We're going to wait for the next scan on the Illinois storm. This one looks like it could drop a tornado at any time. So we're going to stay on this one here for a moment. Discrete means individual or just like away from all the other storms. This would be a discrete cell. There's nothing connecting to it. It's not like a line. Or semi-discrete would be when we have like 2 or 3 storms that are, you know, within proximity to each other, kind of connected. See what the next velocity scan shows here. And that, if there's a tornado, it would be just here to the south of Carterville. Waiting for the velocities to update here. It's in southern Illinois. I think Connor might be heading towards this, by the way. So we might have a view of this here soon. That's your area of circulation. Still not really tight and confined, but I mean, this again could drop at any time. So that'll be going towards Marion, Illinois, going towards as well as Carterville. So stay vigilant if you're in those areas. Let's zoom back out. Let's go to... Somebody was saying Charlotte live cam at Hale. Charlotte live cam is still going crazy. This is on Radar Omega. The live cam at Bank of America Stadium. Hail and rain falling. Looks like pretty small hail. Pretty crazy stuff there in Charlotte. View all these live cams on their app. The top link in the description below. Got a ton of them. We do have 5 tornado warnings. All of them have been back down to radar indicated, so we have nothing confirmed. We do have a storm merger happening here near Springfield, so I do think that tornado risk on this storm could increase down the road as that moves east. So that'll be something to watch for as that continues to move towards Portland in northern Tennessee. And then the storm that's back over here near Dover and west of Clarksville could produce something down the road. We're still watching the storm very closely. That is on track to go towards Clarksville. And then we have the Missouri storm and the Illinois one. This is the Missouri one, once again, near Neosho. It's south of Joplin, broad rotation. And then we'll go back to the Illinois one here, at least for the moment. We'll go back to Tennessee after this. We'll have another radar scan on this in a second. This is a PDS tornado on the ground in Illinois.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is a large tornado on the ground in Illinois. This is a PDS tornado. That is a particularly dangerous situation for those in Marion. This is a large and strong tornado that has been confirmed by weather spotters on this storm going towards Marion, Illinois. You need to run to your safe place if you are in this pink polygon. There is a large and strong tornado that is in progress right now that is moving to the east-northeast, going towards Marion. This is a very dangerous storm right now moving to the east-northeast. You need to get to your safe place immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building if you are in this warning. There's also damage being reported, by the way, from storms in the Coopertown area of Tennessee from that tornado that we just had. So just heads up there. But again, if you're just tuning in, this is a confirmed large and strong tornado that is on the ground heading towards Marion and Pittsburgh in Illinois. This is a storm, by the way, that we'll have an update on the radar in a second, but this storm is going towards a population of about 30,000 people. So there's a lot of people in this warning. If you know any friends or family in Marion or Pittsburgh, Illinois, this is just east and southeast of Carbondale, give them a call or text. Make sure they're doing okay. Make sure they're in their safe place, because this is a large and strong tornado that is in progress, that is right now heading towards Marion and eventually going to be going to the south side of the Carterville area. And presumably that is your debris signature, or we'll have an update in a second. So again, that tornado would be right in here somewhere, just to the south of Carterville. It's a large and extremely dangerous situation here in southern Illinois, near Marion, just south of Carterville. Waiting for the correlation coefficient update here. You got a hook echo, you got a very strong inflow, basically everything. It's a strong and large tornado moving east-northeast. So once again, if you're just tuning in, this is in southern Illinois. By the way, the newest Storm Prediction Center update just came out. We don't have any increase or uptick in the risk, so just FYI. That is your debris signature right here that's popping up on radar now. So debris is now being lofted up into the atmosphere just southeast of Carbondale. And this is quickly approaching. And actually, we'll have Brandon Kopic's feed once he gets closer. This is near Marion in southern Illinois. Long term, this will be going towards El Dorado, Harrisburg, Carrier Mills, and Galedia in Illinois. We'll have another radar scan in a second. But again, this tornado's on the ground. Gotta run to your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. It's a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado that's near Carterville. Moving to the east, northeast, and northeast. And if you don't know what PDS means, it's particularly dangerous situation. Once again, this is just south of Johnson City, near Marion in Illinois. Yeah, if there's a tornado on the ground, it's going to be right in there, just south of Carterville, moving towards Marion. There's a population of 30,000 people that are in the track of the storm, so it's a pretty populated area here. It's moving towards, you know, this tornado again moving towards that area in Marion, just south of Carterville. It's once again been confirmed by weather spotters in the area as a large and strong tornado. Velocities on radar don't look like that, but again, that would be where your tornado is. We had a similar tornado yesterday just south of Kalamazoo that kind of did the same thing. We didn't see anything on radar, and then it kind of popped up. So there's a possibility that, you know, the radar might be like, you know, not picking it up yet, but it could in a few minutes. But that would be where your tornado is. All right, so just south of Carterville, approaching the Marion area. So you need to seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. This is, again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is heading towards Marion. Video footage on Twitter? Okay. If you guys do see anything, feel free to at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX, and I'll try to relay information. I don't see anything. I don't see anything from recently. See if Brandon has any view on anything yet. All right, Brandon Kopic might have a view of something here. He's kind of in the rain right now. Again, this is moving east-northeast, going towards Marion. If you are in this pink polygon, again, you got to run to your safe place. This is a large and strong tornado that has been confirmed by weather spotters in the area. It's going to be heading right into the heart of Marion. So you need to get underground if you can. You got to get to a storm shelter. And this is going to be going right into the town of Marion, like right into it. And there's now a new tornado watch, I believe, for Texas. There might be soon. There isn't already one. Yeah, they just issued a new tornado watch for Texas and Arkansas until 10 p.m. So it's a new watch that was just issued there. Yeah, Dallas Fort Worth under this new watch. Here's your new tornado watch. There you go. New tornado watch. Take a screenshot if you need to. It's on Twitter too. It's near Waco and whatnot. And if you're just tuning in, this is a large and strong tornado reported by storm chasers in the area that is going to be heading toward areas in Marion. It is, again, if this tornado is still on the ground and it's large and strong, it's going to be heading right into the heart of Marion in Illinois. Again, this is just to the south of Johnson City. It's going right into Marion. You've got to run to your safe place if you're in this warning. Get away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. This tornado is still on the ground. It is going to be dangerous. It is a very populated area. So get underground if you can. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. And an interior room of your home or building. If this tornado is on the ground, it's going to be moving right into Marion. You got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Nothing definitive on radar, but this is still a, it's a PDS tornado warning. We might not see it on radar, but that doesn't mean there's not a tornado. So you need to continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. I'm not seeing anything, but just take it seriously in case there is something on the ground here. Brandon Kopic is getting closer to this, so we'll see if he sees anything. He's kind of driving right into it. If there's a tornado, he'll be driving right into it. Does anybody know if there's any photos of this on Twitter or anything like that? I'm just curious. I don't know what we're dealing with here. Because we don't have anything on radar, so I'm not sure if there's some sort of photographic evidence or something like that. More photos of that tornado, by the way. This is from Jessica Brook. That was the tornado earlier that happened near the Clarksville area, just east of Clarksville. It was a large cone. So that was from earlier. That's not this storm, but that was a storm that happened earlier. Still not seeing anything on this. All right, here's Brandon's view, by the way. This is Brandon Kopic. Looks like some sort of lowering right there, potentially in the middle. So there might be some sort of lowering here on this storm, moving towards the Marion area. I don't see a tornado, but there was definitely a lowering there, possibly a wall cloud or something going towards Marion. Yeah, if you are in this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter. This is still a PDS tornado warning. That means it's a particularly dangerous situation. These are only issued when we have large and strong tornadoes on the ground. And so this one, as of about 10 minutes ago or so, was large and strong, and it could still be, as this continues to move towards the Marion area. Yeah, it looked like a large wall cloud by the looks of it. So this is definitely trying to drop again. It already probably dropped, and it's trying to drop again right now, going to Marion. Near Highway 13 here in southern Illinois. Yeah, by the sounds of it, there was a large tornado. I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but there is a large wall cloud, which does mean another large tornado definitely could drop at any time as this moves to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. All right, we do have video now on our Twitter page at Max Velocity WX of that tornado. It was a multi-vortex tornado that was on the ground there, and it was actually a pretty large cone. It wasn't condensed, but there was a pretty large cone there. So, more photos on our Twitter page again at Max Velocity WX. There was a large tornado with this at one point. So this is not, you know, a random warning by any means. It was on the ground. It was large for at least a few minutes. And at least over the last few scans, at least it's a bit broader. It could drop again at any time as this continues to move to the east-northeast. That's going to be moving right into Marion. It is still a PDS tornado warning, so you need to be underground in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. But if there's a tornado, it'd be right there in that black circle, moving right into Marion. I do see why they issued a PDS. You know, some people are gonna say like it's over exaggerated and stuff, but I actually see why. I mean, the videos on Twitter do show a large cone tornado developing, multi-vortex, at least from, you know, 6 or 7 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago, whatever it was. It was definitely a cone, and it was definitely multi-vortex, and it looked strong initially. Now, it wasn't on the ground for super long by the sounds of it, but even then, I mean, it was definitely a large tornado that was developing, and it could still be on the ground. It you know, could still be something that's dangerous here. So, you know, we're gonna have to continue to watch closely. It's a very populated area, which is the other concern. So if this does drop again, it could be dangerous. The tornado, if it's still on the ground, is going to be moving right into Marion. And near Interstate 57. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, the lowest floor possible. DFW will probably at least see some large hail. It's not a huge risk, but some people will see large hail. And the other concern will be a potential for a couple of tornadoes. Again, we'll be live throughout this entire thing, so we'll be covering North Texas too whenever that stuff ramps up. North Texas could actually get kind of interesting. It's still a PDS tornado warning, which again is a particularly dangerous situation. If you are in Marion, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. There are a ton of roads in here. There's a lot of people that are included in this tornado warning. So if you are in this area, you again need to be in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. An interior room of your home or building. I do have to agree with that. It's better to get a false warning than a late warning, 100%. This isn't a false warning, though. I mean, we did have a tornado. It was large. It's on the ground right now by the sounds of it, but it could be on the ground again at any time, as it does continue to move into Marion. All right, quick update on the other tornado warnings, because we do have 4 other ones, or 3 other ones, technically. This is the one near Cross Plains, near Springfield. Looks like we still have a signature here that's trying to produce a tornado near Cross Plains. Watch out for this if you're at Cross Plains. We may have a tornado trying to develop here again. So that'll be going towards Walnut Grove. If you're in Walnut Grove, Tennessee, or Portland, you need to be in your safe place, because this could drop another tornado, and that rotation is not really strong yet. It's intensifying, but we have a hook echo developing on that looks kind of nasty. So just in case, if you're in Walnut Grove, I'd be seeking shelter, at least in Walnut Grove, maybe not back over there to the east.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning near Paris. That rotation's over Paris right now. You need to seek shelter if you're in that warning. Paris, Tennessee, seek shelter. That's moving towards Big Sandy. And then also near Big Rock. Do still have circulation here near Bumpus Mills and Big Rock, north of Route 79. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, you still need to be in your safe place. All right, once again, this storm is heading towards Marion right now, or Marion, Illinois. It's still a PDS tornado. If it is still on the ground, it's going to be right here. And if it is on the ground, it's going right through Marion. So if you're in Marion, you need to stay in your safe place. Nothing confirmed on this in the last several minutes, but if it is on the ground, it would be right in Marion. And circulation's probably on the center or central side of the town right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This right now is moving to the east-northeast. I'll have another velocity scan in a second. Gonna see what that looks like. There it is. I mean, it still looks broad. I don't think this is on the ground anymore, but I would still be in your safe place just in case, because it's a storm that even down the road is definitely gonna be something concerning. We do have a new tornado warning in Kentucky. That's gonna be near Oak Grove. It's on this storm near Lafayette and Oak Grove. It's still in the storm that's rotating back over in northern Tennessee. So if you're in this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter. The Paris storm is still rotating. Let's go back to this storm real quick. Still rotation on this storm near Portland and Walnut Grove. I mean, we got storms everywhere right now. Quickly going back to western. All right, this rotation in southwest Missouri, I'm not really concerned about it. We'll watch it, but it's still relatively broad right now. It could be something down the road near Springfield to watch for, but right now it's not super strong. The one near Marion, again, is still the PDS tornado warning, which is, again, a particularly dangerous situation. This is moving to the east-northeast. So if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Connor Croft with us on the bottom right of your screen. He is up here to the north of that storm. He said he's going to try to intercept this. More than likely down the road, so that'll be the next thing to watch for as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning north of Nashville. This is the one that we're just talking about near Portland. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. We got a hook echo on this as well. It's moving towards Portland, Mitchellville, Graball, and near Brackentown. Moving eastbound. So again, seek shelter if you're in that pink polygon, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is for Portland, White House, and Cross Plains, Tennessee. It's radar indicated rotation, so it's not on the ground right now, but it could drop at any time. And then the other two storms, the one near Paris has broad rotation, and the one that's going towards Lafayette and Oak Grove is broad, but those could still produce tornadoes at any time. We have a total of 40 warnings right now that are severe. 40. 8 tornado warnings, 32 severe thunderstorm warnings. This once again, your PDS tornado, if it's on the ground, it's going to be over Marion on the south side. You can just see it's really raining there. This is on Brandon Kopic's feed. A lot of rain falling right now, right over the town of Marion. So it's a very heavy rainfall area. If there's a tornado, it is rain wrapped, so you're not really going to be able to see it. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. By the way, this is a tornado from Coopertown earlier. This is from AJ Meyer on Twitter. So that was behind the trees there, but that was a tornado from earlier. So AJ Mayer WX on Twitter. That was a tornado from earlier near Coopertown. Again, that cone tornado in that non-precip area. So. All right. So still PDS. Has not been updated. Again, I don't think there's a tornado here, but just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. This one's going to be west of Elizabethtown. This one also looks concerning. Has a hook echo and everything. That's going to be moving east-northeast. That is, again, just west of Eddyville. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. We're up to 9 tornado warnings. And that's another one that's concerning. That's for Pope County, Illinois. So I'm just going to stay zoomed out a little bit here. Those are the 2 tornado warnings right now in southern Illinois. Things are getting very active, very fast. So if you're in any of these areas, you need to continue to monitor weather very closely. Even if you're not included in a tornado warning, you need to watch the weather very closely, because these storms are, right now on track to produce the threat for some strong tornadoes, potentially. This is your tornado report from Carbondale. That's the video of the tornado. Still a PDS tornado warning. I don't think it's on the ground, as I mentioned before, but still stay in your safe place just in case. We got multiple warnings ongoing here. This event is definitely ramping up and is becoming a bit more dangerous. There are storms literally everywhere. I mean, we have discrete supercells everywhere right now. Not all of them are going to produce tornadoes, but some of them will. So you need to stay weather aware today. We got a tornado warning here back over in Lafayette and Oak Grove in southern Kentucky, west of Clarksville. Got the other one near Paris and Big Sandy. Again, those rotations aren't really strong right now. Rotations ramping up here. This one's going to be near Portland. So we got stronger rotation developing on this storm. Near Portland, you gotta seek shelter if you're in this warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's near Portland. It's no longer PDS, so we no longer have a PDS tornado warning, just for the record. So that is just being downgraded to normal radar indicated. We have another tornado warning. I don't even know where anymore. We have so many. That's north of Springfield. Okay, so we're north of Springfield now. That looks like a beast as well. We got strong rotation on this storm near just north of Springfield. If you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building away from windows. That is another storm that is trying to produce a tornado right now. The good news is that all of these are radar indicated. The bad news is that down the road in the next couple hours, we might be up to 15, maybe even 20 tornado warnings with all these storms that we have right now. We have so many storms that are rotating. We have so many discrete supercells. It's going to be a very busy next 3 hours. Very busy. The one that's over here near Wentworth and Diamond is broad rotation right now. The one that's back over near Aldrich, again, that one's just developing, but that's a hook echo and a half, if I've ever seen one. Not on the ground right now, but that's a very impressive looking supercell moving east-northeast. It's getting awfully active.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another one for Clarksville. Clarksville, Tennessee. You need to be in your safe place. Brand new tornado warning for those in Clarksville. That's going to be on this storm that's up here to the north. I wouldn't even rule out this one tries to do something too. That one's just new, but yeah, again, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's right over where Brad is actually right now. That's going to be west of Clarksville. That circulation moving to the east-northeast is going to be going right towards Oak Grove and Clarksville. A lot of these tornado warnings will expire in 2 minutes, just for the record. Or not a lot. Sorry, only 2 of them will. So we'll be back down to 9 tornado warnings in a second. But we are currently at a combined 43 warnings and then 10 flash flood warnings. So yeah, it's again we got a lot of warnings. I mean, this is going to be again a very active day. The rotation near Paris does not look super concerning, but I would still stay in your safe place. It's broad. The rotation north of Nashville was stronger. This could drop. We got strong rotation right now near Portland, Tennessee. You need to seek shelter if you're in Portland. The potential for a tornado is ramping up here, moving east. It's going to be moving right into Portland over the next few minutes. That is a strong couplet developing here. It's been stronger for about 5 or 6 minutes now. This one definitely could drop a tornado. We'll have another radar scan on this in a minute. All right, we've dropped on warnings. Put some confetti in the chat. We're back down to 26 and 9 warnings. Just unbelievable. All right, this latest radar scan is showing this storm is starting to close, so we could get a tornado on this. And if there's a tornado, it would be just to the southwest of Portland. And if you're in this warning, you've got to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. This could drop at any time, moving east-northeast. There's the latest radar scan, slightly broader than the latest scan, but it still is closing, so we could get a tornado on that. Hook echo and everything. Moving right into Portland over the next few minutes. You've got to seek shelter if you are in that tornado warning. And then on the Oak Grove and Clarksville one, again, we do have some circulation on this one, back down near the Big Rock area. That's moving east-northeast. Paris one is still pretty broad at this time. Let's go back to Illinois again. The PDS tornado warning is no longer ongoing. They've actually downgraded this to a normal severe thunderstorm warning after that tornado warning. But the Eddyville one near Elizabethtown, that one's still trying to develop. So seek shelter if you're in that warning. We got more warnings over here to the east. We got a ton of tornado possible labels, just for the record. So we have a ton of storms that are trying to rotate right now and produce tornadoes. We have 2 right now in Missouri. The one that is north of Springfield looks concerning. The one that is actually down to the west of Monette now, west of Springfield, is also becoming more concerning. We have a hook on that storm that's developing, and that rotation is beginning to intensify. Right here. So that could develop into something as that moves towards Springfield. So 2 concerning storms right now. We got 9 tornado warnings. We have 28 severe thunderstorm warnings. I've got to pee. We're going to pee now before things really get going here. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. We'll go to Connor for the moment. Be right back.
Looks like there's a big outflow boundary coming south from these now. I'll wipe the warm sector. These up here might have a limited amount of time to produce before they get wiped out by the outflow boundary. MD 341 as a new MD.
All right. Connor is currently north of this tornado warning.
Looks like it's going on in Tennessee, but
or north of the tornado warning in Illinois. That was PDS before. Donate for the diaper fund. All right, let's go back to radar here. All right, so we do have again an area of circulation west of Monette in southwest Missouri that is again trying to intensify. We got the one north of Springfield that is also trying to ramp up. That is a hook echo. Rotation on radar is not super strong there. We got one near St. Robert that looks a bit more concerning too. That could definitely develop into something. Let's go back to Illinois again. So again, we do have strong winds on the storm near Marion, Illinois, but it doesn't look like we have anything really going there anymore. In terms of the overall, you know, just the rotation there does not look really that impressive. It's more of a wind threat. The storm near Eddyville, also, I don't see much. The rotation's broad. It's not really too strong right now, but we'll continue to watch that in case it does anything weird. It's still a discrete supercell. Anything that's discrete today is going to be much more elevated for tornadoes. You know, the big problem is right now, I mentioned this in today's video. If you watched today's video this morning, I mentioned that the wind shear and everything is really going to ramp up. That's going to really ramp up as we get closer to like 6, 7, 8 o'clock. So any storms that are still discrete in about 2 hours or 3 hours, they can be a much more significant threat for severe weather in terms of the tornado threat as well. So definitely something that, you know, is something to think about at least. We are now up to apple-sized hail now. If things couldn't get any crazier, we have apple-sized hail on the storm that is going towards Clarksville. So if you're in Clarksville, you don't have to just seek shelter because of a tornado. There are apples falling out of the sky right now. Near Lafayette and Oak Grove. It's also just northwest of Clarksville. That is 3 inches in diameter, just for reference. So if you are in this area, you need to be in your safe place just for the threat of apples. An apple a day keeps the tornado away. That's a good one. But apple-sized hail is right now falling out of the sky here on this storm. You've got to seek shelter for 2 reasons. 1, the hail, and then 2, the potential for a tornado. This storm is getting more concerning near Portland, Tennessee. We got a hook echo and everything on this storm. It's been going for a while. This one initially did produce a tornado. It's been recycling for over an hour. If you're in Portland or Brackentown in northern Tennessee, north of Nashville, I would definitely seek shelter. Storm is definitely a concern right now. Moving to the east in northern Tennessee. Apparently somebody just ran a red light on Connor's stream. Yeah, this storm did drop a tornado earlier. So this one's a concern right now. Because if it drops again, it could be on the stronger side of things with how things have gone already today. Once again, we have 8 tornado warnings. We're just going to cover whatever looks the most concerning. We'll keep kind of going around with all the warnings as well. There's just a lot of stuff right now. So if I don't cover your area, it probably isn't concerning enough. It could be concerning. It just, again, there's a lot of stuff. All right, another radar scan on this in a second. We'll stay here for a moment. It's coming in right now, so we'll wait for that radar scan. Thank you, by the way, Hypertech, for the 1999 super chat. I do appreciate your generosity. You're in Clarksville, stay safe. Yeah, again, we'll go back to Clarksville in a second. Sandy, if you're in a tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, the lowest floor possible. I mean, there's no reason to like panic or worry. Just, you know, if you have that tornado action plan, you're ready for any tornado warnings, you're good. Latest scan south of Portland. That rotation's a bit broader on this latest scan. Apple-sized hail again on that storm going towards Clarksville, Tennessee. We'll go back to that in a second. Waiting for the velocities to update. Yeah, this is still broad circulation. Nothing confirmed on that storm. Again, that's north of Nashville. Let's go back to this storm. New severe thunderstorm warning for Clarksville. That's a different storm. We got rotation down in here. That's going to be back over west of Woodlawn. Going towards Clarksville. We got apple-sized hail coming towards Clarksville and Oak Grove and Pembroke. And that is 3 inches in diameter. If you're in any of these pink polygons, you've got to continue to, you know, stay in your safe place. There's a lot of tornado warnings right now, and this is really probably one of the more concerning areas for apple-sized hail and then the potential for a tornado as that continues to move eastbound. The rotation in southern Illinois on the storm that's near Eddyville is definitely trying to intensify. That's going to be going towards Elizabethtown and Rosiclare, near the Carsville area. Waiting for the velocities to update here. We'll go back to Missouri in a second as well, and then we'll go back to Tennessee. And we're hopping around a lot right now. Latest scan, a little bit broader. It still has a hook echo, though. So continue to watch it closely. Got another hook developing back over southwest of Marion. So that could get warned at some point. This storm has just blown up. So watch that if you're in Creel Springs, Illinois, as that could do something at some point down the road. And then back over in Missouri, we have 2 tornado warnings. We got one that's west of Monette. As a broad area of circulation that's moving eastbound. It was a little bit stronger a minute ago. It could intensify again as it makes its approach to Springfield. And also the storm that is currently back over here north of Springfield is still looking concerning. We have a hook echo and everything on this. So if we get enough wind shear, this could drop a tornado. That'll eventually move towards halfway in Buffalo over the next several minutes, just north of Springfield, Missouri. Also, some significant damage coming out of areas near, this is from Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Some of the damage that we're getting, this is from Real Gad Boys on Twitter. So, some damage coming out of that area from the potential, I believe that was from a tornado earlier or just high winds. So, just a heads up there. And we've had a lot of damage reports already in that area. Bolivar. Oh yeah, Bolivar is in this warning. Bolivar, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, this is a hook echo and everything. We could get a tornado out of this as it moves east northeast. Stay on this for one more radar scan, then we'll go elsewhere. Actually, we're going elsewhere now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're going southwest. Got a new tornado warning west-southwest of Springfield. That's near Mount Vernon and Monette. If you are in this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building.
A new tornado warning has been
moving
issued.
east-northeast going towards Monette and Aurora. We have another tornado warning. That one's going to be northwest of Hopkinsville. Discrete cell. That could be on the ground. That's possibly on the ground right now. We might have a tornado just west of Hopkinsville. Right there, northwest of Canton. That could be a tornado. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. We got to couple it and everything. Right on that storm. That's just northwest of Canton, Kentucky. It's going to be heading right towards Cadiz. And it's going to be going towards Montgomery over the next several minutes. You've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.
So if we have a tornado on the ground, it's going to be right there, northwest of Canton. Quickly, we got two more tornado warnings. We got another one. They're two different areas. We got a new tornado warning that's going to be southwest of Nashville. You need to seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Strong rotation there. That's going to be just west of Linden. We have a radar Omega cyclone port. Not sure if we're going to see anything from these. That's the storm right there that's trying to produce a tornado. You know, a few different radar Omega cyclone ports there. Not really seeing anything, but we'll keep a close visual on that. And then we have another one in Illinois. That's the one we were just talking about, south of Carbondale, near Marion. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. It's moving east. And the one near Monette is broadening out right now, but we're still watching that one southwest of Springfield. Got a hook echo on the one near Bolivar, north of Springfield. That storm's been rotating for quite a while here. It's still trying to drop something. If you're in Bolivar, just west of Buffalo, you need to seek shelter north of Springfield. That is one of the most impressive supercells that we've seen on radar today, even though the rotation has not been there. All right, and then back into Kentucky. We may have a tornado on the ground again near Cadiz in Kentucky. So you need to seek shelter. If you're near Montgomery or Cadiz, we do have a strong couplet there that could drop a tornado at any time as that continues to move east-northeast. Velocities will update in a second. There is just severe weather everywhere right now. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Looks like that rotation has occluded, at least for the time being. So that's at least good news for the time being. Your cat is, but still stay in your safe place. It could develop again as it moves towards Montgomery. And then the storm that's back down near Clarksville. We got another storm. This one's now producing tennis ball sized hail in Clarksville. There's no, Tucker, there's no Kansas here. We're nowhere near Kansas. I don't know what state you're talking about. Again, this is going to be for Clarksville, Tennessee, moving northeast. That is another tennis ball sized hailstorm. That is a considerable threat. And then the other one down here to the south near Linden, again, is rotating in southwest Tennessee, moving northeast. But the one near Clarksville, that could produce a tornado at some point down the road. This is a different storm that's rotating. We're fine. We're here. Just disconnected. We are still here. I don't know why it does that. That happens sometimes. I don't know why. All right. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we got a massive hail core going right into Clarksville, Tennessee. That's upwards of tennis ball sized hail moving east-northeast. And if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. Even if there's not a tornado, there is definitely going to be a very significant threat there for hail. The storm near Big Sandy, again, still has rotation. We're watching that closely. The one near the Lobelville area, west of Centerville, is also rotating. Let's see if we have any live shots of this on Radar Omega. It's gonna be hard to see, I think. I'm not seeing anything there right now, but we'll continue to watch that closely. We have 8 tornado warnings right now. We're only gonna be able to cover so many of them. The storm up here to the north near Gallatin's kind of, weak at this point. It's not really super significant in terms of a tornado risk. The one that was possibly on the ground near Cadiz and north of Canton, that one seems to be broadening out. It is still something that you should be in your storm shelter or basement for, or whatever your interior room is, but that rotation is a bit weaker, at least for right now. And then the storm that's back over in southern Illinois still remains as a concern. So that is going to be southwest of Creel Springs. That is going to be moving eastbound towards Interstate 24. So if you are in this pink polygon, you should be in your safe place as that moves eastbound in case that does produce a tornado. It is discreet. And then the warnings that we have back over in Missouri, the one north of Bolivar, still a broad area of circulation, but if there's enough wind shear, we could get a tornado with that. And also the storm back over to the southwest of Springfield near Monette. That one could still produce a tornado as well. We have a damage report of 3-inch tree limbs being broken and power poles broken in that area. So whether that was from tornado or damaging winds, it's relatively unknown. But that's moving east right now. Quick update on eastern Oklahoma. We got one storm that's producing hail. Texas right now is fine, I believe. But there will be storms down here down the road that'll start to develop. Anything that develops down here could be tornadic and also could produce some giant hail. So just an update if you're back down in Texas or Oklahoma. That is probably going to be one of the next areas to watch for. We have a discrete cell here near Eddieton that could also get tornado warned at some point. That one's discrete with the hook echo. We got another one south of the Litchfield area as well. I mean, we got so many storms right now that are trying to produce tornadoes. It's insane. Yes, there's a tornado watch in DFW until 10 tonight. We have 8 tornado warnings right now. All of them currently are radar indicated. So all of them are currently radar indicated. Clarksville, you need to get away from windows. We got a massive hail core coming in. Look at that hail core. This thing's blowing up still. Apple-sized hail possible in Clarksville. You got to get away from windows if you're in Clarksville, Tennessee. We have apple-sized hail. That is 3 inches in diameter. That is going to be moving right into Clarksville. That is a huge hail core. I mean, it's not even really a tornado threat right now. It's just more of the hail threat. It's now up to baseball-sized hail. They have officially upgraded that to baseball-sized hail. So this is a destructive supercell that is going right into Clarksville right now in Tennessee. Once again, this is a significant hailstorm. Moving northeast. We're getting a radar scan. We'll see what it looks like in a second on the Radar Omega Rapid Sweep. Wow. That is a huge hailstorm going to Clarksville right now. If you're in Clarksville, again, get away from windows. You should have protected your vehicle. Hopefully you did that ahead of time. That is a massive hail core going right into Clarksville. It's probably one of the biggest hail cores that we've seen today on radar. Just the record. It's huge. That white area there that you're seeing, that is just all hail that is falling. And very heavy rain. The correlation coefficient's also picking up on that. Not seeing any rotation on this, but we're definitely seeing a massive hailstorm. Another severe thunderstorm warning for Elkton. That's going to be a storm that's producing Easter egg-sized hail. The one near Caddis is broader rotation. The one near Big Sandy is also still broad. This will be going towards Aaron. We could get another tornado warning on this. There's a hook echo on that one, moving east-northeast. It'll eventually be on track for Clarksville. Clarksville, by the way, if you're in the Clarksville area, you're probably going to get hit multiple times by storms. This is like your third one, I think, today. And there's probably going to be a fourth one out of this storm right here, back over near Big Sandy. And that's discrete. That could also produce a threat for tornadoes. So if you're in Clarksville, you might get, discrete supercells. You might get that, big hailstorm right now that's producing baseball-sized hail, but you're still far from over. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of storms here that are still producing the threat for tornadoes. And we got a tornado warning also down here. This is just east of Decatur County. Radar indicated rotation. Just seeing if we have any live view on this storm. There you go. New tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, I can't see anything yet on that. New tornado warning on the storm that's on track to go towards Clarksville. It's near Aaron. So if you're in this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And that rotation is going to be right in there. Moving east-northeast. So if you're in Clarksville, you're right now getting pounded by some baseball-sized hail or larger. On the flip side of things, you got another storm that's tornadic that's going right in your direction. So do not let your guard down. This is for Tennessee Ridge and Aaron, by the way, in Tennessee on this new tornado warning. Apparently, Connor's helping out a turtle. I heard it on my... I heard him say, "Oh no, turtle," or something. Rotation's really broadened on this storm southwest of Springfield, so not a super big concern right now. The storm north of Springfield near Bolivar is still broad as well. Still stay in your safe place, though, if you're in that tornado warning, as that'll continue to move to the east. Let's go back to Tennessee, or actually, let's quickly go back to this warning in Illinois. Got flooding reports in Marion, by the way. That was where a PDS tornado was nearby earlier. This one just looks outflow driven. I don't see much of a tornado risk with that one right now. The storm near Elizabethtown might have something down the road. We got 3 different hook echoes right now developing. One near Princeton, one near Calvert City, and another one near Paducah. These are all, this one's moving northeast, that one's moving northeast, that one's moving north. So those are 3 more storms that are not tornado warned right now that could go tornadic down the road. So, just an FYI, we have a lot of, again, storms that are trying to produce tornadoes right now. It's bananas. Yeah, I mean, we got 3 different tornado warnings. We got, look at this hail core in Clarksville right now. That is apple-sized hail probably that just went through Clarksville, Tennessee. It's actually, that hail core is growing in size right now. It's even larger than before, just for the record. It's still growing in size. When you think about the severe weather threat right now, we are still probably about 2 or 3 hours from the peak of this tornado threat. I just want to throw that out there. So things could get a little bit more dicey in about an hour or two. We could be upwards of, again, 15 tornado warnings possibly later. I mean, we're still very early into this event. There's a solid probability that we are going to get more tornado warnings over the next few hours. And this storm, by the way, back over here, south of Elizabethtown, is becoming a bit more concerning. So we'll have to watch that closely as that continues to develop. We're up to 45 total warnings, not including flash flood warnings, which flash flood warnings would bring that total to 56. New severe thunderstorm warning here for Princeton on that little storm that is a hook. We had another one near Calvert City that might be trying to do something as well. We got apple-sized hail going through Clarksville. Got apple-sized hail going through Oak Grove, Kentucky. There's hail literally everywhere. Is there a tornado on the ground in Cadiz? I didn't see any reports on that yet. Let me look. They just canceled the tornado warning, so I don't think it's on the ground. I don't see any viable reports there of there being a tornado. But it's also just been canceled, so probably not on the ground. We have baseball-sized hail that just fell in Clarksville, by the way. This is from Christopher Roach. That's baseball-sized hail right there. That is massive. That just went into Clarksville. That's going to be going right on track for Interstate 24 in St. Bethlehem. We had a massive hail core on that storm. That white area right here is that hail core. It is huge. It's crazy. A massive hail core right now. Rip to anybody's windshields and rip to trampolines at this point. That was just crazy. Tornado warning has been canceled for the north side of Clarksville, by the way. We still have a tornado warning near Erin. We still have a tornado warning near Oak Grove in Kentucky for a few more minutes. The storm that is currently west of Erin still has rotation. This one is again on track for Clarksville. So right now, Clarksville, Tennessee is a big concern with these storms, as it will be on track for you over the next several minutes. So again, if you're in Clarksville, stay very weather aware. We are already dealing with, baseball apple-sized hail, and it could even go larger as that continues to move to the northeast. There's a reason why the Storm Prediction Center put this area into a moderate risk for hail that's significant, and even for the wind threat. This is the day one outlook, and look at that moderate risk. I mean, it's right where we've seen all the significant severe weather thus far, and I mean, debatably, it's almost perfect right now for this area with how many storms we've had there. And we still got, I mean, we're not even close to done, by the way. We got severe weather for hours on end right now. But we got this entire area that we're still waiting for development of storms. We're waiting for development in here as well. So, like, we're not even close to done. It's literally insane.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So if you're new here, make sure to subscribe. We'll keep you posted with the latest as things continue to evolve. We have another tornado warning. This one's going to be on the storm that I believe, mentioned before. Maybe not. This is near Carrier Mills in Harrisburg. That's going towards Equality and Junction in southeast Illinois. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. And Connor's actually on this storm, bottom right of your screen, so he's pretty close to it. That's a new one for Equality and Junction in southeast Illinois. So go to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. All right, quick update on the Clarksville storm. That hail core should update in a second. It's approaching Charlestown Estates and Red River Estates. Got a massive hailstorm here that's upwards of apple-sized hail. Moving towards Interstate 24. I would recommend getting out of the way of Interstate 24 if you can, because that is a massive hail core. Latest scan actually just kind of killed that off. So a little bit smaller, but probably still pretty significant hail on the northeast side of Clarksville. Might not be baseball anymore, but it's definitely still up there, probably closer to like Easter egg sized hail or something. All right, we are now down to 26 severe thunderstorm warnings and 5 tornado warnings. Holy cow. All right, that warning count has dropped. This storm near the Hole-in-Walled area might get tornado warned here shortly. Looks like we got a hook echo on this storm. Oh, look at that. Looks like we got a wall cloud on that storm. I believe this is a wall cloud right here. Make that right here. Near Hole-in-Walled, Tennessee. So that's a lowering that's developing on this. That's the live camera in Waynesboro. Tennessee on radar Omega. What's the closest radar site to this? This is the closest radar site. Okay. But yeah, that right there looks like a lowering. We might get a tornado warning on this. So we got some sort of lowering right now. Again, if you're just tuning in, this north of Waynesboro, Tennessee. Near Holdenwald or Holdenburg. North Carolina will be mostly a wind threat. Mostly a wind threat. There's another view of that storm, by the way. Most likely a lowering in here somewhere. Just can't see it. This is our best view right now of this storm that, again, has a wall cloud. We're going to stay on this in case we do have something drop here. This, again, going to be approaching... it's just north of Waynesboro, Tennessee. It is going to be approaching Holdenwald. As a very definitive hook echo on radar, by the way. Let me quickly... This could drop. Where's the southern radar site here? Look at that hook echo. We could get a tornado with this. I mean, we're looking right into it. This will probably go tornado warned. I mean, look at that large lowering on this storm. We'll be watching probably in here for a tornado on that hook echo. This is definitely a storm that could produce. I'll go to southern Missouri. Just give me 1 second. Connor's looking at that tornado warning storm at the bottom right of your screen, by the way. Here's the rotation near Monette. Again, it's relatively broad circulation. Moving to the east. Tornado on the ground in Illinois.
Has been issued. This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Rotation does not look significant in Missouri right now. New tornado on the ground. This is going to be near Cyril Springs and near New Burnside. So again, confirmed tornado heading eastbound. Got to seek shelter away from windows. Lowest floor possible if you're in this warning.
A warning has been issued.
So your New Burnside right now. We got a confirmed tornado on the ground according to weather spotters in the area. Near Cyril Springs, Illinois, heading towards New Burnside. So yeah, confirmed tornado on the ground here. I want to go back quickly. I think that warning in Tennessee just got warned. Let me go to that quick. We need to put that live cam back on. We're gonna put this on our screen somewhere. Yeah, look at that thing. This is a ragged wall cloud that's developed here that is attempting to produce a tornado here in near Waynesboro. We got a hook echo. This storm looks nasty. I mean, honestly, this is probably more concerning than that Illinois storm. Got a large wall cloud. We have a hook echo that looks really nasty on radar. I mean, this could definitely produce a tornado at any time. This storm looks more concerning in my opinion.
A new
Connor's apparently looking for that tornado on the other storm. New tornado warning. Northeast of Paducah near Elizabethtown. Going towards Sturgis. Yeah, seek shelter there. And this is your confirmed tornado right now near Cyril Springs. All right, we're going to keep a close eye on that. I don't see anything on radar. Tornado on the ground here. Confirmed tornado going towards Equality. That is another tornado that has just dropped. We got two different ones on the ground.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Got a potentially strong tornado in progress going towards Equality and Junction. You gotta seek shelter if you're in this warning. Let me quickly pull up that live cam and put it at the bottom left. And this one could drop too. Give me the live cam, please. This is the Radar Mega Cyclone port. Put on the left side of your screen for that wall cloud. We got two tornadoes now on the ground in Illinois. That one's confirmed by radar. That's a big debris signature. So tornado on the ground right here, and another one right here somewhere near Cyril Springs. But this one right here could be strong and large. That's going to be heading towards Equality. You've got to run to your safe place if you're in Equality, Illinois right now. That is a potentially strong and large tornado once again that's on the ground. Connor's right on this storm that's producing a tornado here near Seal Springs, so if we see anything, we will pan to him. He is literally right here on the storm. But once again, that is a confirmed tornado. Damage is being dealt here south of Harrisburg and southwest of Equality in Illinois. And that is potentially a strong tornado that's moving east. We got a radar scan coming in right now. This has not been upgraded to confirm, but it is definitely confirmed. So again, that right there is a tornado that is in progress heading right towards Equality. That is a debris signature that we still have on radar, and that's going right towards Equality and Junction. You've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building, as this continues to move east-northeast going towards Equality and Junction. This is a dangerous storm right now in Illinois. We also have a tornado on the ground where Connor is. That's a tornado. It's still going. We got confirmed tornado dealing damage. It's near Somerset in southern Illinois. It's just southeast of Harrisburg. It's going to be going towards Equality and Laur, and as well as Junction over the next several minutes. So you got to seek shelter if you're in that warning. That is a confirmed tornado by radar right here. That is moving east-northeast. And Connor is on a confirmed tornado. Let's go to him real quick. See if we see anything on his end. He's on the one that's near Seal Springs. And that's the view of that storm that has a confirmed tornado. That is going to be rain-wrapped if that's on the ground. That's a massive wall. That's a massive shell cloud, I mean. By the way, near Monette.
Come over the hill. Or to come over these trees so I can actually.
This is the other storm that we're watching too, west of Springfield. Don't have a velocities update, but we might have a tornado here as well. It'll be updated in a second. Can't tell yet. There's a little CC drop on the southeast side of Monette. So there may be something on the ground here. It's hard to tell. That would be just southeast of Monette. So we may have some sort of small tornado on the ground in Monette right now. All right, PDS tornado now in Illinois.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately. A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, PDS tornado. This is the one that we were just talking about. Large and strong tornado in progress heading towards Equality. This is, again, a debris signature that we've had on radar for quite a few minutes now. That's going to be heading towards Equality and Junction, Illinois. You need to seek shelter immediately if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Again, what this means is that there is a particularly dangerous situation, which means essentially that there's a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground right now. Heading to the east, it is going to be approaching Equality in the next 3 to 4 minutes, so you got to run to your safe place, and it's also going to be approaching Junction. It's a strong and large tornado that is heading in that direction. You've got to get to your safe place immediately. This is going to be approaching Highway 1 as well here soon as it continues to roll to the east. Connor's also on a confirmed tornado back over to the west. I'm not sure if we're going to see anything there, but we will go to him if anything does appear on his feed at the bottom right of your screen. But once again, we got also another warning, by the way, in Kentucky near Princeton. That is a broad area of circulation right now. But this has become the more concerning storm near Equality with a PDS tornado, which again is a large and strong tornado that is heading towards Equality. That is your debris signature. This is likely picking up trees, could be picking up, parts of homes. So you got to get to your safe place. It's heading towards Equality and Junction in Illinois. I'll have another radar scan in just a second. Oh, we wait for the scan. This is what Connor's looking at right now on that other storm.
A single thing.
Oh, never mind. We're driving. Just kidding. We'll go back to him if you see anything. He was looking at the other confirmed tornado storm, which we haven't seen anything, but that one was also confirmed. At least some sort of brief tornado. Should have another radar scan here in just a second on this storm near Equality. And this is your particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Going towards Equality and Junction in southeast Illinois. All right, while we wait for that, let me go back down to the other warnings real quick. Okay, let's see. Anything really bad? This storm here near Waynesboro is still looking pretty intense. I'm not sure if we have any live view of this anymore. We had a wall cloud on this. We don't have very many. I don't know why OBS keeps disconnecting. I have no clue why. We're backing in. But we have something ragged over here on the left. Can't really tell what that is. But that could be the wall cloud from the other storm that's near Centerville. So we got something right there. Something developing there on the left side of your screen. That's back on the Pleasantville area on the radar megacyclone port. Also, we do have a new tornado warning back over in Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is a tornado on the ground in Missouri now. So we have another tornado that's on the ground. We have 3 different tornadoes that are currently in progress. And this one is right now in Missouri.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
That right there is another tornado that is on the ground near Verona, Aurora, and Marionville, and Billings. If you are in this tornado warning, you also need to seek shelter. This is now a confirmed, or not officially confirmed, but it is a confirmed tornado by radar that's heading towards Crane and Hurley. This is not PDS right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was, if that continues in its trend. That is a very strong couplet, and we do have a CC drop on this storm, currently moving to the east-northeast. You've got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning. That is now officially a confirmed tornado by radar east of Monette, Missouri, going towards Verona and eventually towards Aurora and Marionville, and this will be on track for probably at least the southern side of the Springfield area. So if you are in Springfield, stay vigilant. We do have a confirmed tornado here that is heading to the east. This is definitely a tornado, though, that's on the ground right now, heading eastbound. So seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. What scan is this? This is 4 minutes ago. There should be another radar scan here in a second. We're going to stay here for a second. And this is another confirmed tornado on the ground in Missouri. Just waiting to see if we get a radar update. Let's quickly go back. Oh, it's coming in now. All right. Now our PDS tornado's back over in Illinois. Again, this isn't the PDS. The PDS is back over in Illinois near Saline in the Gallatin area. We'll go back to that in a second. If you're just tuning in, this is just southwest of Springfield. This is a confirmed tornado by radar. Sorry, this is now officially confirmed. So it's now a confirmed tornado that is heading eastbound. They've not put this as PDS, but I wouldn't rule it out if that rotation does stay intense. Radar scan's just coming in now. Justin, we're currently looking at that rotation. That's what we're looking at. This is the Missouri tornado warning that's confirmed. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. It's issued when we have strong and or large tornadoes. We do have one that is in Gallatin. Back over in Illinois. We're going to hop to that once this radar update comes in. It should be coming in. Said it was. We'll go back to this in a second. Let's quickly go back to the PDS. All right, the PDS tornado warning cells, still a debris signature southwest of Equality. That may have lifted though, but stay in your safe place if you're in that pink polygon. That is still a PDS tornado, at least for the time being. And we still have 2 other warnings outside of this. The one that Connor's near is apparently confirmed. We are going to have at least some sort of, or it's now back down to radar indicated. We will have some visual on that here in a minute. Okay, this is bad. This could be a large tornado heading towards Aurora right now in Missouri. You've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. That is potentially a strong tornado that is heading towards Aurora. I'm waiting for the CC to update. This could be a big tornado. This is near right now Verona, going towards Aurora, just southwest of Springfield, Missouri. You've got to get to your safe place. I'm waiting for the CC to update. Those velocities have really intensified over the last couple of minutes. Yeah, this is probably a strong tornado. Gate to gate's about 130, 140. Gate to gate shear. We have heavy debris that's being lifted up into the atmosphere right now, just southwest of Verona. So a debris signature heading right into the town of Verona in Missouri. You've got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning. This is a potentially strong tornado that is heading in that direction. This is not good at all. This is actually, like, really bad. I mean, this is going through very populated areas. It's not PDS yet, but, I mean, this is a big tornado that's moving east-northeast. We still have the PDS tornado warning in Saline and Gallatin, Illinois. That one I think has occluded, but we'll keep you posted if anything changes there. There's that confirmed tornado report. Multiple reports of a tornado in the Monette area, including trees down. The velocities here are very strong, indicating probably a strong tornado right now heading towards Aurora and Marionville and Billings. Yeah, if you're in this pink polygon, you've got to run to your safe place. That's southwest of Springfield. This is a potentially strong tornado. It more than likely is a strong tornado. I shouldn't even say potentially at this point. We have a new radar scan coming in right now. It happened again. I don't know why our OBS keeps doing that. It's so weird. Latest radar scan showing a debris signature moving right through Highway 60. That's it right there. Yeah, we got a tornado still going. That's a debris signature just south of Verona. And you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. I don't know why my OBS keeps doing that. I mean, our internet should not be having issues. I don't know if it's my Ethernet or something. And we got a strong tornado on the ground on the south side of Verona, moving towards Aurora and Marionville. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. This could go PDS. The tornado that is PDS is once again back over in Illinois. But you need to be in your storm shelter if you're in Verona, whatever that safe place is, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is once again going to be going through Aurora, Marionville, and Billings. Down the road, it will eventually be going towards the south side of Springfield. So that'll be the next area in the track of this. Will be the south side of Springfield if this does stay on the ground this entire time. But this is shaping up to be probably at least a trail that's on the ground for the next 10 or 15 minutes towards Aurora. But we got a thick debris signature right on Highway 60. And just on the south side of Verona right now. And if you are in this tornado warning, you've got to get to your safe place. This is a confirmed tornado heading east-northeast. Let me real quickly. Let me take this off of PDS for the time being, since we're on the PDS tornado. This is, again, not PDS yet. It is still a confirmed tornado, though, heading towards the south side of Verona and going towards Marion and Billings. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. So, again, southwest Missouri. Of another radar scan in just a minute. We already have damage being reported in Monette, at least some trees down on roads. That's from what I'm hearing in Monette. So if you're in the Monette area, just keep that in mind. If you have any friends or family in Monette, obviously give them a call or text. That tornado just ripped through Monette with at least some trees down when it initially dropped. This is again a confirmed tornado that is still in progress here near Verona and Aurora, going to be going towards Marionville and Billings. Another radar scan should be in here in just a moment. Another radar scan's coming in right now, by the way. Let me go back to the PDS in Illinois real quick. Here's a report. Tornado reported 5 miles southwest of Equality as of 4:29 p.m. This was a PDS. I don't see it on the ground still, but stay in your safe place if you're in that PDS tornado warning. The other storms are still radar indicated, including the one that Connor is currently on. So continue to stay in your safe place there. Let's go back to Missouri. All right, here's the latest radar scan on the one in Missouri. Wow, I mean, this storm is just unbelievable. It's such a defined hook echo and everything. There's your debris signature. It's getting larger. This tornado is probably, at the bare minimum, it's strong. I mean, you know, this could go PDS. This is a strong tornado, at least, going through the southwest side of Aurora. You know, you got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. It's going to be going towards Marionville and Billings, just southwest of Springfield, Missouri. Very dangerous tornado that is currently on the ground. We got a debris signature. This is currently hitting buildings and other things near Pleasant Ridge and also on the south side of Verona. It's going to be approaching the south side of Aurora, which, again, this area is very populated. So, I mean, hopefully, you know, everybody's getting to their safe place here. This is still a dangerous storm that is moving right now to the east-northeast. This is a huge cone, by the way. I mean, like, this is like a big bowl coming out of the sky. I'm retweeting a photo on Twitter of it. I'm surprised this isn't PDS. This is a large tornado that's going through this area right now, just south of Verona and approaching Aurora in southwest Missouri. I mean, this is a big tornado that's moving northeast. We have photos on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. It's a very dangerous storm. I mean, it's a massive bowl shape like this coming out of the sky. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. It's the second highest level tornado warning that you can get. And this right here is a big tornado. It's a big tornado moving through Aurora and eventually Marionville over the next several minutes. Significant damage. Dumbfounded that it's not PDS. I'm surprised it's not PDS. It doesn't matter what the warning level is, but still, this is definitely a dangerous situation for Aurora. This is definitely a strong tornado going right through Aurora, Missouri right now, and Marionville, moving towards Billings. This is a very dangerous tornado. Just waiting for another radar scan here. These radar scans, unfortunately, are very, very delayed. Or not delayed, but just inconsistent. They take like 5 minutes. It's coming in right now. And that right there is your tornado. It's probably right on the south side of Aurora as we speak, as this is still about 3 minutes behind, and then it'll be eventually approaching Marionville. If it is still going to be on the ground, it'll be going towards Marionville here in a few minutes. House and barn just got destroyed live. Yep. I mean, this is undoubtedly a tornado. It's obviously a tornado. It's been confirmed, but more than likely, this is a strong tornado heading in that direction. And this is southwest Missouri, southwest of Springfield. New tornado watch for southern Illinois, southeastern Missouri, and western Kentucky until midnight tonight, by the way. Waiting for a new radar scan in just a second. That tornado is probably right now in Aurora, just for the record. Here's the latest radar scan. That is a... yeah, this is not lifted, I don't think. This is still a big debris signature right now. Again, that's heading right into Marionville, right near Aurora. This is a big tornado. You've got to get to your safe place if you're in Aurora. That is a big debris signature. This has shown very little signs of weakening. Very little signs. I don't think it has shown signs of weakening. It's still going.
A new tornado warning has been
this
issued.
needs to go PDS. This is a big tornado, guys. Big tornado heading towards Marionville and Billings near Crane. You've got to run to your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a very dangerous storm right now that is moving into Aurora. It's a very dangerous storm right now going into Aurora. It's a big tornado. This is a big debris signature right now moving northeast. The new tornado warning, by the way, was Mount Pleasant, Tennessee, and Hampshire, Tennessee. Yeah, unfortunately, this is just a big tornado that's heading towards Marionville right now. I mean, this is really just bad. This is a big tornado. I mean, it doesn't get any more clear than this on radar. We got a massive debris signature right over Highway 60. And this is going to be going right through Aurora. Like, that's a populated area. This is going to go right through Aurora. It's going right through Aurora in Missouri. If you're in this warning, you got to seek shelter. It's going to be going next into Marionville and Logan, and eventually towards Billings. It's a very defined debris signature on radar. Let's see if we have any live cams in this area. While we wait for another radar scan. If you're a student, this is southwest of Springfield. We got a big tornado on the ground heading right towards Marionville next. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. It is now officially a PDS tornado. This is a large and strong tornado that's on the ground.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, this is now a PDS tornado. What that means is that this is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a large and strong and potentially life-threatening tornado that is currently heading in the direction of Marionville, Billings, eventually going towards Republic, Battlefield. If you're in this tornado warning, you've got to seek shelter, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It's a significant tornado that is in progress heading to the northeast. That right there is your debris signature. Significant debris being picked up right in Aurora going towards Marionville. Here's the latest radar scan. And still got a debris signature. This tornado may have just taken a bit of a right turn, so it may have missed the heart of Aurora, which is good news. But it's still actively on the ground picking up debris just south of Marionville. Here's a view of that storm live, by the way. That's a view of it at the top of your screen. I don't know if we're gonna be able to see anything from here. This is from Monette, so it's on the back side of the storm, but that tornado would be kind of on the left side somewhere. Again, this is a significant tornado right now that is currently going through the south side of Aurora. It looks like it might be occluding on the latest scan. That velocity signature is much weaker. That right there, your tornado on the ground, is currently moving east, going towards Bonham and Bradfield. You've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's a very dangerous storm. The good news is that we're down to 4 tornado warnings. The bad news is that this is a huge tornado that's still on the ground. South side of Aurora. It's heavily rain wrapped. I do think there's a possibility that this might be occluding, which is the hope. Because the rotation on radar did weaken on the latest scan. But we still have a huge debris signature on radar. So there's no doubt we still got something here. At least debris in the atmosphere at the bare minimum, but there could be something else. It's at least what we have right now in this storm. And this is a particularly dangerous situation southwest of Springfield, Missouri. If you're just tuning in, it's a large and strong tornado heading towards Marionville and Billings. Just west of Hurley, west-northwest of Crane, south of Aurora. The tornado may have just missed the downtown and heart of Aurora momentarily, or at least for the time being, hopefully. It missed it. That tornado, though, is still in progress. You need to continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this warning. Still got a large debris signature here on radar. And for the record, this is the only confirmed tornado that we have right now. The other 3 tornado warnings are not confirmed. They are radar indicated. So, that's at least the good news for the time being. Yes, again, this tornado is likely rain wrapped. If it is still on the ground, you're not gonna be able to see it. I've been hearing a lot about that. It's more likely than not a rain wrapped tornado. It's kind of embedded in this area of rain here. So it's kind of like a little donut sort of there, just south of Aurora. I'll have another radar scan in just a moment. We'll see where it's at. But that tornado right now is either going to be going towards Crane, could be going this direction, or it could be going up to the northeast. It could even go north. It could occlude. Who knows?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning, I believe, in Illinois. I think that's the new one. So there's another tornado warning there. The new tornado warning is actually in Tennessee. Sorry, that's Van Leer, Sladen, and Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee. So that's the brand new tornado warning that was just issued. And then we're just waiting on a radar scan on this storm that's near Marion and Aurora. So if you are again in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It looks like, I'm not seeing any definitive debris signature anymore. This may have occluded. So the hope is that this did occlude. Still waiting on a velocity signature here. If it is still on the ground, it is rain wrapped, and it would be most likely just south of Marionville and west of Crane. We're going to go back to Tennessee and other areas in a second if it did occlude or weaken. Just waiting for the velocities to update. Yes, Monette was hit. Monette was hit by this tornado. I'm not sure about the scale of the damage, but there's at least trees down in Monette. So Monette was hit by this storm. All right, the velocities aren't updated for some reason. We'll go back to this in a second. Let me quickly update you on the other warnings. We do have a tornado warning still near Sturgis. That's a stronger couplet that's developed on this storm. So if you are in this tornado warning near Sturgis, you should seek shelter. There may be something on the ground here. It's hard to tell. Velocities haven't updated yet, but there is some sort of little debris signature or something green there. If there's a tornado, it would be on the south side of Sturgis. It's not confirmed, but there's something there. East of Princeton, this tornado warning probably not going to continue. That rotation's quite weak. And we still have 2 tornado warnings in Tennessee. We got one that's going to be back over near the Holden Wall area. That's been rotating for quite a while. We have had some views of this storm, at least with a wall cloud or something like that. I'm not sure if we have that anymore, but we did have a wall cloud on that storm earlier. Not sure if it ever did produce a tornado, but that's moving east-northeast. And we also have the tornado warning that's south of Clarksville. That one is probably not going to continue either. I don't see a whole lot of rotation here, but I would still stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in that tornado warning. All right, Connor apparently is already ending his stream, so we're going to go back to this. Let's go to... Sorry, one second. Gotta fix this. We'll fix the cameras on the left or right in a few minutes. The actual areas that are in the track of these storms. Okay. Once again, this is still a PDS tornado. It's now been downgraded back to observed, so we're no longer in PDS on this storm, but it is an observed tornado still. That is going to continue to move to the east towards Hurley and Crane, again, just south of Billings. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's now been downgraded back down to a normal confirmed tornado, so no longer a large and dangerous tornado that is on the ground. Again, it's moving northeast, just southwest of Springfield, Missouri. All right. Let's go back to Sturgis again in Kentucky. Let's try the other radar site here. Where's that? Right here. I don't see anything confirmed here, but there is definitely strong rotation here moving east towards Clay. Still could produce a tornado, but I don't see anything definitive on this latest scan. We had another radar site. Where was it? Was it down here? We had like a much better view of this a second ago. But either way, that if there's a tornado, it would be on the south side of Sturgis. That's just a non-precip echo that we're getting on the correlation coefficient. That's not a tornado. All right, let's go back down to Tennessee again real quick. We still have 2 tornado warnings here in Tennessee. We got the one that is up here, or down here, southwest of Nashville. This still has a hook echo. We haven't really had anything out of this yet, but we'll continue to watch it in case it does do anything. It is moving northeast. We still do have a few live cams on Radar Omega in this area, so if we get any view of that, we'll go to those. But once again, 2 different tornado warnings here that are both moving to the northeast. And then further off to the west, we still have that confirmed tornado that is going to be south of Springfield. That's been our main concern here for a while. But it does look like that is occluded entirely. I'm not seeing really anything on the velocities here that really indicate any sort of tornado that is still on the ground. But we did obviously just have quite a strong and large tornado that ripped through this area. So, you know, if you know any friends or family between Monette or Aurora, Missouri, make sure to give them a call or text to make sure they're doing okay, because that was where we just had a large and strong tornado rip through those areas just to the southwest of Springfield. So just keep that in mind. It needs permanent occlusion. I have to agree. Thank you, Tornado, by the way, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Let me catch up on a few notifications here. If you're just tuning in, by the way, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Again, we'll keep you posted with the latest as the storms do continue. Again, we're still, I would say, a little ways away from the peak of the severe weather today. Jody, I think I just did. Hopefully I did. Thank you for the $4.99. Thank you, Mike, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Eric, for the $20 super chat. This is for the people who complain about Max drinking water. Yeah, the circle. I might go back to a normal water ball at some point on live streams. It does make an annoying sound. I'd have to agree. Thank you, by the way, Anita, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Solaris, for the $9.99. Also, thank you, Tina, for becoming a VIP Velocity member earlier. Put some marks in the chat for Tina. That's our highest tier membership on the channel, and I do appreciate your generosity. All right. And what do I think the worst of the weather is going to be? I mean, I honestly still think sometime around probably about now until about 8 or 9 is probably going to be the worst time frame for severe weather. That's what I'm thinking. I think I don't remember what I said for the peak earlier, but I was still thinking the peak is like 6 to 9 or 6 to 10 o'clock today. I know we already had like 10 or 12 tornado warnings, but I still think we have a lot of severe weather to come. Like, we still got Texas warnings to come, which those haven't developed yet, but they will at some point here soon. You know, we got a lot of areas that are still not yet developed, because this activity should develop within the next hour right across Oklahoma and Texas. And then further east across southern, you know, Missouri, we should have some storms developing here as well. We do have one trying to develop already just east of Seymour, but hasn't yet done that. And then the other storms across the board still, you know, all these really are clustered, but these could produce a tornado threat down the road. If they are semi-discrete or discrete, there will be an elevated tornado risk. So, and then back over in Kentucky and Tennessee, this is where we're gonna have a lot more of this development of just supercells for the next several hours. I mean, we got a ton of storms out there, and there will probably be more of these to come over the next several hours as they, you know, continue to develop. You do have some, again, tornado warning cells here. None of these really too intense right now. Probably the most intense being the Mount Pleasant one. But aside from that, we don't have anything too crazy there. It's mostly wind and hail. And then the storm that's back up near Springfield is still producing massive hail. And we may have a tornado developing here. So that'd be near Turnerville. They just had a tornado here earlier. But there is rotation developing here, and we do have a hook. So that right there is what I'm now watching for. We got an inflow and everything. That would be something to watch for. It's an unwarned area of rotation, but definitely something that exists there. Brandon Kopic has damage on a stream. Where is he at? Oh, he's in the Harrisburg area. Oh, wow. This area just got hit by a tornado earlier. I think this might have been where that PDS tornado was. It's Brandon Kopic. They're up near Harrisburg. What tornado was this? This was the PDS tornado that happened. So yeah, that was just south of Harrisburg. That was where that PDS tornado initially happened. I'm guessing Brandon is doing some search and rescue. Yeah, because he's just parked there. I'm guessing he's doing search and rescue. That's some serious damage. Brandon's always out there doing search and rescue. He's always out there doing search and rescue. Good for him. PDS stands for particularly dangerous situation. Thank you, Ted, for the $10 super chat. Is Western Kentucky going to hit around about 9:45? It's an oddly specific time. We can do a quick future radar. We don't have any confirmed tornadoes, I don't think, anymore. Yeah, everything's back down to radar indicated. All right, so let's do a quick future timing. Just kind of give you an idea of what to expect here for the next few hours. So this is right now what's happening. So we got storms basically everywhere across the board. We'll have storms developing right about now through 6 and 7 across that western mode of severe weather from parts of Texas back into Oklahoma. Storms will continue to ramp up across many areas, including Kentucky and Tennessee. And by around 8 o'clock or so, those storms continue to form more into a line across many areas that are back over in southern Missouri and back into northwest Arkansas. And then by 9 to 10 o'clock, the radar doesn't work, so we have to go to a different one. But by 9 to 10 o'clock, these storms continue to move east. We'll probably have storms ongoing in Kentucky like all day, including western Kentucky, so it's going to remain active there. And then that line pushes into Tennessee overnight tonight. I am thinking about staying live here probably. I don't know what exactly we'll do yet, but we might be live all the way through that threat in Tennessee and possibly into northern Alabama and Georgia if needed. That threat goes until about 4 or 5 a.m. tonight, so not ruling out a late live stream again tonight, but we'll see. If not, we'll go live tomorrow, probably earlier in the day. So we'll kind of see what happens. This is the latest. We do have a new tornado warning in northern Tennessee. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That's going towards Springfield and eventually towards Cross Plains. This is one we were just talking about a moment ago, so it's no different from what we were just talking about a few minutes ago. Thank you, Space Lobster, for the $4.99. I think overall Springfield, you should be okay, but the main concern is wind. But the threat right now is not really near you. It's just to your south. But the Nixa area, I would still stay weather aware, because that storm, if you're in Nixa, you're kind of in track of that just south of Springfield. The rotation's broad, and it's very occluded at this point. So if it stays that way, I don't think that tornado risk is going to be that big over there. I also thank you, Lynn, for becoming a Velocity member. Do appreciate. By the way, anybody else that super chatted or became a member or donated, I do appreciate it. Hopefully I've gotten to all of them, but I probably haven't. I've probably missed some. I do appreciate your generosity. It's hard to, again, get to all those when we have tornado warnings up the wazoo. We had 10 plus for a long time, so it's not easy. Yeah, this is the storm going towards Ozark and Nixa. It doesn't look really that intense at this point for rotation, but I would still be vigilant if you're in those areas. It still has a hook. It might be something that produces again down the road. This was tornado warned for literally like 2 hours, and then it finally produced. So that's what we're watching for as that continues to move to the east. Springfield, Missouri is what we're talking about. We're talking about Missouri. There's a lot of Springfields. There's a Springfield, Massachusetts. There's a Springfield, Washington. There's a Springfield everywhere, like literally. This rotation is trying to intensify again near Turnerville. We got a serious, at least a hook on this. It's trying to develop here. Oops. Yeah, that's moving right now east southeast here in northern Tennessee. I think every state has a Springfield. 34 Springfields in America. Okay, so there's 34. My apologies. I didn't know there was that many. There's Springfield and The Simpsons too. Sent you a photo of Connor saving a turtle on X. Connor is saving the turtles one by one. Got a lot of hail photos. This is from Camdenton, Missouri, from J.R. Winters. Huge hail there too. We've had some huge hail out of these storms. It's another photo of that. Jeez, hail's been insane today. We had upwards of apple-sized hail over in back over in Clarksville not too long ago. By the way, this storm looks like it's becoming more of a wind concern right now. So again, if you're near Coopertown or Pleasantville, and mostly a wind threat right now, but we could still see an isolated tornado develop out of this. But we definitely got a very high area of velocities, which means that damaging winds are likely as this does continue to move to the east over the next several minutes. I don't think Clarksville's having hail anymore. That was earlier. Where did Connor go? Connor ended his stream. He was... I don't know what he said, but he was saying that he was just too far away from the storms or something. I don't know. I mean, he might go live again later. We'll see. I have no clue. So apparently the thing that Brandon's on right now that's heavily damaged in southern Illinois where that PDS tornado was, this is like a coal mine or something. So there's been some damage to that area, just to the southeast of Carrier Mills. That's where we had a PDS tornado earlier, which is a particularly dangerous situation, a large and strong tornado. So he's doing, again, search and rescue or something along those lines there right now. The tornado warning that we're looking at right now near Aurora, this is no longer on the ground, but it was. This is going to be moving towards Ozark, Nixa, Highlandville, and Sparta. So those will be the next areas in the track of this particular storm as it moves that direction. Now this was initially on the ground, and it might drop again, but we don't have anything confirmed at this exact time. Thank you, by the way, Rachel, for the $4 Venmo. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, Kevin, for the $5 super chat. Might want to keep an eye on the Central Texas area. We'll be watching it. We will be watching it. I will definitely be keeping an eye on that area. Looks like we got a hook developing on this again. So we might have something developing again on this. No CC drop. Trying to see what the velocities look like. This is, again, just to the southwest of Nixa and southwest and west of Ozark. Moving eastbound. Yeah, we got a little bit of rotation. It's relatively weak and broad right now, but it could develop into something as that does continue to move eastbound towards Ozark. So, something that we'll have to watch for over the next several minutes. Thank you, Mike, for the $19.99. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you. That's my opinion on Ryan Hall. He's cool. I've talked to him a little bit. Might do some sort of collab in the future. You never know. Main threat for Waco will be large hail. Anywhere in Texas, really, the main concern is going to be large hail. 170,000 people in Springfield, Missouri. Yeah, there's a lot of people in, I mean, there's a lot of people up that direction in Springfield. I don't think the storm's going towards Springfield, for the record. I think it's going to continue to stay east. Probably go towards Highlandville and Ozark and Sparta. Palty. That'd be pretty crazy. I mean, we're doing a big upgrade Friday. I'm so excited. I mean, I've been talking about it a ton. That's why I keep talking about it. But I'm so excited for that studio upgrade that we're doing on Friday. We're building a computer. We're putting up 6 monitors. It's gonna be a huge upgrade over what we have right now. And you know, the big thing with that, and it's not just because of the monitors or whatever, but like literally, it'll make our streams better. Like I'll have the ability with this new setup to be able to have 2 different radars at the same time, so we can cover 2 different storms. We will have the ability to have multiple storm chasers too, so there's a ton of stuff that we're going to be able to do with that new setup, with a bunch of monitors and stuff. So I'm really excited about it. Lots of good stuff coming. It's a live view on the storm southwest of Nashville right now. This one still has a hook echo. Hasn't produced from what I've heard, but still has a hook echo moving northeast. And then this storm is still radar indicated. Looks mostly like a wind threat near Coopertown, going towards Greenbrier and Springfield. Moving east-southeast. Again, continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the pink polygon, away from windows, lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Alright, new tornado warning south of Springfield. This is the storm we've been watching. So if you're Nixa, Ozark, or Highlandville, you need to seek shelter, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Moving to the east. Okay, I've got to get up and move my legs because my leg hurts. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'll still be here. I'll be back in a minute. All right. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is south of Springfield, Missouri. There's a again brand new tornado warning for Nixa and Ozark. Moving eastbound. Seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. New radar scan coming in on the velocities in real time. Still a broad area of circulation, but it's gonna be near Hurley. Moving eastbound. Refilling water. Getting a new circle. Okay. Hope you have a good share with lumber support. I have a I'll just say it. I have a Herman Miller, so it's not bad. It's pretty good quality. We've been using this chair for like a year now. Actually, I mean, I've used crappy office chairs before, and this one is like way better than the other ones.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. That one's gonna be the one that's gonna be southwest of Nashville. This was, I believe, a few minutes ago. That's gonna be just to the southwest of Spring Hill. Still got strong rotation. That's gonna be near Hampshire, just west of Mount Pleasant. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Got a strong couplet right here near Route 412, moving to the northeast. That's going to be moving towards Hampshire and Columbia. We also had another tornado warning, I think somewhere else. Unless that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so that's the new one. That's still an area of strong rotation. We have another one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This one's near Crofton. Brand new tornado warning on this in Kentucky. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is again going to be near Crofton and Empire, moving eastbound. Warnings are just going right back up. Just as you thought they were going down, they're going right back up. And that circulation's right over Interstate 169. The other storm that's near Sturgis, I believe, is done. So this warning is done. So we don't have to worry about that one, at least for the time being. And then the other one that's near Springfield is just wind right now. Maybe an isolated tornado near Coopertown. But it looks like mostly a wind threat right now near Coopertown. We got a little bit of circulation here. So if there's a tornado, it would be over Coopertown. But it's relatively broad as of right now, moving to the east. Mostly a wind threat. We're going to stay on this because the radar's updating with the rapid sweep on radar Omega in real time. So we'll see if there's any new updates there on the next velocity scan. Look at this come right on by. Boom. All right, so we do have rotation. It's right here near Coopertown. So again, this could definitely drop a tornado. And it is a rain-wrapped area of rotation, just for the record. And no debris signature. But there is definitely some rain-wrapped rotation here near Coopertown, moving east, southeast. And then further down to the southwest, near Columbia, we do still have rotation on this storm. This could drop a tornado at any time. This rotation is stronger northwest of Mount Pleasant, eventually going towards Spring Hill. So continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this tornado warning. We do have a radar Omega cyclone port on this storm as well. So we might see the rotation. I'm going to put this on the left or right side of the screen. We'll put it up here. So if we see anything there, we'll go back to it. That's going to be right in the track of that hook. So we actually might have a view of that storm soon. All right, back to Missouri. We're going to go back to the Ozark storm again. We're kind of bouncing around a lot, but there's a bunch of warnings everywhere. And this is the tornado warning south of Springfield. We are watching for the potential for a tornado here, going towards Highlandville and Ozark, near Nixa. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Nothing confirmed on this, but it could definitely drop a tornado at any time, as it does continue to move east. Every warning right now is radar indicated, just for the record. So just throwing that out there. But we're still watching the potential for a tornado, even with this storm. Not gonna lie, I've been asleep since 11 a.m. just west of St. Louis. Please tell me I haven't missed much. It's mostly just been wind over that direction. We had a couple tornado warnings to your south, but other than that, not much. Thank you, Baldy, Restored, Bora, and Mike for all becoming Velocity members. Thank you, Ellen, for the 1999. We're going with Boliviar. We're going with Monette. I think they sound fantastic. Very fancy names. Thank you, Thomas, for the very generous $49.99. Put some hearts in the chat for Thomas. I do appreciate your generosity. From Springfield, Missouri. Yeah, I think north of Springfield should be okay. Again, I think the main concern right now is going to be these storms that are down here to your south. Still an opportunity for development with this activity up here, so we'll be watching that closely. But I still think it's probably going to be a low risk, at least on the northern side of this tornado watch. Not zero, but I think it's a low risk. Mostly just isolated hail and wind on those storms. Also, thank you, Donna, for becoming a Velocity member. Golf ball sized hail now just south of Grove, Oklahoma. So yeah, we're starting to get some storms ramping up there in Oklahoma now. We'll have a new radar scan in just a second, I think. Yeah, we'll have a new radar scan on this storm in just a second. Thank you, Lynn, for the $5 super chat. How will Highlandville, Missouri be affected by this tornado warning? Right now, the storm is on track to hit you. If we get a tornado, it would probably go right through Highlandville. Now, granted, again, we don't have any really strong rotation here, so I'm not super concerned about this right now. But, you know, be vigilant and obviously be in your safe place, because if there is a tornado, it would be going right through Highlandville. It's basically on track to go right through that area. That's at least where the couplet and the circulation would be going. Also, thank you, Stoll, for the very generous $50 super chat. Put some hearts in the chat for Stoll. Another generous $50 super chat. And also thank you to Joanne for the $25 Venmo. I do appreciate that. All right, back to radar. And Kat, thank you for the $20 super chat. Appreciate all the generosity. Do you know if the storm hits Ohio tonight? I don't think Ohio is going to see much. I think Ohio will be pretty clear, other than the southern side of the state. Also, thank you, Brian, for becoming a Velocity member. I think overall, a live stream tonight will probably go until 4 a.m. We may take a break at some point in between that, like an actual, like, you know, end stream and come back thing. I don't know when that'll happen if we do that, but I think we might be live until 4 tonight. But we will see. I'm not sure yet. Not confirming anything. If not, we'll just be live till like 8 or 10 or 11 or something. Why is everybody saying 4 a.m. with question marks in the chat? We just did this the other day. We did this the other day with a high risk of severe weather. We were live for literally 16 hours straight. We're right now at 5 hours. We're a third of the way there. This tornado warning is probably going to end, by the way, for Coopertown. That rotation's kind of dead. It's just wind. Here's the other storm near Mount Pleasant. This could drop a tornado. Again, we're gonna have a live view on Radar Omega with the cyclone port in a second on this. This is the strongest couplet that we have right now. That's gonna be, again, approaching Columbia in Tennessee. We got 2 live cams in the track of this, so we will have a view of this in a moment. We might see something, so we're gonna stay here. You're gonna lose your voice. Haven't lost it yet. We're still doing pretty good. Thank you, Brian and Jacob, for the gifted member and also becoming a member. And also thank you, Linda, or Lydia, for the $5 super chat. I'm live for over 55 hours in the last week or so. Yeah, so here's the plan. We're going to be live tonight, and we're going to be live tomorrow again. And then we'll be live Friday for that members-only computer building stream. And then I'm going away for probably about a week. We're taking a vacation, sorta, to go golfing, and then we'll still have videos that week, but yeah. So I'm at least getting a break after all of this. I mean, I need it. I think everybody needs it. I'm closer to Nixa than I am Springfield. I live in between. It's barely raining out, but it's very warm and very humid right now. Yeah, the environment is very, very... just very, like, there. I don't know. It's just there for severe weather today. All the ingredients are there for severe weather. Have I cleared my vacation with HR? Don't have an HR. I am my own boss, thank you. I can do whatever I want. And this is the tornado warning west of Columbia in Tennessee. It's moving northeast. This is the latest radar scan. little bit broader in the latest scan. Again, we have a live cam right here on the top right of your screen that's going to be here. Again, if we see anything, we will probably have a view of this in a minute. It's my guess. I don't know if this is going to be looking the right way. This is looking... Doing math here. I think this is looking right into the storm. So where we'd be wanting to look for, I think. If the clouds are moving northeast, and we're looking middle, that means I think... Okay, so I think we're looking right into the storm. Doing some calculus in my head right now on this storm. Alright, quick update on the Missouri storm, since that one will be a minute until we actually have a view of that. This is the one near Jamesville. Another radar scan is going to come in on this on a second, so we'll stay here. Storm near Waco. Is it tornadic? Let me check it out. I'm looking at my other monitor. We'll bring it onto the screen when I pull it up. You can open more than one tab of Radar Omega now, which is amazing. I didn't know you could do that. It's amazing. This is the storm near Waco. For reference, it is nothing. Nothing concerning. Just hail and wind, and that's it. And lightning. And rain. 4 things to watch out for. But no tornado. Alright, new radar scan coming in on this storm for those near Highlandville and Ozark and Nixa. So we'll see what we're looking at here. Tornado watch for Tarrant County. I see 0 clouds right now. Is Tarrant County actually in that watch? I thought it was just Dallas County. Alright, so if there's a tornado, it would be on the west side of Highlandville. Which again, I don't see a CC drop still, so nothing confirmed. This is right now moving eastbound.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's gonna be going towards Ozark. Tarrant County is. I don't think Tarrant County is going to get anything. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think they'll get anything. Dallas could. Collin County could. I don't think we're getting anything elsewhere there. Once again, not seeing much here. It's just a broad area of circulation. It could intensify again as this approaches the Highlandville area and Ozark, so that's where we're watching for that potential for a tornado. We will be going back to the storm, so don't worry. We'll be going back there. We need to check in on that new tornado warning and other stuff. The new tornado warning is in Tennessee. These two not really concerning in my opinion. The one near Crofton. There's a little bit more rotation east of Crofton, Kentucky. And we also got a storm west of Lewisburg, potentially could produce a tornado. The storm that is back over here near Greenbrier is still rotating, could produce a tornado, as that heads in the direction of Goodlettsville and Hendersonville. So if you're in Hendersonville, you should be seeking shelter as well, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Here's a storm near Columbia. We should have a view of this here in a second. There it is. There's your wall cloud, I think, right here on the right side of the screen. It's rolling in. Got some spin, got some rising motion. This is the storm near Columbia that could be producing a tornado. We're going to stay on this. It's in Tennessee live on Radar Omega's Cyclone Port, which you can watch these with the in the app on iOS and Android with the top link in the description below. There is where we're looking for that potential for a tornado, presumably. It's just moving into your screen now. This is near Columbia, Tennessee. This thing is spinning and moving fast. Now this is Columbia, Tennessee on the tornado warning that has strong rotation. We have a lowering right in front of you. Just rolling in. So if there's a tornado, we'll probably see it. That's basically what we're looking at right now. There you go. They're lowering the camera for you. trying to see if we see any spin here in the clouds. I mean, presumably if we have a tornado, it would be probably right in here somewhere where that spin is. Which it looks like there is definitely rotation here. I'm definitely seeing a bit of spin in the clouds here. It's really fast moving though, right here. Right, again, this is in Columbia, Tennessee. There's hail being reported, upwards of $1.25 to $1.5 sized hail in Nixa, by the way, in Missouri. And there's definitely spin here. It's definitely spin. I mean, look at that thing rip. It is just moving so fast right now. It's impressive. Thank you, Dragon. Appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying the app. We have also another live cam in front of this, by the way, so we'll have another view of this here in a minute. But yeah, this storm, again, is the one that is really probably has the strongest rotation, at least in the clouds, that we have on radar. So definitely an impressive storm, to say the least. And it's very well a potential that we could see a tornado out of this. It would more than likely, though, if there was a tornado, it would be probably on the left side of your screen. Because behind this, it doesn't look like much. That's the storm on radar. Again, we got a hook echo and everything. Got another live cam coming up in a minute, which is going to be that one near Columbia, Tennessee. Those clouds are moving. Radar scan is just coming in on this storm too. We'll go to that in a second. What is Kentucky's abbreviation? Does anybody know? Look at the wind picking up, by the way. Wind's picking up here. KN? KY. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Oh my god. Why did I even ask? I'm so stupid. I should have known that. Alright. Wind's picking up here. Got a lot of scud cloud activity behind this. $12,000 people just answered that question. Yeah, tornado warning, by the way, still ongoing for Nixa. It is still radar indicated. We'll go to that in a second. But yeah, that right there is your rotation. We still got rotation here. Just trying to see if we see anything here. It's just a lot of scud cloud activity right now. Lots of wind. See all the wind picking up here. So the wind is definitely picking up in Columbia, Tennessee. I cannot believe I didn't know the abbreviation to Kentucky right off the top of my head. That should have been so easy. I think it was like KT or something for some reason. Alright, this is still radar indicated rotation. It's not confirmed or anything. As of now. If you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. As away from windows, lowest floor possible. There's some lightning there. Alright, we have two new live cams on the right side of your screen that actually correlate with what is happening. So, they were in Ohio and Indiana before, just didn't have time to change it. Alright. Looks like we got strung a couplet here, right where that camera is. It's like just south of Columbia. I'm guessing that's what this is here, maybe? camera's moving. That would be the area that we're looking for, it looks like. With a bird flying by. The bird is flying away. That means something's happening. Right behind the trees there, maybe. The rotation, by the way, near Highlandville and Ozark is still broad. It's mostly a wind threat in Missouri. Again, this is the storm right now near Columbia, Tennessee. This is a live radar Omega cyclone port. You can watch these in the app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. This rotation, again, relatively strong on radar. There's probably a wall cloud or something that we've had in here. Some sort of rotating base, something like that here in Columbia, Tennessee. So right now is moving to the northeast. But definitely a concern. We have another live cam here too. So we're gonna have to go to that one in a second after this one kind of passes by. There is something here. This might be the wall cloud or something. It's not really spinning much, but it's at least a cloud base here. And this right here in Columbia, Tennessee, where we do have a tornado warning. The wind is blowing. It's really windy here. You can see the trees swaying. It's very windy. So we at least have damaging wind potential. No clear tornado from this angle yet. It's over 700 people watching this on Radar Omega right now. It's one specific live cam. But yeah, there's definitely rotation here. This definitely could drop a tornado. Strong rotation on radar right now. The area of circulation would be right on the south side of Columbia. So we might get another view of this here in a second on the other Radar Omega cyclone port, which is just off to the east of Columbia. So we might have a view of that here in a second. Just to quickly update you, we do have a tornado warning for Hendersonville. That is mostly just wind. I don't really see any rotation here anymore, but still stay in your safe place just in case. And then back over in Missouri, we still have that tornado warning that is south of Springfield, near Ozark. So if you're in this warning, you should continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in Texas, we're not dealing with anything right now other than just an ordinary storm that's not doing anything. All right, let's go back to Columbia. Check out this live cam again. It looks like a wall cloud on the left side of your screen there. Or at least a lowering. A lot of scud cloud, rising motion stuff right here. You can see that here. Wind. Clouds. Rain. It's moving through the storm near Columbia, Tennessee. Hail in Springfield? Is there? Alright, we should have a view now on this part now, or maybe soon we'll have a view of that. That area of circulation, though, would be on the left side of your screen. Just don't see anything here. Oh yeah, we got leaves. Got some leaves, some scud clouds, rising motion, rain probably somewhere in here. We got a bird flying right here. Alright, let's go back to the freaking radar. Alright. We do have 3 tornado warnings. We have 23 severe thunderstorm warnings that are still ongoing right now. Yeah, we still have this tornado warning near Columbia. Do have a Radar Omega cyclone port here, just to the east of Columbia. This is really still our best view of the storm, though. I mean, it's just a lot of scud clouds on the back side of this. Oh, look at this. We got some lonely scud clouds on the right side of your screen. You really can't see it, but we got some lonely scud clouds all the way over there. They're all trailing behind over there. Once again, potential for a tornado does exist. It'll be going towards Lanton the Neapolis area just southwest of Spring Hill. Still strong rotation, just nothing confirmed as of right now. And then our next radar Omega cyclone port on this storm will be this one. It is very dark here. Don't see anything quite yet other than just the layer of clouds above and the leaves and all that, but that's in Columbia, Tennessee on the east side. This is really still our strongest area of rotation that we have on radar right now. Near Columbia, Tennessee. The one south of Springfield is mostly just wind at this point. But there is hail south of Springfield near Nixa. And that hail is being reported around $1/4 to $1/2 size right now. And then the other tornado warning that we have is back over in Kentucky, I believe. Let me double check. The tornado warning near Hendersonville was canceled. We do have another tornado warning near Paducah that was just issued. If you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That's moving down to the southeast, going towards Salem and Smithfield. So another tornado warning there, moving down to the southeast. Is Brandon still doing storm stuff? Brandon Kopic is still doing some search and rescue stuff there where that large tornado went through up there. Good man, good man. All right, here's the latest radar scan, and here's your circulation. We're approaching the downtown area of Columbia. That right there would be your wall cloud. Bada bing, bada boom. Wow, that's the best view we've had of the storm. This is the radar Omega cyclone port here, right in Columbia, Tennessee. This is where we're looking for that potential for a tornado. Can't put these live cams in really better places than this. Wow. All right, there is your storm in Columbia, Tennessee. Since people keep asking, that's where we are. Just gonna put it at the top of the screen. This is a nasty looking storm. I mean, it looks nasty. We had a wall cloud. We've had a wall cloud with this storm for like, I don't know, 2 hours now, probably. An hour and a half, 2 hours. It's been a while. And right now, this is moving through Columbia, Tennessee. It's on the east side. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone port, which you can watch these on their app with the top link in the description below for only $8.99 with the live radar and all that. But once again, this is a storm that is trying to produce a tornado. We don't really have anything definitive here, but some sort of like lowering maybe back here. We got a ton of rising motion everywhere on this storm. This is just a gnarly supercell. Like literally, it's just a gnarly supercell here in Columbia, Tennessee. It's a very impressive supercell, to say the least. The camera will move in a second, by the way, so we'll be able to see this for a while. Or it should. They didn't know, it's just $8.99 one time. You can just see all the rotation. Look at all this rising motion. You can just see all those clouds rising here. Looks like we got some like spin down in here somewhere. Perhaps even in there. I mean, it's kind of spinning everywhere. This is a large rotating area. We could get a tornado in here. I mean, like, look at this large rotating area here. It's all rotating around right now in this area. We got a lot of rotation in the clouds. There's a lot of rotation there. And there might be something dropping back here. It's hard to tell. That's a massive area of rotation, though, on this storm. And that might be a tornado developing here. I can't tell, but there might be something developing here. That was either a power flash or lightning. That looked more like a power flash to me. There might be a tornado on the ground right here in Columbia. That looked like a power flash to me. I couldn't tell. It did not look like lightning, though. That's for sure. Looks like there might be a tornado on the ground here. This is live in Colombia. This is a massive area of rotation, and if this is on the ground, this could be a big tornado. If that could be your tornado just on the other side of the trees. This is again in Columbia, Tennessee. You need to be seeking shelter if you're in this warning. That looked like two different power flashes to me. This is rotating. That is a tornado, I think. That has to be. That looks like a big tornado on the ground. Pulling up the radar on here. That looks like a large tornado that's on the ground in Columbia, Tennessee. If you're in Columbia, you need to run to your safe place. If not, it's at least just a massive area of rotation. And this would be where your tornado is. Yeah, that tornado is going like right through this camera right now. We actually may have just lost the camera. That's a potentially large tornado going right through Jackson Heights. That looked like a large tornado that's moving right now through the Allison area. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. That was a huge tornado that's developing there. New tornado warning on this, by the way. It's going to include Thompson Station.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow. I do think that camera just lost power, so that is a tornado. That was a huge tornado that's right now heading towards Lanton, Spring Hill, and Allison in Tennessee. You need to seek shelter immediately if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That was a huge tornado, though. That thing's been rotating for literally ever. This is not officially confirmed, but I mean, there's almost no doubt that is on the ground. We have another live cam over here that will have a view of it on that too. The other one's not going to show us anything, I don't think. Yeah. So that right there is a tornado that is going right over that Radar Omega cyclone port. That right there. Yeah, that's your debris signature. We now do officially have a tornado on the ground here, no doubt, with what we just saw.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So that would be your tornado right there. I mean, there's no doubt we had a tornado there. That was huge. And this is possibly a big tornado heading towards Match, Lee's Corner, Spring Hill. That was a massive area of rotation. I've never seen anything like that in real time like that. That's just insane. So if you're just tuning in, this is a potentially large tornado that's going to be heading towards Spring Hill over the next several minutes. You need to seek shelter. This is again in Tennessee right now. And just for perspective, if you're just tuning in and didn't see the tornado, this is definitely a tornado. This right here was your tornado right here. A large tornado on the ground moments ago. This is now officially confirmed. I wouldn't be surprised if this went PDS. That is a huge tornado right now that just hit the Radar Omega cyclone port. That thing's gone. This is a big tornado going through Match, Tennessee, east of Columbia. You need to seek shelter immediately if you're in this warning. This is a big tornado. It's going to be heading towards the Chapel Hill and Spring Hill. But this is a big tornado that is on the ground. That is your debris signature. That is a large area of debris. This could be a very strong tornado that's in progress right now. We have very strong gate-to-gate shear. But we just saw that tornado literally drop in real time, and that is a huge tornado. This is probably going to go PDS at the bare minimum. But again, this was the tornado that we had moments ago. That was your large cone-shaped tornado. I mean, that's a huge tornado. Like, you can just see it right beyond the trees. That is a huge tornado that's going through this area. Massive debris signature. It just hit the east side of Columbia, and it is going to be approaching areas near Match, Tennessee over the next several minutes, and that is growing in size. So we got a big tornado right now heading into Match, Tennessee. Lee's Corner and Rally Hill will be next in track of this. Again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. But that right there is a really deep CC drop. This is a strong tornado. I mean, this is really strong. This could be an intense or violent tornado that's heading northeast right now. This is near Match and Interstate 65. It's now officially a PDS tornado.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is officially a PDS tornado. We have another live view in Chapel Hill. We'll see if we get a view of that. I'm going to put that on the right side of your screen. That's another radar Omega Cyclone port. But this, again, a large and strong tornado, which I'm not surprised by at all with what we just saw. That is a huge tornado right now that is going right across Route 412, moving towards Interstate 65, and it is going to eventually be moving towards the south side of Spring Hill, Tennessee, which is also very populated. And then after that, it's going to make its approach to Chapel Hill and eventually toward Rudderville, Tennessee. So if you're in this area, you need to run to your safe place. This is a very strong tornado and a large tornado that is on the ground moving to the east-northeast, going to eventually go towards Eagleville. So get to your safe place immediately if you are in this tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If anybody needs live coverage, you can share this with your friends or family. Again, this is a massive tornado right now, though, that's going to be heading right towards Spring Hill and Chapel Hill, Tennessee. It's a very dangerous storm right now. We got another radar scan coming in right now, so we'll see what it shows us here. This is a really strong tornado. That is a big tornado right now over Match, Tennessee. This is big. Somehow this camera is back. I don't know how. Did it not get directly hit by this tornado? How in the world is this camera still here? That debris signature went right over this camera. The wind is super strong here still. Not sure if we have any sort of, visual on. I mean, the tornado probably went right back in here is my guess. I just saw a power flash, I think, again. I don't know how in the world this camera's here, though. I mean, that tornado must have just been to its right over here or something. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we got a huge tornado on the ground in Tennessee. This is just northeast of Columbia. This is a very strong tornado. This is potentially a violent tornado that is on the ground heading towards Lee's Corner and Bear Wallow. And if you are in this place, anywhere in this warning, you've got to run to your safe place. This is a huge tornado that is on the ground heading eastbound. I'm not sure if we're going to see any damage from that. This tornado is growing in size, guys. It's getting bigger. This could go Tori. I'm not ruling that out. I mean, this is just a massive tornado on radar. And we just saw this go right through the Route 412 area. I'm not seeing any sort of debris path here, but again, the tornado is probably behind the trees. This is one of the strongest tornadoes I've seen here in Tennessee since that one that we had near Nashville last year. This is a serious tornado. We got a serious debris signature right over Match. It's going to be heading towards Interstate 65. Going to be on the south and east side of Spring Hill, going towards Lee's Corner and south of Paytonsville. You've got to run to your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. You need to get underground if you can do that, because this is a big tornado. This is a considerable threat right now. Significant damage is expected across this area. Just trying to see if we have any other view on this. That tornado will be back in that range somewhere. I don't think we're going to see anything from there. This is a massive debris signature. Match just got hit right smack dab in the middle of this storm. So Match, Tennessee just took a direct hit from this huge tornado. It's going to be going towards Lee's Corner. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. There is now black on this reflectivity that's showing up. That hardly ever happens. This is a huge tornado and a very strong tornado that is about to cross right over Interstate 75. This is going towards Lee's Corner. It is also becoming a rain-wrapped tornado. So this is going to be rain-wrapped. As this is already a dangerous tornado as is, it is becoming more dangerous. It's going to be heading towards the south side of Spring Hill, Tennessee. This is a very populated area. This is our only tornado warning, by the way, right now. I've never seen black on the reflectivity when we have a debris signature. So that's the first that I've seen of something like that. Doesn't really mean anything, but I mean, that's still, it's a significant tornado that's heading towards Lee's Corner. Just south of Spring Hill. The debris signature right now is approximately, it's about a mile, it looks like, wide here. A mile and a half wide debris signature. Doesn't mean the tornado is a mile and a half wide, but this is a big tornado heading towards a very populated area. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this again went Tori. This is a life-threatening situation if you're west or just northwest of Chapel Hill. Going towards Spring Hill. We have a few live cameras. I'm keeping a close eye on them if we do get any view of anything. That'd be right in this tornado, or just to the west of the tornado. There's your tornado. It's about to cross right over Interstate 65, south of Spring Hill, near Lee's Corner. And it's just to the west of Chapel Hill. And if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. Preferably underground, a storm shelter, closet, or bathroom also. Put a mattress over you, put the helmet on, get your shoes. This is going to be going right into Lee's Corner and Bear Wallow. It should hopefully just miss the south side of Spring Hill, but it's not far from it, which is the reason why this is more concerning. There's your debris signature. It's about to cross right over Interstate 65. It's a very dangerous storm right now in Tennessee. It's a huge tornado. I am going to see if there's any traffic cams here. I'm not sure if we have any view of this again. But again, that's a huge tornado near Interstate 65. It is currently heading in the direction of Lee's Corner, Bear Wallow, with a massive debris signature on radar right now. About a mile and a half wide debris signature that is currently going to be moving to the east, northeast. We got another radar scan coming in right now. Doesn't look like we have any traffic cameras down this direction, so. Yeah, we don't have any there nearby. Well, the closest camera that we have right now is this one right here that is, again, in Chapel Hill. Again, if you're just tuning in and didn't already see the tornado, this was the tornado that we're talking about. I mean, it was a it was a large cone that developed very quickly. So that's what it looked like about probably 10 minutes ago or so, and it's probably still the same size. It's now officially doing damage right along Interstate 65. So this is, again, a large tornado that is now crossing right over Interstate 65. This is still very strong. It is right along Interstate 65, just south of Spring Hill, and it's going to be approaching tornado emergency. There you go. This is now officially a tornado emergency in Tennessee.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
Tornado emergency in Tennessee. This is for Spring Hill. This is going to be heading towards Lee's Corner, Bear Wallow, and as well as Paytonsville near Little, Texas. This is a huge tornado that is on the ground. It is a catastrophic tornado that is heading to the northeast. You need to run to your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. This is only issued when we have violent tornadoes that are on the ground. That could be deadly at times. I mean, this is a very big tornado that is right now crossing over Interstate 65 near Spring Hill and Chapel Hill in Tennessee. Once again, this is a tornado emergency. This is the highest level warning that the National Weather Service can possibly issue for a storm like this. And this is just a huge tornado. It's crossing over the east side of Match, just south of Spring Hill. It's going to be approaching Bear Wallow and Lee's Corner. It's going to be going towards the Riggs Crossroad and Holt's Corner near Duplex. Eventually going towards Paytonsville, Little, Texas, Arlington, Kirkland, and Eagleville. In Tennessee, you've got to run to your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. This is a massive tornado that is currently moving to the east-northeast. And it's doing pretty significant damage right now, right along Interstate 65, just south of Spring Hill. Does not get much stronger than this, guys. It's a, you know, I've been saying it since the beginning, but this is just a huge tornado. We saw it from the very start, and it has not weakened really at all. So once again, this is a tornado emergency. If you're just tuning in, this is once again a significant tornado that is in progress here. And you've got to run to your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, preferably underground if you can, like a basement or a storm shelter, but it is growing in size. That debris signature is even bigger than before. So this is hitting areas near the Kendron Road area near Rally Hill. It's going to be approaching Lee's Corner. And also it's going to be moving east-northeast going towards Bear Wallow. So you need to get to your safe place. That is a massive tornado that's on the ground right now. I mean, it's showing absolutely no signs of weakening. This is still a big tornado. This is more than likely about a half a mile to a mile wide. Nothing confirmed on that yet, but by the looks of it from what we had earlier, is more than likely a mile wide. Again, this is what we had earlier. That huge tornado. And this was 15 minutes ago when it first began. It was a large, possibly even wedge tornado that is heading right now into Lee's Corner, Duplex, and just southeast of Spring Hill. This is a catastrophic tornado, again, producing deadly and life-threatening damage here across parts of Tennessee. This right now is moving east-northeast, going towards Route 431. I'm going to put this live cam up on the top right of your screen. This is pretty close to where this tornado is. So I'll put that top right of your screen. That's near Chapel Hill. So we'll see if we have any view of that when this does make its approach to Chapel Hill. Chapel Hill's buried in the rain right now, but we might see something. Once again, that is a huge tornado that's on the ground. This pink is not rain. That is debris. Those are homes, trees, buildings, whatever it might be that's being lifted up into the atmosphere from this tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Here's the latest debris signature scan. Oh, that's a little bit behind. All right, we'll have another scan in a second. You can't even see the debris anymore. That's how deep the CC drop is right now. Well, now it's turned white. Okay. The radar is bugging out right now. That right there is your debris signature on the east side of Interstate 65. That's still a very strong tornado. Again, this is picking up homes, trees, possibly buildings, approaching Lee's Corner. That's just not showing any signs of weakening. This is again near Lee's Corner. Showing no signs of weakening. Approaching Rally Hill, Pottsville, Lee's Corner, Lively, Bear Wallow, Thick, Holt's Corner, Riggs Crossroad, all in the track right now here of this large and strong tornado. Again, this is again a tornado emergency. This is only issued when we have the like a violent or deadly tornado that is in progress, and that's what we have right now here in Tennessee, making its approach to Chapel Hill. I'm gonna reboot my radar Omega. It's kind of glitching here. Oh man, I mean, it's that debris signature is just getting larger. It's not getting any smaller. This is just getting larger right now. I mean, this right here is just a huge tornado. Can you fly? Get away from me. This again is just a huge tornado right now heading towards Bear Wallow. The other live cam may have just lost power in Chapel Hill. I'm not sure. But once again, this is a tornado emergency that is heading towards Riggs Crossroad and Holt's Corner. This could be a violent tornado as it makes its approach to Lee's Corner. That is a massive debris signature. This is larger than before. It's about 2.5 miles wide now for that debris signature, which again does not mean we have a 2-mile wide tornado, but you get the importance of this right now. It is a huge tornado. We've been saying it since the beginning. It's still huge. Does anybody know the population in this warning? I don't know how many people are in this. I mean, we know Spring Hill's populated. I don't know about Chapel Hill. This is 76,000 people are included in this warning. Just awful. I mean, right now it's going in between the two major areas, which Spring Hill, I believe, is the most populated. Chapel Hill is a close second. It's going through a lot of these rural areas, but it's still a very significant tornado. And keep in mind, debris could go flying. You know, it could go all the way to Spring Hill. It could make it to Chapel Hill. I mean, in a situation like this, that is very possible. This tornado is just huge right now. It's heading in the direction of Chapel Hill right now. It's 62,000 in Chapel Hill, or 6,200 in Chapel Hill. Okay, so 6,200 people in Chapel Hill. So this huge tornado is heading right in that direction right now, going towards Chapel Hill. This is still a massive debris signature. And if you are in this warning, you need to run to your safe place. You got to get indoors. You got to get underground, preferably away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And this is a huge tornado that is in progress right now. It is producing serious damage to this area. It is a very dangerous storm. It is catastrophic. It's damaging homes, damaging buildings. That debris signature is huge. It is right now on the south side of Lee's Corner. And it's going to be heading in the direction of Chapel Hill, Bear Wallow, Holt's Corner, and Riggs Crossroad. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in this warning. A serious situation, guys. I mean, I can only imagine what we're seeing for damage right now. It's probably really bad. This was where the tornado initially began. I don't see any debris here. I think the tornado was on the other side of this hill, just for reference. So just to kind of keep you updated there. The other radar Omega cyclone port that had a view of this potential, this tornado emergency, we don't have a view of that at this point. I believe that camera has probably lost power, just like the first one did temporarily. So that's what we're looking at right now. But regardless, this is again a huge tornado right now near Lee's Corner. Very strong, very large, moving towards Bear Wallow and Lee's Corner. Long term, this is going to be going towards Kirkland and Rudderville, Tennessee. And if it does make its approach to Murfreesboro, that's where it would be going toward. Now, granted, this could be weaker, but by the time it gets there. But this is going in the direction of Murfreesboro. So you need to be vigilant if you're back over that direction, as this storm is basically going to be on path for that here pretty soon. The tornado emergency has been condensed. It no longer includes the east side of Columbia. The good news is on the latest velocity scan, it is a little bit smaller. So let's hope that continues here. There's a bit of a smaller couplet. But this is still a significant storm nonetheless. Even if it has lifted, we still have a massive area of debris that's being lifted up into the atmosphere. I mean, there's still a ton of debris. Debris fallout is currently going towards Chapel, for the record. Chapel Hill. So that debris is being lofted eastbound, it looks like, towards Chapel Hill, which is not what you want to see. This is just unbelievable. Spring Hill, by the way, you are no longer in the tornado emergency unless you're on the east side of it. So if you're in Chapel Hill, you are okay. Or sorry, in Spring Hill. Chapel Hill, you need to be in your safe place. Spring Hill, you are no longer in the warning. If you're on the east side, you might still be in that pink polygon. The tornado emergency, again, still ongoing for Chapel Hill, Eagleville, and just west of Cedar Grove. If you're just tuning in, this is southwest of the Murfreesboro area. This is, again, a tornado emergency. This is, once again, the highest level tornado warning that you can possibly get. If you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. This is a very dangerous storm right now in Tennessee. Near Chapel Hill. Here's the latest velocity scan. Should update here in a second. Does anybody know of any reports on this yet? I don't know if we've had any reports from the backside of the storm, perhaps any damage or anything like that. Obviously, there's definitely been damage, but this is the latest scan. Again, it looks like this is starting to, you know, It looks like it's occluding. Let's hope it continues in that direction. There is still a tornado on the ground. It just does not look as intense or violent as before. But again, this tornado will be moving towards Chapel Hill over the next few minutes. The tornado emergency warning does continue for at least the next 9 minutes, and then we'll have to issue another warning more than likely on this storm as it continues to track to the east. That is your debris signature right there. We got another radar scan coming in right now. We also have a tornado warning, by the way, northeast of Nashville. Just want to throw that out there. That rotation's not really that strong, so just an update there. And this is your tornado emergency. It's south of Nashville. Again, just west of Murfreesboro. You're next in track if you're in Murfreesboro, so be vigilant. I don't think this tornado will be as intense by the time it gets there, but it will be going in that direction. So you need to be staying vigilant if you're in that area. Still got a tornado here. There's still debris being lifted up into the atmosphere near Route 431. That would be right over the south side of Lee's Corner near Rally Hill and Lively. And going towards Bear Wallow, Thick, and Riggs Crossroads near Holt's Corner, going towards Eagleville. So if you are in this warning, you need to continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. As this does continue to move to the east-northeast. This is another view from Columbia. This is the backside of this activity. We have another little hook on that storm. It's not the tornado emergency, but it's on the backside of it. Move back to radar here. Got another hook back here near Columbia. Right here, we got another hook that's trying to develop. We already got one tornado here. We could get something behind this. We still got a tornado here for the record, but it's not as large as before. That tornado is going to be just north of Canny Spring, northwest of Chapel Hill. We still got a debris signature. This thing is still going. Still got a tornado in progress just to the west-northwest of Chapel Hill. The latest radar scan still showing a large debris signature on this. This is still a tornado emergency. If you are near Chapel Hill, Tennessee, or Eagleville, southeast of Spring Hill. That's the latest radar scan. Still got debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. There's still a tornado here. And the top right of your screen, that's a live cam in Columbia, Tennessee. We got another hook on the backside of that storm activity.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, that's right now moving east-northeast. Do have a new tornado warning that was just issued. That's going to be back over in the St. Genevieve, Missouri area, and Sparta, Illinois, and Redbud. That's the same area that just had a tornado warning earlier. Think Dawn can intercept it? I have no clue. I mean, this is still on the ground. It hasn't lifted. It doesn't look as strong as I mentioned before as earlier, but it's still going. It's still a tornado emergency. The tornado hasn't lifted by any means. It looked like it was trying to occlude there, and it's still powering through. You know, again, if you're in the Murfreesboro area in Tennessee, you need to be staying vigilant. This storm's going to be on track for you here pretty soon. And also, it'll be going towards Overall and Cedar Grove. So if you're in those areas, you need to be staying vigilant. It is going that direction for this storm, moving east-northeast. Debris was lofted 26,000 feet up into the atmosphere, went right over I-30 or I-65 during rush hour. You can exactly see where it crossed on the traffic map of the Google, concerning amount of small neighborhoods on its path. Yeah, let me go to Google Maps and show you guys. They have just issued a new tornado warning on this that is going to be
a new
observed.
Tornado warning has been issued.
So they might be canceling this tornado emergency, but it is still a confirmed tornado, no doubt. So once again, if you are in this new warning, just west of Murfreesboro, back near Midland, overall in Cedar Grove and Eagleville in Tennessee, you need to be seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, and away from windows. There's a brand new tornado warning here for the one in Tennessee. I believe they're probably going to lift that tornado emergency, because it does expire in 4 minutes. We definitely still have a debris signature here. It's just, again, not nearly as large as before. That's just on the east side of Route 431. And again, moving eastbound right now. Here's that traffic map, by the way. So, again, you can get the idea. That tornado went right over this, right here. So, traffic is building up here. That's probably from that tornado. Probably some significant damage there. That traffic basically building up here across this area. From that tornado. Still pretty big. I think it's still on the ground. I don't think this is lifted by any means. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this new warning got upgraded to a PDS. At least. Because this is... I don't think this is lifted at least at this point. I think it's still on the ground. We still got debris in the atmosphere. For the record, all this CC that you're seeing around here right now, other than this is just non-precip stuff, but all this right here, that's still debris that is in the atmosphere. That's heading towards Chapel Hill. That's probably trees or parts of homes or whatever it might be that's still ongoing here, heading towards Chapel Hill. I mean, this is by no means, you know, an area here that is done. We still got debris in the atmosphere, which means any debris that's in the atmosphere, anything that goes up has to come down. All right, so anything that's still in the atmosphere still has to come down here. And that's what we're looking at there. That's ominous. This is in Columbia. This is Columbia, Tennessee for that back-end hook that we're just looking at. Still a lot of scud clouds there. Here's the latest radar scan. I'm not seeing much anymore. If we go back in time a little bit here, you just watch. Let's go back 21 frames. By the way, this was the entire tornado emergency. We were watching the storm from when it was south of Columbia, for the record. You know, we were talking about this for a while, but it really dropped right over the Radar Omega cyclone port, and it moved right through the east side over here near 412 and Interstate 65. It was a huge tornado. Crossed right over Interstate 65 right during rush hour, which is the worst part about this. And then it kept going, and it kind of occluded. So we might see some sort of redevelopment in here. That's the assumption at this point, is that we're going to see some sort of redevelopment now as this tries to recycle and pushes to the east-northeast, eventually going towards the Murfreesboro area, just south of Nashville. So, just unbelievable what we just saw there. That is currently moving towards Cedar Grove overall in Midland. We might have another pocket rotation developing on the back side of this too. So there's your tornado emergency that has gone away now. So we no longer have a tornado emergency. We still do have a tornado warning, and that is still confirmed. So this is still a tornado warning for this area. So if you're in the pink polygon, you need to continue to stay in your safe place. There's at least still a tornado that is in progress here, or may still be in progress. That'll be eventually moving towards the Murfreesboro area. Which, once again, we unfortunately just had a massive tornado go through this area near Columbia. And again, if you're just tuning in, didn't already see, this is where the tornado started. We'll have to go back a little bit further because it's not going far back enough. But this is where that tornado began. It started right on the northeast side of Columbia. So it started right here, northeast side of Columbia. Hit a lot of homes and buildings, probably near Beech Grove, Tennessee. It went right through the Match area. You can see that there. That's your debris signature. Went right over Interstate 65. The largest of this debris signature was right over Interstate 65, which probably means that their cars were flipped and possibly damaged. Went right into the Rally Hill area. And then eventually, it started to shrink a bit, and it kind of occluded right here near 431. But still, a significant amount of debris there. Luckily, this tornado did not go through the most populated areas in this warning, which were Chapel Hill and Spring Hill. Now, with that said, we still do have a tornado warning for Chapel Hill here. So it looks like we got redevelopment happening right here near Holt's Corner, just for the record. So we might have a tornado that's trying to drop here now. Reflectivity is not updated, but we got strong rotation right there, just north of Chapel Hill. That could drop again. All right, quick update on the other tornado warnings, and we'll go back to that in a second. We got a new tornado warning in Missouri. That is in St. Genevieve. It's a broad area of circulation going towards Sparta and Coulterville. So if you're in that area, just stay vigilant. And then back over into the other tornado warning near Gallatin. That area of circulation is broader. So really the main concern right now is this one. Yeah, if we have any sort of tornado, it would be heading right into Beasley, Versailles, Eagleville, eventually going towards the Murfreesboro area here in Tennessee. Oh, sorry, Tennessee. Did I say Kentucky? Whatever. You know what I mean. Tennessee. What time do you think it's gonna be over? I wish it was now. This has been ridiculous. That's the second tornado emergency that we've had in the last 2 days. Literally the second one in the last 2 days that we've had. Is that 3 days in a row? Or is that 2 days in a row? It's 3 days in a row? I can't keep a concept of time anymore. I mean, it's unbelievable. We've had so many tornadoes recently. I can't even remember. We've apparently had now 3. Just insane. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, feel free to at me, at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay them. But yeah, I mean, again, we still got this to watch as it continues to move towards Murfreesboro over the next several minutes. But the tornado emergency, thankfully, has ended for the time being. That was a huge tornado. And again, if you go back in our stream, back to when it was just dropping, we had footage of it with the Radar Omega Cyclone port. You can go back and watch it if you want. I'm not going to replay it again, but there was a huge tornado there. So, unfortunately, that is what happened. This is still a confirmed tornado, by the way, so still a confirmed tornado on the ground.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, this is still a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is the only tornado that we have on the ground. Again, it'll be near Eagleville. So if you are in this warning, confirm to stay in your safe place. Continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Yeah, in addition to that, obviously we do have weather spotters confirming this. So radar is not confirming it yet, but this will be going right towards the Murfreesboro area of Tennessee. So you need to be staying vigilant if you're over in that direction, as that is a very populated area up to the northeast. It's crazy that we've had tornadoes. We've had 3 days in a row of at least having one tornado emergency. That is actually crazy. And if we still have a tornado, it would be right in that black circle, again, near Eagleville, going towards Overall. Whereas Connor, he concluded his chase. He kind of got caught up in the warm frontal boundary storms, and they were just going too fast for him to catch up to. Here's the latest radar scan coming in right now with the rapid sweep on Radar Omega. Rotation doesn't look really strong, but there is definitely rotation there. Just a large, broad area of circulation right now heading to the east, northeast, and northeast. Does Dawn have a view of it? Check it out. There's 3,500 people watching him on the app right now on Radar Omega. Holy cow. I don't think he has a view of anything yet. He's getting repositioned. Yeah, he's repositioning. If you guys, if he does see anything, let me know. I'll pull it up on my other monitor. Once again, we do have 3 tornado warnings. We have 19 severe thunderstorm warnings, so still plenty of warnings right now out there. And this was our tornado emergency that just happened southwest of Murfreesboro. Whoa. But this storm is still producing the potential for a tornado near Eagleton and Cedar Grove. Again, that is the area of rotation that we're looking at. It's going to be going towards Murfreesboro here pretty soon. So continue to stay vigilant if you're in that area, as this storm could produce another tornado as that continues to move to the east-northeast. It's already produced a large and strong tornado, and it could do that again. This is a live view of the traffic after that tornado went through. Again, a lot of traffic, unfortunately. And that's where the tornado happened. Again, across right over Interstate 65. The traffic is backed up for miles. This is another view of that traffic. Traffic is just backed up for miles right now on end here in Tennessee after that tornado emergency happened not too long ago. Also, a couple other updates. We do have storms now developing on the east side of Dallas-Fort Worth with mostly hail and wind. We do have a new mesoscale discussion in western Kentucky where a severe brief tornado risk will continue for the next few hours over parts of western Kentucky. And I think that's all for right now in terms of updates. Again, we still have currently multiple tornado warnings ongoing. We've got 3. And we got another radar scan coming in on this rotation. That's going to be near Chapel Hill, going eastbound. We're approaching the Murfreesboro area over the next few minutes. And if we have a tornado, it's going to be somewhere in there. Probably closer to down here, but that's where we would be looking for. And that's right now moving to the east. So if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I'm checking in on a stream on my other monitor. I think you lost connection. Jordan has a touchdown. So this is on the ground again. It's been on the ground a few times. It's reforming and trying to drop another tornado now. So another confirmed tornado on this storm.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, another confirmed tornado on this storm. It's going to be just south of Eagleville. It's actually just been downgraded to radar indicated, but it is still, from what I'm hearing, there's a tornado on this. That's going to be heading towards Overall and Murfreesboro. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Looks like we got something there. Not much. But if there's a tornado on the ground, it would be just west of Midland, heading towards Overall. And probably going to stay south of Murfreesboro. But if you're in Murfreesboro, there's at least going to be some sort of hail threat there. Wow, that velocity scan right here, that is a massive explosion of strong winds right now, right over the Midland area. It's a very strong area of rotation that's heading, again, going towards Interstate 24 now. So if you are in this area, you need to be seeking shelter. If you're in the pink polygon, Fosterville will be next in track for this. Yeah, we do have a recycling storm here moving eastbound. Just trying to recycle. This is the latest radar scan. Again, very strong area of rotation heading towards Midland. It's not on the ground. It could be at any time as this continues to move east. So we got a tornado warning in Illinois as well. That's the one that's going to be in Randolph County. Still radar indicated. It's the latest radar scan. Still intensifying. If you're in this warning, you need to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's going to be heading towards Interstate 24 over the next several minutes. Could be more rotation behind this. I'm not seeing much. It looks pretty ordinary stuff right now. I don't see anything else behind that right now. Mary County is reporting major structure damage and people trapped. That is not good. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's probably what we're going to get out of this. You know, that sort of trail that we just saw, that's just not surprising.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Unfortunately, that's just going to be the nature of this storm. You know, we had a massive tornado there, and you know, it's possibly going to be on the ground again, so that's the next concern. We do have rotation just south of Shady Grove in Dixon Springs, northwest of Carthage. That is a view of that storm right now. A lot of lightning, and this storm will be approaching this area here relatively soon. So we'll have that live camera on Radar Omega, but that area again just south of Shady Grove is where that area of rotation is. Again, gonna be on the track for Carthage over the next several minutes. Actually was strong there for a moment. There may have been a brief tornado, but that's gonna be near Dixon Springs heading towards Carthage, Tennessee. You're in that warning. You need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. The other storm near Midland is still going. Again, strong rotation, and that one could still produce a tornado at any time. So we got two different tornado warnings right now, south and east of Nashville. These storms are not weakening. This is the one that's rotating back over closer to Carthage. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone Port looking into the storm. I'm going to quickly go pee. I'll be back in 60 seconds. All right. And this is a live view on that storm near Carthage that is currently tornado warned on Radar Omega. Once again, this storm currently is producing the potential for a tornado. It is moving east-southeast, and then the one that's southwest of the Murfreesboro area is still rotating and could still drop a tornado as that continues to roll to the east over the next several minutes. Again, currently what we have right now is 3 different tornado warnings, 2 of which are currently here in Tennessee. We still have one southeast of St. Louis, which that one we're not really that concerned about, which is why we're not really talking about it. That one's currently moving eastbound, and then we also have the storm back over east of Springfield, which has become outflow driven, but there is a chance for a tornado if it's able to organize. So that's really the main stuff that we have as a concern as of right now. Now, this storm going towards Carthage could also produce a tornado, and also the other one. We're going to go back to the Carthage camera. Let's go ahead and put that one on. Again, this is a live view into that tornado-warned cell near Carthage. We could get a view of this as well as this moves down to the east-southeast over the next several minutes in Carthage, Tennessee. Looks like it's ramping back up. It's been kind of ramped up here for a while, unfortunately. Twitter tags. Okay, I'll look at Twitter. Yeah, it looks like we got some significant tornado damage in Columbia, Tennessee. Or near Columbia, Tennessee. Not in, but near. Getting tagged in a lot of damage photos and whatnot. Wow. There's some pretty intense videos on Twitter. I'm retweeting a bunch of stuff as well. And this is a storm that's near Carthage that is rotating. We do have a little bit of rotation near Rock City. Again, this is a storm that has the potential to produce a tornado as it moves east-southeast over the next several minutes. This is the latest velocity scan. Don't really have any definitive area of rotation on this at this point on this storm, but there's at least some wind potential here, and there's a little bit of rotation there, at least near Rock City. So, what we're looking at here would be anything back in here, possibly even back over in there as well. Right over the mountainside. Looks like something's forming. It looks like something's forming behind that mountain there. Again, this is on the Radar Omega Cyclone port here near Carthage, Tennessee. Let me go back to the other one real quick. Still a large, broad area of circulation that's going to be approaching Christina. Or Christiana, and as well south of Murfreesboro. We'll probably get a new tornado warning on that here momentarily, is my guess. Let's go back to this live cam again. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone port on the storm that is going to be approaching Carthage over the next several minutes. Impressive looking supercell for sure. Yeah, we'll go back to this. By the way, thank you, Jennifer, for the 1999 super chat, and also thank you, Brian, for the 499. Thank you, Kimberly, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Melissa, for the $10 super chat. I have no clue what we're doing for dinner. I don't honestly know what we're doing yet for the rest of the stream. I'm not sure if we're going to split this into 2 parts or we're going to just do it extensively, because what we could do, depending on how this goes over the next like half an hour, we could go ahead and just go live again in like an hour and a half or 2 hours or something for the nighttime threat, because we're still nowhere near done. I mean, this is going to be going until like 4 a.m. So I'm kind of debating what to do on that end, because I am getting hungry and I'm not sure what we're doing for that end either. So not sure what we're doing, basically. Hey, Tammy, Shane, and Lori for becoming Velocity members as well. Appreciate it. And if we do end up splitting the streams, it'll probably actually, rest my voice for a bit. I'll be able to eat, and we'll be able to have energy for the second half. So we'll see what the trends are for the next, like, half an hour or so, maybe relatively soon. We'll see if anything really intense happens here, and if it stays a little bit quiet, like, if we don't have anything really strong on radar, we might just kind of split the streams up. This area, though, south of Murfreesboro, really is still my main concern right now, so... But I do want to be live through the majority of the nighttime threat, if possible. So we'll see. Don't order dinner yet? Every time you do, tornadoes pick up? It's true. You're not wrong. There was a confirmed tornado west of Pittsburgh. I saw that on radar last night. Unfortunately, I was thinking about going live for it, but you know, the problem is I don't want to ping like everybody after just being live, and then you know, that tornado wasn't on the ground for a super long time, luckily. So Chick-fil-A for dinner. I don't know what I'm doing for dinner. Not sure yet. We need you. We're gonna see. I'm not sure what we're doing yet. We might have something here northwest of Carthage, by the way. There's a little CC something there. Velocities aren't updated.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got strengthening rotation just to the west-northwest of Carthage right here. That is again moving east-southeast. We might have something wrapped in the rain. If there's a tornado, it's probably going to be in here somewhere. And this is the Carthage, Tennessee Radar Omega cyclone port here. There is a new tornado warning, by the way, just an update on the storm that's down here near Murfreesboro. That rotation, again, is still relatively strong, and it is going to be going right into Christiana. Right there, heading towards Interstate 24. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. I do think this is going to drop again. We got a hook developing on that, even though it's kind of rain wrapped. We got a hook right here. Got an inflow. Got a very strong couplet right there. Looks like that's about to drop another tornado. That's going to be heading towards Interstate 24, just south of Murfreesboro. It looks very windy right now in Murfreesboro right now. That's a live cam. We'll go back to that on the next radar scan. Let's go to Carthage. There could be a tornado near Carthage, Tennessee, too. If there is one, it would be in there somewhere. Ben, I have it on Radar Omega. I mean, well, yeah, we just did actually, so never mind. We've seen a tornado on Radar Omega before, but they're cyclone ports. I've never seen a tornado with virtual rail fans yet, which we've just got those recently. And then with Connor Croft, I think we've seen like 4 or 5 tornadoes now. Here's the latest radar scan. Still a broad area of circulation northwest of Carthage. And this one, again, back down near the Christiana area is still intensifying. That, again, could drop a tornado at any time. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning that's going to be on the storm that's in Illinois. And that is currently moving eastbound, going to eventually be going towards Benton. So if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. We got like 3 areas of circulation right now in the storm near Carthage. We got 1, 2, 3. It's like triplets. It's kind of like what we saw last night in Ohio. This is what it looks like in live action. I don't think Clarksville got a tornado. I know the east side of Clarksville, Tennessee got hit. That's about it. Yeah, we got 3 areas of circulation right now near Carthage. Can't speak. This is 1, this is 2, and that's 3. Yeah, 3 different areas of circulation right now near Carthage. If we have any tornado, it might be rain wrap, so it might be hard to see here. There's a low tornado risk in Iowa, Carolyn. So just be mindful of that. I don't know if that threat's still going. We haven't really looked up there. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate the 19.99. Also, thank you to Kelly for becoming a Velocity member. No debris signature on that. And then the storm again near Route 231 near Christiana. Much more populated area back near the Murfreesboro area. That rotation again still trying. Nothing confirmed on that one, but it is moving eastbound, so continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. We still have 5 tornado warnings ongoing. The one near Carthage, again, has 3 different areas of circulation. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3. So 3 different areas. We do have a live cam looking right into this right now, so we're going to see if we see anything. Yeah, right here. That's the main area of circulation. Let's say I'm going towards Carthage right now. Trying to see if we see anything here. Not really seeing much spin yet. Maybe this right here. I can't really tell. I don't know. Is this moving? It is moving. That main area of circulation is just west of Carthage. We still got an area of circulation south of the Murfreesboro area. It's still relatively broad. Still moving to the east, going towards Interstate 24. It's not really intensified yet. This one was, again, the one that produced that tornado emergency. It's still on the broader side of things, at least for the time being. We do have another radar scan coming out for the Carthage storm. You're good, Shelly, by the way. Appreciate you helping out. Strong winds, just not strong rotations. So we still have strong velocities here, at least going away from the radar. I mean, if we had a tornado, it's presumably back in here somewhere. Let me see the radar. That is rain wrapped. Yeah, I mean, if there's a tornado, it would be rain wrapped. So we have to look back into the rain to see if we can see anything here. Looks like we do have some spin in the clouds here too. We've had some spin in other parts of the storm too, but the main circulation is back in here in the rain. So that's where we'd be looking for that potential. This is still a relatively... This area of rotation is starting to broaden, at least for now, but it's trying to cycle. We got very strong velocities going away from the radar south of Murfreesboro, so that's still trying to go. And the one near Carthage is also trying to get going here. Just having a tough time. It doesn't have really a clean inflow anymore. Here's the latest radar scan. Let's see what the velocities look like here. Velocities will update in a second. We'll see where that rotation is compared to the cyclone port on Radar Omega. See if we see anything. It's still broad. I mean, it's not really that strong right now. It's still on the broader side of things. This is right now moving to the east near Carthage. We got some spin maybe right in here. Maybe. Some sort of spin. We have a new tornado warning in Kentucky, by the way.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This was issued. New tornado warning in Kentucky. That's going to be back over closer to Campbellsville. That's another tornado warning moving southeast towards Russell Springs. So if you're in that tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building as this moves down to the southeast. So again, another tornado warning here that's going to be going southeast, eventually going towards Monticello.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new one on the storm near Carthage. Which that rotation again will be right over this Carthage live cam. Just trying to see if we see anything here. That one, by the way, includes Gordonsville, Lancaster, Silver Point, Lafayette, Baxter. It's still not a really strong couplet, but we do have rotation. It's just on the south side now of Carthage. That's the area there. And also the Murfreesboro one, still a very strong area of winds going away from the radar, but going towards is very weak. There might be power flashes. I just don't know if there's a tornado here. I mean, it looks more to me like wind. There are velocities here on radar that are upwards of 80 to 90 miles per hour for the record. So there's still very high velocities. Now, if there is a tornado, it would be right over Christiana. Maybe near Plainview. Reed has it on the ground. See what it looks like on the velocities in the next scan. If it is on the ground, it would be right on the east side of Christiana, going towards Plainview. Here's the latest scan. I don't see any debris signature. I don't think this is on the ground. I mean, it could be, but like this right here is just, again, winds going away from the radar. I think this is just winds going. This might be just straight line wind damage. Regardless, I mean, you have to be in your safe place. But I'm just saying, I don't think this is on the ground. I think that what this is just high damaging winds right now that are going through Christiana and Plainview. It does not look like a tornado to me on radar at all. You know, this definitively just looks like a very broad area of circulation. Hey, maybe on this leading edge, possibly something developing here, but this is all wind. They are very high winds for the record. It's all straight line winds. But once again, it does not look like a tornado on radar, at least. Back over in the Carthage storm. Again, we do some circulation here. It's diving to the south, just south of South Carthage. It's a broad area of circulation. That'll be going towards Baxter and Buffalo Valley and Lancaster over the next several minutes. Thank you, Penelope, for the $4.99. In South Murfreesboro near Christiana, our TV signal is out and our power keeps flickering. Yeah, once again, I think that's just very high winds. If you look at the velocities here, yeah, we got 70 to 80 mile per hour winds going away from the radar. So definitely damaging winds for sure. I'll have another radar scan on that here in a second. Got a new radar scan coming in right now. Yeah, this looks like broad circulation. I think more than anything, it is a damaging wind threat. It could recycle down the road, though, for the record. That radar scan should fully come in here in a second. I do have photos and videos retweeted on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. So if you want to see any photos or videos from the previous tornadoes, they are, for the most part, up on there. Mass casualty event is being declared in Maury County. Or Murray County. That is from that strong and large tornado from earlier that we had in just east of Columbia, Tennessee. So just a heads up there. Unfortunately, which, yeah, I mean, just really unfortunate. That tornado was really strong when it happened on radar. A huge tornado. Really, really sad stuff. again, I'm not really, you know, I'm not surprised by that. Unfortunately, it's something that happens with tornadoes like that. I mean, that tornado was huge. We won't know the extent of the damage really fully, or you know how exactly, you know, just how exactly large it was probably until at least tomorrow, if not the following day. But that was a massive tornado that happened. I don't know if we'll ever see something like that again in Tennessee. That was just huge. Having a tornado that large, though, is just you never want to see it. On radar, it looked horrible, and obviously in person, more than likely, it looked even worse. We never had a visual in person, but still really big and really bad. The rotation, by the way, has now gone right over Carthage. Wow, Carthage is windy. This is where the tornado would be if there was one on the ground near Carthage. Very windy here. This is the Radar Mega Cyclone port in Carthage, Tennessee. You can watch these with the app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android for only $8.99 with the weather radar and as well as all these live cameras. Thank you, Deanna, I think, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate your generosity. You, Ava, for $4.99. How's Somerset, Kentucky looking for the next hour? Pretty worried about. I think overall the main concern is going to be wind and hail, but there could be an isolated tornado. Wow, it is windy. Look at the wind. Holy cow. You can see the trees back here swaying like crazy. It's right here in Carthage right now. It's really windy. But I think overall main concern is wind and hail, maybe an isolated tornado in Kentucky. I think the tornado risk in Kentucky is lower than Tennessee, to be honest with you. This camera's right in Carthage, Tennessee. It is very windy there. I don't see any rotation really nearby, but there's definitely wind. I don't really see any rotation anywhere in this area. I mean, this is the live camera near Baxter, Tennessee. Just, yeah, not much there right now. And this storm, I do think, I don't feel like this is going to produce another tornado, at least anytime soon. I think it's kind of just in a really large and long-term recycling stage. If these can somehow merge together, like really long-term, we might get something big, but that's going to be like hours from now if that happened. I think the storm south of Murfreesboro is not as bad as before. That rotation is really broad. It's mostly wind. The one that's near Carthage, again, I still think there's rotation there. It's just, again, broad. The one in Kentucky, this is the one that's back near Russell Springs. There is some broad circulation here going towards Jamestown, but it's not super concerning. It's still broad. Could develop into something down the road. And then further over to the west, I know a lot of people are asking about like Missouri and a bunch of other states. The one in Illinois, just a quick update there. This one is still broad. We might get something brief out of this. If there is, it's going to be north of Pinckneyville, more than likely, or somewhere around Pinckneyville. So continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. If you're in any tornado warning, you should still be doing that, for the record. Even if I'm mentioning the rotation's broad, just continue to stay in your safe place. The storms that are back over in Missouri are really still destructive. Got a baseball-sized hailstorm. Got us going right across Willow Springs near Kabul. And then further down to the south and west, we still got plenty of hailstorms going. We even got one near DFW that's producing some hail. Not really rotating, but a little bit of a hail threat there as that continues to move eastbound. So still a lot of storms out there that are really still relatively significant. The rotation, luckily, on all these storms right now is broad. So that's the good news for right now, at least on all the storms. But we could still see a tornado at any time as these continue to move east and, you know, continue to mature and intensify. By the way, thank you to Heather for the very generous $50 Venmo. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Put some marks in the chat for Heather. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm door dashing or if I'm going to go and take a break. I'm not sure what we're doing yet. Well, we have officially a send-off. Flying trampoline. We had today's trampoline meter was a gone forever stage. This is from Becca Birdsale. So what happens? Flying trampoline outbreak was in the forecast today. I don't know where that was. Berkshire Boulevard. I don't know where that exactly is. Those poor trampolines. People don't hatch them down, and this is what happens. We can't have nice things when it comes to trampolines. Memphis on track for tonight. I mean, if you see any storms, it's probably gonna be late tonight. So here's the timing. I'll go through the timing real quick since nothing's really too strong right now for rotation. This is what it looks like for the timing for tonight. This is the latest HRRR model run, so we'll go through the next few hours. We do have a flash flood emergency north of Nashville, by the way. Flash flood emergency in Springfield, Portland, and Westmoreland. This is a catastrophic flash flood emergency. This is a particularly dangerous situation. You need to seek higher ground now. There is now a flash flood emergency for Springfield, Portland, and Westmoreland in northern Tennessee. That was one of the biggest concerns for today, aside from tornadoes and wind, was the potential for flash flooding like that. All right, so here's the timing for tonight. This is right about now, around 7. Again, we got storms out there. By about 8 to 9, the storms will continue to cluster together across Tennessee. I do think the tornado threat will go down a little bit in Tennessee once they are really all just clustered together as one. We'll have a line of storms developing back to the west, and then by the time we get closer to 10 and 11 o'clock, those storms continue to move south and east, with mainly a threat for damaging winds, hail, and then again, maybe a couple more tornadoes. By midnight tonight, this is all just a line of storms really across Tennessee. We'll have another line tracking down to the south and east across Tennessee and a large chunk of Kentucky. And by the time we go into the overnight hours, this all pushes down to the south and east, producing the threat once again for damaging winds and as well as the threat for maybe a few more tornadoes. So that'll continue. And then by tomorrow morning, we'll have more storms out there across South Carolina, Georgia, and Alabama. And then eventually Texas will get some massive hailstorms tomorrow night, which we'll also be live for. So that's currently the timing. And so the debate right now is if we take a break or we continue for like 10 more hours, which I don't know if I want to do. So I'm not sure what we're doing yet. Because right now, all the rotation's broad. It wouldn't be a bad time to take a break. I will be live tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be live again tomorrow. We'll be live Friday for the members only stream. So if you're a member of the channel, you can watch that stream. That's going to be, again, just the computer building. It's not like severe weather coverage, but yeah, it looks like all the rotation right now is broad. So I mean, it wouldn't be a bad time to take a break. There's nothing significant's really happening right now. We got 5 tornado warnings, but all of them are broad. So I think what the plan is that we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back probably about an hour or two. I'm not sure exactly what time we'll go back live. I'll put a scheduled live stream out and we'll go live again. I hate to do breaks like this, but I mean, I've been sitting literally for the entirety of the last like 3 days. We've been live for 31 hours in the last 3 days. So I need to take a break and stand a little bit, get going, and try to make some dinner or whatever. And we'll be back live again in probably about an hour or two. So make sure that you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we do go live. If you enjoyed the stream, make sure to like the stream. If you become a member or super chatted or donated via Venmo or the donation link, I do appreciate you guys as well. Again, we'll be live again in probably about an hour or two. I'll be live at some point again tonight, almost undoubtedly. It's just a matter of what time, so we'll figure it out. I can't do a marathon. My left leg is starting to like hurt because I need to start walking around. So again, we'll be live again probably about an hour or two. So subscribe to the channel if you're new here. It's the red button down below. It's free to do. Click the bell icon so you are notified when we do go live again. And we'll be live here in probably about a couple hours. So we'll see you guys all again soon. And thank you, Steven, for the $5 super chat. I do appreciate your generosity. And again, we'll be back soon. So stay tuned. And we'll see you guys all again in probably about an hour or two. Again, I'll put a live stream up and I'll schedule a stream time here in a few minutes and figure out what time. So appreciate you guys all.